This lie's easier. Anyway, they're calling now. I'm gonna join with a video call.
He's going to put the camera on in a second.
All right.
Yeah, he went to the bathroom. Hold up. Let me just turn this off. I don't want to see my own camera on screen.
What do you mean? Oh, you're turning your own. How do you turn your own camera off? I don't know how to do that.
No, you can't. I'm just turning my OBS camera off.
Oh, smart. Wait, do you have 2 cameras?
Yeah.
Oh, me too. Look at you, bro. You're fucking improving your setup.
Hello.
Dude, you've changed. What's up, Train?
Hasi. Do I need to turn my camera on?
I mean, if you want to. If you want to show us your beautiful mug.
Brother, first of all, listen. I am sick, so this is a disclaimer, okay? As aggressive as I normally look, it might look just as aggressive.
As long as you fucking cut that Abraham Lincoln ass fucking facial hair off, bro, you'll be fine, I think.
Brother, if you can shave a little bit off that beard and like let me glue it on, hey, we can maybe find a common ground here.
This is like 2019 Scuff Podcast right here.
Yeah, listen. I know some people say, "Oh, dude, Juma Farm or whatever." I've come to terms with the fact that I like you both. Okay, I'm now friends with you both, and I respect you both. Okay, and there are some viewpoints that I agree with on both ends, but I don't agree with the behavior you guys both have towards each other on either end. Okay, so I'm not gonna push drama shit just to farm it. Okay, I think there was 2 sides to this discussion I want you guys to have, perhaps. One that's more personal and one more ideological. If the one's more personal, first and foremost, goes well, you guys can talk about other stuff. But I just want you guys just to check in, because the subtweeting, subclipping has gotten really bad. And I don't mind being in the middle and say, yeah, it's bad. Like, it's just bad. I see all that stuff, and then when I watch it, I feel guilty. Because I'm like, now I'm
First of all, you should be abandoning, you should be stopping the LSF.
Okay, done.
I'm in agreement with that 100%.
There's no shot you're done.
No, I am actually. I've been done. I asked to be taken off LSF. I purposely tried to get myself banned. They banned me for a little bit, but then the drama was too good for them, so they decided to put me back in, forcibly, against my will, against my wishes. And there's not really much I can do when one of the largest subreddits decides, no, we're gonna still farm off of hatred of you. So much so that like actual fucking Nazis were talking about how they want to murder me, but like haha in a joking way, which ended up getting to the top of that subreddit numerous times with a lot of the supporters of said person fucking enjoying that, talking about how it's funny. Meanwhile, there's a lot of shit that happens there's a lot of shit that happens in the real world that is not so great. Right, that I'm not going to talk about. I don't want to talk about. But yeah, I'm not a fan of LSF. I don't want to be on LSF. Yeah. I am very much in favor of never being on LSF ever again.
I was talking to X.
I'll be back in 1 second. I just want to make sure this is really good and the lighting is good.
What the fuck?
Okay.
Our fucking marriage counselor left.
Okay, so I mean it's fine. We're both adults. Let's hash it out. Train. What is the you got to close your blinds, I think. It's blown out. No matter.
Okay, no, I can open them maybe. Should I open
No matter what happens, it's just too blown out. There's light coming from behind you. Okay, well. Now I'm just by myself. All right.
No, bro, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, good. Anyway, all right, Train, go ahead.
Do you see this? No, hold on, wait. Do you see this when I sit down? Oh no, this is better. This works. This works. Nope, it fucked up again.
You're backlit. That's why.
What does that mean? I'm backlit. So if there's light in the back, the
professional streamer, by the way. Yes, bro. You need light.
I still have a C920. You understand? My camera's like $99.
Yeah, that's probably. I mean, I'm using that as well. I literally also have a C920 on my OBS. Oh my god. This motherfucker put a shirt on. Okay.
Oh my god. You actually look good, X.
Okay, let's hear it. So xQc, you said that there's both sides of this. I don't even know what my side of this is. I don't even know what this is, but let's hear you talk about what both sides of the altercations are, because there's apparently a lot of subtweeting you said is going on.
Yeah, to be fair, damn, this is actually kind of working, isn't it? Because to be fair, I don't think we're going to find a common ground for the things xQc wants us to talk about. But
no, I don't want you to talk about anything. I want you guys to talk about the things you want to talk about to one another, without being pushed in one direction or not. I know there are some things. I spoke with both you guys on and off stream about this.
yes,
And I have a good scope of it. And if you don't want to talk about certain things, you don't have to. Okay? Which is fine. So I think you guys have arguments that you have that are impossible to diffuse because they're ideologies, right? But
well,
I don't think so. I don't think it's like an ideological difference, or maybe it is. I don't know. I actually don't know. I want to hear from Train about what the issue has been.
So let's start from the beginning. Like, right? Should we start from the beginning of?
Sure.
I mean, see, like, here's a good question to see what we're to see what we can so we can figure out what to choose to talk about. Right? What is the goal for this call? If we can come up with a goal for this call, then we can decide what to talk about.
I mean, I'm freestyling. I have, I don't have like any opinion on this. So xQc might have a better.
I don't want to cut you off again. The goal is that you guys stop subtweeting each other and subclipping all the time.
I don't even subtweet Train, to be honest.
Yes, you guys do though. You guys do though.
Like what? When have I subtweeted? Like when I talk about Train, I talk about Train in like very specific ways. I think a lot of people say I'm subtweeting other people, but like I don't know. I legitimately don't know. So if you have an example, this is not a debate. If you have an example, that would be helpful for me to understand what you mean, and then maybe I can clarify.
Okay. Things like whenever, one issue that I've seen in the past, right, is Train will bring up you, right, and then he'll bring up Pokey or whatever, and then you'll watch the clip, and it'll be like, oh, yo, he's like schizoing whatever, and then some of the stuff around the gambling, some stuff. Wait, hold up, I'm not even bringing it back up.
Okay.
Some stuff around like his like charity stuff or whatever, and then your editors come in the middle, and these things are like they're like never ending. And then
my editor is an independent person, though. You guys understand that, right? Like he says whatever the fuck. No, there's not a cop out. If that wasn't a cop out, he wouldn't be ass blasting me more frequently than you. He's canceled me more times than he's canceled you. Let's be fucking real.
But that's completely different, right?
Like if you think that if you want me to control him and if you want me to like tell him not to do these sorts of things, I have no control over him. He doesn't just work for me. He works for a bunch of other content creators. I'm not saying this is a cop out. I can barely fucking control him, quote unquote, which I'm not in the business of doing that to people that I work with anyway. But if I can barely control him to stop fucking blasting my face on the timeline, claiming that I take private jets to fucking Coachella and wear Gucci shirts, which is a meme that he created, and then that meme literally subsequently got me fucking canceled. And numerous other. He made an entire video about how many times he canceled me in 2022. So you guys can go watch that.
But that's completely different, right? The intentions are completely different there. But at the end of the day, right, there's a lot. I mean, listen, if my number one, which is like my head mod or head editor, was spewing dog shit, right, and derailing shit and just spewing absolute dog shit out of his mouth, right, and attacking other streamers and derailing their programs, I would be like, yo, bro, like, the fuck are you doing, right? But this idea that you can't control him, sure, but if you're going to do business with him and he's going to be your number one guy, I do think there should be a certain talk you have with the dude that he's representing you, because that's a fact. I mean, if you're going to push with the other streamers that people like xQc and others need to, moderate their chat from going into other chats, you're telling me that your number one, the one that you're talking to the closest doing your content and arguably is your number one, you have no control over. So how the fuck do you expect others to have control over people that they have no connection with, right?
Yeah. So like I said, there's two different things here. One, as far as like moderating or regulating your communities, you bring up a really good point. There are certain instances, for example, whenever people will say things about Felix, especially, that I disagree with vehemently. Like people will be like, "Oh, he's like toxic. Remember when he got fucking banned from playing Overwatch or whatever?" And I routinely tell those people that that is unjustifiable and that is wrong. That they shouldn't actually fucking hold someone to their positions that they no longer hold many years ago just to fucking cancel them. Okay? Like it's ridiculous, it's stupid. It's been like fucking almost a decade. That sort of thing I take issue with. So I do regulate my community, right? And if you think that something is like incorrect or improper that's like going on in your chat, you could do the very same thing as well. As far as like gambling goes, I don't disagree with Ostenox in general, regardless, but I will never be able to control him. I am not in the business of like controlling what my editors say or do. Like that's a whole ass independent human. If he has his own perspective, then yeah, he can address it freely. Like I have no editorial control over him.
Okay, let me push this argument. Do you think that it's a healthy thing to have an editor that is like his own social media person, right? And let him tweet things that are going to look like done on your behalf, even though they're damaging to your views and your goals?
I mean, he already does do that regularly as a meme half the time when it goes awry. But like I said, it doesn't matter because he is his own person. I don't want to subject him to any sort of editorial control.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's difficult to hold the argument that I'm not trying to go against you. I'm just trying to go on with the flow of the combo. I think it's a difficult argument to push to say that you want people to moderate their chats. You want people to like, oh, the chats are the reflection of their streamer, so I'm going to moderate this. When you have your editor going wild on certain topics, like Train's chair did have noticed in the past, and kind of like shitting on for that. So there's one thing that I noticed about his like charity thing, where Ostenox kind of went crazy on it, and there's kind of like nothing done, because I thought that was pretty underhanded and kind of weird.
That was completely disingenuous. In my opinion, if there was any sort of consistency, I'll get to it. If there was any sort of consistency in the ideals that you preach and the ideals that he supports, that charity should be separate. That charity is a system that you would think you and even people that do not like me would support. It's not my charity. It's a system created to
wait. Hold on. I'm lost. What are you guys talking about? I'm confused.
So when I announced the mental health,
you originally were talking about like Ostenox doing the gamble video, right? Like that.
We're talking the derailment. We're talking the derailment of the mental health care program, right? All the slander, the pumping of disinformation onto Twitter and onto Reddit and onto or within your community on Twitch. Like these are the things that I think slowly began to put a fissure between you and I, or put a what's the right word for a wedge between us, right? It's these kind of things. The mental health care program, regardless of your opinion of me or what I do or how I operate my business, that mental health care program is a program in which its primary goal and purpose is to provide access to mental health care for people who otherwise have no access to it financially, right? And it's paid for by the rich, right? Each community streamer puts in, let's say, 100 to 500K or less, however much they want. And that provides access to healthcare that America's backwards system, isn't providing to these people. So that the derailment of that to try and use, I'm a gambler and this and that, he shouldn't be, like, that is a ridiculous system. And let me go one step further. If not me creating it, shouldn't the real question be, why haven't you guys created this system? If you're gonna like bash me for creating it, hey, at least step up and do it better. Step up and do it in the first place. So it's really, for me, that wedge kind of created when I'm looking at this. I'm like, okay, I'm trying to make something, which, by the way, the gambling arguments were very disingenuous, because this mental health care program started in 2016, before I even touched gambling on stream. So this idea that was spread around that I did this after gambling to fix my public image is also bullshit. This has been going on since 2016. I've made it clear. Yet, right, these people still are allowed to go on your behalf, or what looks like to be your behalf, and spread this disinformation within the community, which leads to attacks and narratives that literally railroad the program itself across Twitch. Like, that's an issue. Like, these are the things that create the wedges between you and I that maybe you're not aware of. But this is kind of, what's happening, at least in that regard.
You're upset that Ostenox said that you set up your charity to whitewash your reputation after people were criticizing you for gambling. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying? Like, is it?
No, I'm upset that the
community. Did Ostenox say that? Because listen, as far as your gambling on Twitch, I mean, as far as Twitch gambling in general, I had a big problem with that. I talked about it very openly for many, many years. I talked about it personally with xQc as well, like privately even. And that's from the jump. I had an issue with that. As far as your own personal charity initiative that you set up, no, it's admirable regardless of what people's personal intentions may be. I don't know what your personal reasoning for why you put that out there. It's great though. I have a that's wonderful that you did that. As far as like xQc pulling out that video, I am like I said. What video? Because I'm watching xQc as well. He's like pulling up the Ostenox tweet.
Well, I'm just showing people the reference because I think it's a point. People don't know.
Can you send it in the group chat so I can also pull it up as well?
I just thought, yeah. Listen. I mean this to the bottom of my heart, okay? Yeah, I don't want to make people think, oh, this is a 2v1 against. There's no sides here. Okay, there just isn't. Okay, this something I saw when it happened, and I took notes of it. We're talking about this first, so this it just kind of looks like a 2v1. Hold on. I can't hear you. Oh, now I can. My Discord is dog shit. It goes in and out every now and then.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, I can hear you now.
Yeah. It's just that I think Ostenox goes like over the rails about certain things, right? In a way that if it went against what you actually believe in, you would probably, I think, correct him. It's just that sometimes,
for sure,
causes a ruckus. But since you're kind of on the same page as him, then you let him get away with it, which I think is a decently unhealthy interaction, which ends up making Train feel like you're pushing his views and then you're kind of approving of his actions.
Okay. So this ultimately will always go back to the gambling debate and the gambling conversation. I don't know if you guys want to have that conversation again, but
we'll have it later because it's a little bit heavy.
Yeah, we can.
Well, because the reality is that, like, you know, gambling addiction is very suicidal. It's not good, right? So I think what Ostenox is stating here is that on the one hand, you are contributing to this by promoting it, while simultaneously you're doing a good thing, but you're still contributing to the problem to begin with. And a big part of the funding vehicle still revolves around the money that you're getting from gambling sponsors.
So two things. Let me interrupt real quick. I apologize, but let me interrupt.
By the way, I ever talked about this on stream, but you know, I mean, I understand what his sentiment is here. It's not something that I would like turn around and correct.
This sentiment is a false comparison, though. It's a disingenuous false. It's completely disingenuous, right? Because the mental health care program isn't a program in which I created to sit here and say, hey, guys, don't do this on stream. Don't do this. Don't behave in this way. It's not me governing the way everyone behaves on the internet. It's a system that is providing access to healthcare. To compare it and say, oh, Train does things on stream that may cause mental health issues for some, and to say he cannot create a system, right? These are two things that aren't comparable whatsoever. I've created a system that provides access to mental health care for people who do not have that access because they don't have the financial means to. I believe mental health care.
I think that's a great thing. I think that's a great thing. I don't disagree. I think that is a great thing. Setting up a charity like that is actually a wonderful thing. I think you partnered up with Rad, right? That's what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. I have no issue with that. That's great. I think that objectively, that's a good thing. Regardless, I don't know what your original intention was. If you say that you started in 2016, that's wonderful. Okay.
My core community,
Ultimately, I think what I would compare this to, if I were to make a comparison, if I were to like, understand this through an analogy, I would say, and this is not as damaging, and you're not directly doing as much damage, but, are you familiar with Purdue Pharmaceuticals?
Are we really doing this?
I thought you would make a parallel with like a Bezos with like his like homeless a donation, even though that they like lobby against.
No. I mean that could work too. This is a more direct one. If you were like, let's say, a streamer that was if you were, let's say, a marketer that worked with Purdue Pharmaceuticals, you got paid by Purdue Pharmaceuticals a fat bag. And then after that, you took some of that and then set up a Suboxone clinic that is also still ultimately created by Purdue Pharmaceuticals as well. The methadone or the intermediary drug that people use to get off of heroin originally is also created by Purdue. So they set up a problem and then they set up a solution to said problem as well. They double on the profit along the way. You're not doing that. I'm not saying that you're doing that at all, okay? Because you're not Purdue Chemical here. You're not Purdue Pharmaceuticals here. You are, however, like taking some of the money that you got from gambling and putting it back into that. I don't know if you want me to like undermine Ostenox's point, but I'm pretty sure that's the point that he's making ultimately, is that like you are contributing to the problem by spreading further gambling addiction and then simultaneously helping some of the people recover. Now, ultimately, it's larger than that. Addiction is a much larger lifelong problem, and that I do think that it's a good thing, and there will be people that will be benefiting from you facilitating their mental health treatment. So I think that it's ultimately a good thing, and I applaud you for doing it.
Okay. Yeah, I think. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Okay, this is the feelings that I'm getting through talking to both of you guys. That's kind of like the vapors that I'm getting from all this.
Yeah.
Is that since Ostenox is rambling about it like that in a negative light, that goes directly to undermine, make the programs look bad, look worse, make train look like a hypocrite or stupid. When he does this, and you lay fly under the radar, it makes Train feel, from what I feel in the past, that you approve of it, and that you're kind of like almost like green lighting the whole thing, and it creates a wedge between you two, because then he sees you as Hasan Ostenox's whole vibe, right? Because if Ostenox said something you didn't agree with him, you probably correct him. So since you don't correct him, he feels like you agree with him. That's how he feels.
Again, but I also don't agree with one. I have, once again, I'm going to repeat myself here. I have no control over Ostenox, and you're asking me to check him on behalf of yourself in this situation. If it was something that was like for example, if Ostenox like tried to implicate you in the cover up of a sexual assault or something like that, and I knew for a fact that you had nothing to do with that, I would immediately hit up Ostenox and be like, that's not something you should do. I think that is unacceptable. I don't think that you agree with this. Or even if he did agree with it, I would ask him why, and I would probably try to correct the record. Okay? That's one thing I would do in that circumstance, because I think it's not because he's associated with me, by the way. I don't care about that, because I do think that he is his independent person, but because I treat him with dignity and respect. I think he's a peer and a very talented one, and I think that he would be doing something wrong in that situation. That's what I would do in that circumstance. In this one, as far as the possible negative implications of him associating you with someone who is promoting gambling and therefore creating more gambling addiction, therefore creating more people that might need mental health treatment, I don't disagree with the main point that he's putting out there.
Disingenuous representation of like it's completely disingenuous. I enjoy gambling, and I gamble, right? I've done it since the beginning. In every video game I could. I've done it since I've started streaming, right? So if I'm gambling, okay, and I'm putting the precautions out there, to draw this conclusion that I'm the problem is with what you're saying, it sounds like I'm intentionally creating this, then creating a system as a result to my guilt of creating that.
I don't think you intentionally.
But that's the way it's presented. You understand? Like it's presented as if I've disingenuously grabbed the bag. I don't like gambling. I go live. The effect of it is this. I feel guilty now that I'm rich. I've created a program to cover my That's the way it's presented. And that is completely disingenuous, and it's leaving out a lot of the facts. It's leaving out the truth to push certain narratives, right? And that's the issue, right? That's the problem. My responsibility as a streamer is to not deceive viewers and trick them into starting something based off of a false reality, right? So if I enjoy gambling, I believe I can gamble. If you enjoy drinking, right, you can drink. If you enjoy smoking a cigarette, you can smoke a cigarette. Obviously, give the precautions, give this and that. To mix,
yeah, I mean, it's a little bit different when you're getting paid by, Marlboro, though, right? Like, and you're doing the equivalent of like
I don't think so.
Facing an entire pack, but.
If Marlboro, no, because listen, if I gamble like this off stream and gamble on stream, right, and I'm being paid for, my contract is only exclusivity. It's if you gamble, use this site. That's my contract. I don't have affiliate codes. I don't have to hit a certain number of hours. I mean, the last 3-4 months, right, I got paid the same, yet I streamed for what, 1/4, 1/5 the time. My contract is exclusivity and pure exclusivity. That's all it is. So it's like Marlboro is saying, hey, if you're going to smoke a cigarette on stream like you already are, just smoke our brand, right? That's the difference.
Yeah, look, we've debated this subject into the ground. I feel like it's not good content at this point. I mean,
this isn't about content.
Yeah, exactly. And I also think that there's a part of gambling that you guys are forgetting to that people are kind of like letting go of, right? Some of the semantics are pretty important around it. I think we could have a small new discussion about the importance of the semantics, because sometimes we get caught up. Okay, let's just move on from that. We can put gambling later because this thing, I'm telling you now, this will devolve like crazy. Okay.
Well, no. Let's finish the gambling topic, right?
What is the whole thing?
Yeah, let's finish the gambling talk, and then we can move to socialism, and from there we can move to whatever the fuck else, right? Like,
okay, sure.
So let me ask you this, okay? So if these are your views on gambling, right? Where's the consistency in them, right? You and others spent so long, right, coming at me, right, and talking about the gambling that I do, when there is actual predatory, shady shit going on, whether it's affiliate codes, whether it's only showing wins, whether it's sports betting, which, by the way, I don't know if you've looked up the statistics on that. Sports betting is most prevalent in underage. It's the most underage for underage gambling. It is the most done thing for underage children, right? Sports betting, right? The very platform you stream on has a deal with sports betting. Sports betting ads are played everywhere, right? Your friends have sports betting deals.
I am absolutely in agreement with you on that as well.
Where's the outrage, though?
Well, I have actually routinely and consistently covered not only sports betting being awful across the board and really damaging across the board, for right. Twitch, which of course they, after shutting down Stake, still continued to announce their partnership with other websites and other platforms where you can engage in sports betting. I've also talked about the larger consequences of sports betting becoming more normalized in professional sports, in the NFL, the league being literally sponsored by DraftKings and whatnot. And I do think that has really damaging implications. This is something that I have consistently talked about. I've even brought it up in videos where I've talked about stake and gambling as well. So, like I said, in a lot of instances, I think Felix is right. People like to see, people will see a clip, get upset about that clip, and not really look at everything that I'm stating, everything that I've talked about, and immediately rush to find something that maybe shows hypocrisy or whatever in their mind. But it's oftentimes it's oftentimes just a clip that was clip chimped and not the main point. This is something that I think is wrong. So I agree with you. If you want to join that support, I mean, I've talked about it. I've literally pushed against legislation that would legalize it as well. So even in the state of California. So this is something that I have been very consistent on.
Okay,
there's a video of it if you want to watch as well.
I feel like not only you're involved.
Now that I know,
other people, I feel like in general, people have been very adamant about advocating against a certain thing. And say, oh yeah, but we're against the rest. But whenever the first thing kind of went out, right? Everybody started not caring. Nobody cared. I feel like there needs to be.
Okay, but you're talking to someone who does care, and regardless of whether or not I'm still consistently pushing for it, which I am. But even if I wasn't here, by the way, if you want to see my thoughts on sports betting in general, I just linked you a video in the Discord that is just purely about sports betting, by the way, unrelated to you or unrelated to crypto gambling in general. But just purely my takes on that.
Don't you feel like there's a disingenuous line of how much time spent on one versus the other, briefly mentioning it in a video or talking about it,
No. This is well, that's a 20-minute snapshot of one of the many instances where I've talked about it.
You and your friends spent like a year and a half pushing for the banning of gambling and then moved the goalpost once Twitch came out and said they were going to selectively ban gambling, right? It is everywhere on the platform. Twitch itself has a deal. Amazon has a deal.
I agree. I think it's bullshit
everywhere. So like, where's the same outrage? Where's the same boycotting and threatening of boycotting of the major ad months? Like where was this? It stopped when I couldn't, gamble on stream. It stopped when I couldn't. As soon as that went away, right?
If anything, I think that I think Stake getting hammered basically cut the directory by a lot. I don't know the exact numbers, but obviously, if there is like one bad thing, right?
Yes.
And then there's another bad thing as well on top of that. If you're able to just make do with whatever you can, with wherever you can exercise any kind of collective action, it's good, right? The existence of other bad things does not negate the existence of one bad thing, which is what I think a lot of people did. They understand their powerlessness in the face of large corporations that are constantly profit-seeking. So they took a dub and they moved on. It wasn't a personal slight against you, but more so that people, I assume others, saw something happening in their own environment, in their own platform, did not like it, and tried to put an end to it, and they put an end to at least some of it. There's always compromise, and I think this was basically the compromise. I think Twitch knowingly, put stake up at the stake and executed it in an effort to continue doing gambling, but by other means.
I think my point to all of this is I would just like to see some consistency, because it feels like the topics that you or others are passionate about come down to like streamer politics and streamer narratives. Like that's all. Like if you push for anti-gambling, if you push for this, I just want to see consistency among all of it, right? Whether it's sports betting,
like
whether it be poker. Well, listen, poker is, I think, a major, like right now, I believe all the poker, listen, I don't believe poker, sports betting, or slots or blackjack should be banned, right? I think it's fine. I think.
Wait, can I just show something really quickly? By the way, it seems like slots took a massive nosedive, going from like average concurrent viewers being consistently in the 40Ks to basically just like less than half. It's growing again, but there's 10K,
2 sections.
9K.
Well, there's 2 sections for it now, right? So what you want to look at is the slot section and now the virtual casino section. So now there's 2 sections that are massive, and it's still being ran by, and primarily unlicensed casinos in the U.S., which I would argue the licensing argument is a little disingenuous, considering the fact the only difference there is whether the U.S. government has their hand in the pot or not, which is another thing, right? Yeah, which is another thing. The goalpost gets moved in regards to that topic, right? On one hand, the U.S. government doesn't, right, whether it's what you preach or others, the U.S. government can't be trusted to look out for, the people's best interests. But then when it comes to gambling, suddenly the U.S. government is credible, right? It has to be U.S. licensed, and then it's okay. Like, it makes no sense. I just want consistency throughout everything, through and through. And a good example of this is for the poker stuff, right? The excuses being made for the poker stuff is very disingenuous. This idea that poker is a game of skill, sure, at the 0.001% professional levels, yeah, I'd agree with that. It minimizes the gambling going on. But the 99% are playing it just like any other fucking table game, blackjack or whatever the case might be. So
you're talking to someone who not that long ago turned down an offer of $500,000 to play poker on stream. So I'm probably not the best person to be asking or talking about these sorts of things. And the reason for why I did that is because, well, one, while I do think that poker at least has some level of skill, it is not as easily accessible.
At the top levels.
I still personally, but it doesn't matter. It
does matter because the 99%
I don't know how to play. I don't know how to play. So I don't know how to fucking play poker. I literally cannot watch someone playing poker and be like, all right, I'm going to do the same thing. There is definitely a level. There's definitely an additional layer there, but I don't know why we're debating on like the minutia and the difference
because there should be
in different kinds of
right?
skill.
Like,
I understand that, Train, but I already said that the other bad things happening, right, does not negate or take away from the fact that like one bad thing was eliminated from the platform.
Yeah, but one bad thing was eliminated because you and other streamers decided to make a very big deal about it. And when that one bad thing got eliminated, you went quiet. Why not continue your crusade? Why not continue with the same passion and motivations? This is my issue. It feels targeted.
I do advocate for a lot of things, including Twitch's Twitch's
then,
gambling.
Let me bring up the point then. I think it's Train's like missing a piece that's kind of important, right? Seems like Train is here, Hasan is there. Then the gambling happens, and then obviously you and other people are like crusading against Train and gambling, which is fair enough since the cause.
And at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break.
Somebody who's also close to you that you.
And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe.
There's a big poker tournament, right? A massively sponsored.
Don't gamble on the top of the hour ad break.
Ninja, whatever, right? Which is promoting gambling. It was in the casino. It was just pure gambling, right? And there isn't the same sort of outrage / comments / crusade against that behavior, and it's not by doing it, which is somebody who's close to you. So why do we not see the same sort of action?
I think powerlessness. Some people might. Okay, I can't speak for everyone else, but I can say from my own perspective. Some people feel powerless in the face of a multi-billion-dollar industry that is making a permanent space for themselves by pushing legislators to ease restrictions and regulations, whether it be DraftKings or numerous other ways to gamble. And I think that is seen as like an impossible thing to combat. So people have just basically taken the dub and just moved on because they don't even want to think about it. This happens very frequently. They see it as like a compromise, probably. And they're like, all right, well, this is a battle that we can pick and choose. This is one aspect of it, and this is one aspect of it that they see as like a minor W in the grand scheme of things, and that's probably why they've moved on, I assume.
Well, it seems a little convenient, right? Like others do it, no one says anything. Yet when I was doing it, years and years of pushing, right, all the streamers banding together, and then I mean, look at this. TwitchCon was announced to be in Vegas, and everyone's silent. Not even that is enough to stir up shit. Like, what the fuck is going on here?
Well,
like,
there are a lot of convention centers. I think that's probably the reason why they did it there. No. But I look. But for the record, you're trying to make me argue other people's perspectives, and I can't do that because I don't know. I don't want to do that.
I'm not trying to argue other people's perspectives. All I'm asking is a consistency. This idea that when it was around me, right, and this isn't just the individual, one-off where it's only happened with me for gambling. And
also, I love gambling, right? Like I literally took Felix to a fucking casino when he was in Vegas. I don't have a problem with gambling. I like gambling personally. Okay, there's a difference between what I like to do versus what I do on fucking camera, and what I see as like promotional and what I get paid to do. Like I have gambled. I have a fucking gold like. What am I? I think I'm a gold level at the M group. Okay, I go to Aria. Like that's the hotel I go to. Did you not know any of this? You could have just like asked the xQc.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my perspective overall, okay, is that gambling is ingrained everywhere, right? And we can break down what is gambling. But gambling is crazy. It's everyone on Twitch, right? And it seemed like all the efforts to go against Gamba felt like they were against the top dogs on the Gamba sections. Once that was done, everybody moved on from all types of gambling. It'd be poker, slots, sports. It's like everyone went flat and radio silent, which felt disingenuous and felt targeted and was a crusade against individuals and not against the system. And that's how the people felt, in my opinion.
Okay, that's your feeling. I don't know what the individual motivations were from every single person, and I can't speak on it. But my own personal perspective has been pretty open from day one and pretty consistent too.
Okay.
So to kind of go back to what let me answer this. So I think what I was asking for was just the consistency of the application of these standards that were only set on me. And this isn't a one-off situation, right? Let's go back to the Gordon Ramsay days, right? I can point out an exact pattern for you
I
yourself.
love this.
Yeah, I mean, is it not the same thing? I watched Gordon Ramsay.
Wait, I want to know where this comes from. I love this one.
Do you not remember?
Dude, I want to know why you say this all the time, because like I've always been a fucking React Andy, and if I had criticized you for straight up watching an entire episode,
you did.
If I then well, okay. First of all, my community and who you think community. My core community, or what you think of me in general,
is entirely different.
Motherfuckers,
yeah, those cucks.
No. See, this is what you pair up with all the time. Okay. I have to make a note here. I've been a React Andy since day one. I've been a React Andy since day one. That's 100% true, and you know it. I've been watching shows and watching fucking YouTube videos on my stream since day one because I don't play video games.
When I did the Gordon Ramsay stuff,
I always thought it funny that you like said I was on a crusade against you for the Gordon Ramsay shit.
Brother, I was being pushed by you. And listen, I remember this specifically because I found it extremely hypocritical that, because the arguments I was seeing was Train is exploiting the workers at Fox and he's stealing it from them. He should be sued and jailed, right? And then you covered it a couple times. Sure, there was days where you gave me
I said you exploited workers at Fox?
No, this was a narrative within the core community, right?
Wait, whose core community? Not chat, mine.
Right? Reddit's at the time. Yes, yours.
If they were saying that, Train,
yes, okay. They were. I remember a time.
Okay, there's no way that people in this community or people said this in my chat, because that would directly target myself as well. So how could they be a fan of mine? I know you're going to say they're hypocritical and it doesn't matter, but like it literally doesn't make sense.
When it comes to me, this is the whole point of this. This is all I ask.
Train. If you're going to say that they're on Reddit and that's why they're saying it, you have to understand like there's a difference. Like you have held on to this grudge for a long time, and I've always been very confused. I've always been very confused as to where that came from, and I think I'm going to need some mediator Felix takes in here, since it's not gamble related, and you can actually be the referee. Train is stating that I have been. Train is stating that I've been like.
Can I state what I'm stating? Right? Can I state it, please?
Okay, state it.
Thank you. Listen, in the Gordon Ramsay days, okay, your core community, not everybody, obviously we shared a lot of viewers back then, right? Your core community, the more vocal minority political ones, right? They and yourself, there were days where you kind of dismissed me like, nah, whatever, right? But there were days you went in on certain Reddit posts. Back then I was actually viewing Reddit like that, right? Where you were supporting the pushing of the narratives of me doing a terrible thing watching Gordo. And then what happened a year later?
I would love to see that video. If you have a video of it, like I would love to. I would actually love to see that, because that would be shocking to me, especially because since
a lot of things would be shocking. I mean, the CS:GO thing too. CS:GO cases came out for that. Competitive Among Us.
Since day one, first of all, Among Us, CS:GO, these are things that I did not talk about you in any way.
CS:GO cases. There was a time where I was opening every day for like a year and a half. Every day I did $2,000 worth of CS:GO cases, and the same arguments for gambling were pushed then, right? Yet everyone was opening them. Yet
okay, but you have to say how I have contributed to this. You can't constantly say your community on Reddit were pushing for this.
You were part of the groups that were pushing for this thing. So were you standing up and not saying a word about it?
That's wild. I can't. That's insane. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Like that's crazy.
We'll agree to disagree there. I mean,
I've never done that. I don't know why you're saying I'm doing it, and like communities that I'm a part of are doing it. Like you got to give me. You got to give me something. You got to give me something.
Okay, let me give you this then. Let me give you this. Why do you think it was so shocking for everyone when you and Pokey and the others began to watch Gordon Ramsay a year later? Why do you think there was drama around that? There wouldn't be drama there wouldn't be an
brother,
issue
there's drama around me when I buy a fucking shirt. There's people in this. There's people in xQc chat right now that are fucking still bringing that shit up, or buying a house. There's drama around everything I do.
No, there's drama around the hypocrisy, around the heat that I got, and you guys watching it. I wouldn't be brought up if you guys watched it a year later and you got hate for it. Do you understand? I was brought up.
There's drama around me watching or Pokey watching a show because people love shitting on streamers. No, you should know this. You're a streamer. People shit on you all the time, sometimes unjustifiably.
No shot. Brother, there was drama specifically between, like, I was being brought up in that. Everyone knew it. I remember the years when I was getting heat, and then you guys decided to watch it on stream a year later. it blew everyone's minds. People that didn't even watch
Train,
it.
I was watching 90 Day Fiance when you were watching Gordon Ramsay. So I don't know why you're saying this. Like it literally is something that I've been it's literally been something that I'm not only an advocate for. I am such a firm believer in not giving a shit about IP.
Started on my second round of Gordon Ramsay. The hate I'm referring to was the first round of Gordon Ramsay. I created the. You
once again, I have to reference something here. I have been a React streamer from the jump. Okay, a React streamer, literally from the jump. I've always reacted. Not only that, but I also do not believe in IP personally, so much so that I've allowed everyone to literally do whatever the fuck they want with my IP. That's why there's like 1,000 different fucking Hasan fan channels out there, some of which have hundreds of thousands of subscribers, some of which have literally YouTube check marks, and some of them get demonetized by YouTube. YouTube is constantly trying to get me to fucking take their... YouTube is constantly trying to get me to take them down, and I still advocate for them to maintain... their monetization. I don't care about IP. If you think that I think that you were exploiting Gordon Ramsay or anyone else, I don't believe that.
I think you have the time frames messed up, right? The time I'm referring to of when I was watching Gordo, you were not reacting yet. You understand? You were not, the first year of your streaming, you were not reacting. That was the year that the Gordon Ramsay stuff started. You understand? It was before you started your reacting phase. You understand me? It was during that time. This idea that you were reacting side by side with me is not the truth. When I watched Gordon Ramsay,
it is the truth. I don't think you were watching me, but it's fine. Felix, you pulled something up there. What was that? Was that like one guy in my chat or something?
Bro, I'm trying to find it as hard as I can. I mean, listen, I'm trying to support both sides. I'm looking for clips of both sides. All I see is a clip of Train, and he's molding in this clip. about the fact that you called him out. For the Gordon Ramsay days, and it seemed like it was maybe 2 years ago.
Okay, but is there any clip in there of him reacting to me saying something about Train directly reacting? Because I doubt it. I've been a reactor from the jump.
I think overall people were very much against the stealing of shows in their entirety.
I've never been against that. I'm so pro that. I do it all the time. I got fake DMCA'd. And people fucking loved it, if you recall.
Yeah, I'm looking for clips of both right now. But listen, all I see is Train molding about a certain clip or thread that happened in the past. I guess I still can't find the clip.
Okay, but if you can't find the proof, are you willing? Yeah, if you want to make amends, Train. If you can't find the proof, are you willing to let go of this whole Pokey and Hasan are here? You want to link that to me? That would be great. But if you're willing to make amends here, would you be willing to drop that I've been an advocate against you from day one for reacting because I have been a reactor myself? I don't know.
The reacting, yes, you have been a reactor yourself, but not during the time that I was watching Gordon Ramsay, the initial period.
Okay, but you got to find something. Because I legitimately don't know what you're talking about when you say this all the time, and you have.
It was during the period that you were playing Fortnite, Call of Duty, and doing some political content. It was during that time. It was before the reaction periods.
When I was playing Fortnite off of a fucking GoPro camera on my PlayStation, which is how I started off of a PlayStation Eye camera. I still would react to shit. You want to know how? I would literally put up the congressional testimony from Mark Zuckerberg.
Political stuff. We're not talking. We're talking about the watching of shows. We're not referring to political reacting. We're talking about watching of shows. Listen. The point of this conversation is to shed light why both of us feel as if we have been jabbing each other. Right? I'm just showing that.
No, but I don't even know where it comes from. I don't know where you're coming from with respect to this. So if you have proof, and if you find here's the thing.
Yeah,
okay. I'm willing to apologize. If I have said something that you truly were genuinely upset about, and it's not just some guy on Reddit or whatever the fuck. If you find something and you show me, I will literally apologize to you, because I don't think I ever did that. You have been saying this for so long though that it's basically it basically became permanent in your mind, and also in the minds of many people in your community and in other communities as well. So I'm telling you, if there is a moment where I have shit on you, if I've said oh dude, fuck that guy Train, reacting to fucking videos is all he does, I hate that, or whatever the fuck, I will genuinely apologize to you, but I don't think there is a clip.
Okay, guys, I've dug in a bunch of clips, a bunch of stuff. Okay. I think we kind of have to let this go because one, I think that the comments that Hasan made, I think the stuff that you were saying were a little bit subjectively, a little bit like sly.
Wait, what comments did I make? What comments did I make? No. But like, it's important. This is important because this is something that he's been saying for.
Okay.
This is something that Train has been saying for a while. Okay,
so
this is something that he's been saying for a while. The only thing I was able to find is him actually shitting on you, xQc, for the live streams haters about the Gordon Ramsay thing from 4 years ago. Here, I found the clip.
Well, I think Trump's a dumb fuck. I don't
TOS and
me because I should.
That's what the argument was. That I'm
DMCA.
So it's not even about me. I think Train thinks like you were the one who fucking yelled at him or whatever the fuck, and then he like thinks it's me.
And I'm breaking TOS.
I remember it was you.
Okay,
it was you and others.
Do you remember it was me, or do you want it to be me because it's a more appropriate person to yell at?
Look, this tweet right here.
I'm not yelling at you. I don't
Gordon
want
Ramsay
it
says
to be you.
Hey, Twitch, can I get on what you are, right? Because Gordon Ramsay was like, I guess, molding the people reacting to his content. And you reply, Hasan, he says, it's a platform where we watch you every day. I think it's fair to assume you're referencing Train spamming Gordon Ramsay content in a sly way. Right?
Wait, what? I was watching Gordon Ramsay at that point, Felix.
That was way after, Felix. I was watching him.
I was watching him.
Like 2017.
Yo, chill.
But like, this is important. This is important to me now because I hate that
because
it's minor things like this get misconstrued in the minds of a lot of people, and then they go, "Oh, Hasan is a fucking hypocrite." So that was me. I was watching him at the time.
Let's say I was a dumb chatter. Then you rolled me. That's a good thing.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. People don't give a fuck about that. They operate off of vibes. Anyway, the only clip I found was 4 years ago. Train responding to live stream fails haters about xQc watching Gordon Ramsay. I linked it in the Discord if you want to watch it.
4 years ago. 4 years ago was 2019, correct? This would be 2017, 2018.
2020.
Okay, but you gotta bring something here because I am telling you honestly.
I'm bringing my memory.
God.
That's what I'm bringing.
No, you can't do that,
man. You expect me to have clips
Bro,
from 6 years ago on hand and ready.
I said this on stream. If I've said this on stream, you should be able to, like, literally, you've been talking about it since. Wait, did you say 2017?
I said like end of 2017, 2018. It was when I was still living with Mitch.
Dog, that's when I literally started streaming like consistently in the second half of 2018. I started my first day streaming was 2018, I think March. I did not know who you were back then. I had no idea who you were.
That's what I'm saying. So when I started,
why would I have talked about you? I don't know who you are. I didn't know anything about Twitch.
The Gordon Ramsay went on from right. I started the reacting stuff like 2017, end of 2017, beginning of 2018, all the way through to 2019, right? And that's when you and other streamers pushed on to the hate because I was getting a lot of attention. I was watching Gordon Ramsay. I was one of the, I was up to 23,000 viewers at the time compared to now.
The main LSF clip that you're referencing, I think you got your days fucked up, and maybe it's not your fault. But the main LSF clip that you're referencing is from, I guess, 3 years ago, maybe. I'm not entirely certain. It was our articles were written on it in 2019. Trainwreck TV streams MasterChef on Twitch for 3 hours without being punished.
Okay, then it's 2018, 2019.
Okay, that's what I started streaming in 2018. I did not become a full-time streamer until 2020. I was on your shows on the Scuff podcast and found out about you, I think, at some point in 2019.
Yes.
So if you're saying that this is when I actually fucking shit on you, okay, I think you're wrong because by that point I had switched over.
It was before you were reacting to.
I also not only that, but I also have apparently in 2021 recognized you as the OG MasterChef. Andy has spoken.
Yes, I saw that. That was after that was around the time you started watching yourself.
So you have no evidence for your statements. I have proven that not only have I supported you for being the OG MasterChef React Andy, giving you giving you your.
After the years of shit,
when you have no evidence as to me doing this, and I'm literally telling you.
Evidence. I don't need to have evidence.
You do.
I know I do not.
Of course, you need to have evidence.
Brother, I'm telling you what I went through during those times when I was watching it. This is what happened. Do you understand that? That's what I'm telling you. This is what happened. You sat there and you pushed toward the hate. You let it happen. You reacted to it. You didn't say anything of it, and then you started watching it yourself.
Hold on,
a year later.
Hold on. That's a lot of things you just said. Did I let it happen? Did I not defend your honor? Or did I directly attack you? Did people in my community say that? Because what you need to understand here is you just lumped up a bunch of different things in here. And I don't think you have evidence for any of these
semantics
things.
Now.
I don't know. This is profoundly important, I think.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think again. It might have been a combination of small things or not a big thing.
Bro, at this point, I feel like I'm arguing against your demons. Like that's wild.
We can't. Hey, don't say that. We cannot. Okay, personal insults. Chill. I don't think. Okay, listen. We're not even.
I wasn't even being insulting. I'm saying like it's a fabrication. Like what am I supposed to do?
It's not a fabric, brother. Listen. If this was only me saying this, and others were like, and everyone was saying, "No, you're."
Who else is saying it?
Listen, when you started watching it, do you not remember the hate that was pushed toward everyone, specifically regarding the hate that I got from you guys versus you guys now watching it? There was so many streamers who commented on it. No. You understand? Like, okay then. Let's move on. We'll agree to disagree.
No, I'm not kidding. I don't think a single person came to me and said
things,
that.
It might have been small things, big things. Well, now we can't find it. We have to move on. That's just how it is. Okay. If that's how you felt.
Okay. I guess we're moving on from this. But hold on. Look, if we're making amends, can you say that you might be misremembering certain things? Or
no.
Because if you have something and you show it to me, I will genuinely apologize to you. Do you understand? Because in that moment, I would be in the wrong. I would be hypocritical. If you want to make amends, this is how you're supposed to make amends. If you have an instance, if you have a video, because I was streaming at the time, I've been streaming, you've been talking about this for years and years. If you think that this is the original culminating like divide between your community and my community, between you and I, if that's what you think is a really important enough thing, right? You should. If you bring it up to me, I will apologize to you.
Guys,
wait. No, let me respond.
Go ahead.
It's not so much an important thing to me. It's more so a showing of pattern. That's why I brought it up, right? It's a showing of pattern that whenever I do something,
but you can't show a pattern without any evidence whatsoever. Especially when I'm saying like I would literally apologize to you if it's actually a thing that I did. Because right now it seems like you're placing a lot of blame on me for comments that you got on Reddit from God knows whoever the fuck. And let's be real, if there's one enemy of Reddit that is maybe sometimes a bigger enemy than you, but not often, but sometimes a bigger enemy than you, it's me. So I don't think people on Reddit like me. The only time they like me is when you went so far overboard with like Hasan is a fucking piece of shit that they were like, all right, maybe we're going a little too harsh on this guy. That is the last time that Reddit actually defended me, and probably the first time, and we'll never do it again.
Yeah. Listen,
I sent my bot. I sent my people, okay, to look for clips and stuff like that. Okay, once we go back to this later on, okay, whether they found or not, I guess they take the proper measure. Right now, when we have no evidence, we cannot make a call. I can't make one of these apologize or moderate in a nice way. We have nothing on hand. We have to want to change topic, otherwise we will not get anywhere.
Okay. No. It's good. It's good. I just want to make sure though that like, you know, people understand that I want Train to understand first and foremost that like this is not something that I believe. This is not something that I think I ever said about you. But this is something that truly, I guess it hurt your feelings. So I want to make sure that you understand that that is not my position at all. And
it's not that it hurt.
It's not that it hurt my feelings.
It's not that it hurt my feelings. It's just a showing of pattern. Like every single time I do something, the streamers they come together and they push for my cancellation. They push for Train is evil.
I don't know, dude. Come on, Train.
Come on. No, that's a come on back to you. That's a come on back to you.
No,
come on,
what do you mean come on back to me? Is this going to be like mostly because the way I see it? I'll be brutally honest. The way I see it is like I have actively tried to avoid conflict because I don't want to get I'll be honest. You have a sizable community. You've been a fucking big dog in the scene for a very long time. I've actively tried to avoid conflict with you because I don't want people to like constantly fucking come into my chat and like bring me into drama. Okay. I am not like, I know everybody loves saying like Hasan loves inserting himself in the drama or whatever, but usually until something is like newsworthy or something goes too far, I don't usually talk about shit. Okay. I don't care about it enough. This is the 20th anniversary of America's unjustifiable invasion of Iraq. That's what I was talking about all day for the most part. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm covering usually when I'm not doing like dumb reacts or whatever. So for me in particular, if you are saying like, oh, all these streamers are getting together, all these streamers are actually fucking yelling all these things about me, and you add me onto that without any sort of like serious evidence to back it up, then I'm only arguing against your own personal perspective and your own personal assessment of a situation that may or may not be real.
Okay, so you're gaslighting me now. That's what you're saying.
We had this conversation apparently on Twitter as well. It's not even you that I'm upset at. It's your core community that brigaded all the Gordon hate threads and now sit there with no fucking shame enjoying their time.
Yeah.
I hate motherfuckers like that. All of them should be ashamed. I said, listen, I at least admit you were first. Also, I've been a React Andy before it was the meta. And I said, why would my community of React enjoyers brigade others reacting, lol? And you said, don't play stupid. Leave that to the ASMR streamers. I said, you are wrong on this 100%. Ironic, that's what the hate thread said then too. And that's it. That's where like the conversation ended. But
I'm forcing to move on, guys. I swear, and we'll go back to this chat, guys, with actual proof of something. Okay. Listen. Other topic I saw the other day. See, this is what I mean by the subtweeting, which causes, I think, a lot of harm in both the communities. Okay, it's Hasan on Train undermining his Turkey earthquake fundraiser and calls him out for promoting crypto gambling. Why did this happen? Why did it start? And why did it start?
I think Hasan focused on a part of a clip that wasn't even my intention. And
wait, someone in your community found something.
Make it full time.
In my community,
yeah, it's quite easy. Just do a few squatties here and there.
In my community,
job, mate.
I mean, in your subreddit.
Yeah, instead you should take a book out of Greek's page here and just watch YouTube videos all day and go.
Hey,
I'm gonna take a piss while you guys review that. I can hear you guys. I have wireless headphones.
Wait, what the fuck? Literally me shitting on Greek, and then wait, what? They're saying this is shameless fuckingness. Is on caught in 4K on Scuff? Wait, they took.
Don't even watch that.
Okay, they took a meme. They took a meme of me like shitting on Greek as a joke, like literally me making a joke on the Scuff podcast. Took it seriously and thought that was hypocrisy. I don't even know if that's actually the case.
Listen, but whether just that or not, I think he probably.
I have so much fucking evidence as to why. Like I have been so consistently against fucking
at this point,
people losing their shit over reacting.
Well, I do agree, right? That until we find evidence of you doing shit,
yeah, but there's evidence to the contrary and no evidence on the other side. So at a certain point, we have to. There's an overwhelming amount of evidence from my end showing that I've like been an advocate for reacting to shit. Saying that all content is derivative. Like, why is this even a point of contention at this point? At a certain point, you got to be like, okay, you know what? Maybe I was wrong on this. That's all I'm expecting. That's all I want. That's how amends are made, right?
Yeah, for sure. Then let's not jump the gun and make sure we come back to this in like a couple minutes, right? That we have all the information that we need. Otherwise, we have to fix the problem and fix a new problem for no reason. Okay. I do agree that evidence to the contrary seems a little bit heavier, right? Unless we find something.
I disagree.
Well, I couldn't find anything. So I think you have a lot of points on a lot of topics, and Hasan has a lot of points on a lot of topics. I think
what are the points? What are the points that he brought up? He didn't what?
I said on other topics. I said on other topics.
It feels like. Listen, here's the issue. Okay. Sorry, I had to do a little juice up. It feels as if the goalpost keeps moving. On regards to how much control we have over our communities and what we preach and what we let them spew, right? At the end of the day, let's even go back to that tweet, right? Where I said, my issue isn't so much with you, it's with your community, right? When you let communities spew shit and you do nothing, in my opinion, that's a passive siding, right? It's a passive siding. You understand? And then you do it yourself and there's all support within that.
Wait, like, so you're mad? Wait, so now you're saying originally you said I was like championing and spearheading the cause of like you being a React Andy.
Yes, I'm still.
Now you're saying I wasn't defending you for when people were shitting on you for being a React Andy.
No. Combine the two together. I still stand by the original. I'm giving you another example to what you've shown. So since I cannot show the first one, although I do remember it very clearly.
Train, in 2019, I think I had a concurrent viewership of 35 viewers. I don't think you were talking about me. Let's be fucking real. I'm gonna be honest with you. I was barely fucking hitting.
It was during the times where you were picking up traction. It was during those times.
Ryan, I sent
and
my
you think I wasn't defending you
as
like a fucking 300 viewer Andy or something, max out at 300?
No.
The case?
It was while you were still larger. It was. Listen,
what year? What year are you talking about?
Brother, we have to dive into the years. It was the year that I was watching Gordon Ramsay.
We need to use actual facts in this.
It was the original. Brother, but listen, you're trying to debunk something by these specific facts that, in my opinion, are... Listen, it's the year I was watching Gordon...
But that's how this works.
It was the year I was watching Gordon Ramsay. It was the year that I was watching Gordon Ramsay and no one else was.
I can't address something that you claim I did if we don't look at the time frame and develop a better understanding of what happened in that moment. I'm trying to literally, right now, it feels like I'm just trying to defend myself against your own personal feelings in the matter, which is why I'm trying to be like, look, let's look.
I figured it out. Okay, I figured it out. Okay. I sent my best bots to find every piece of evidence. Okay. And the bot, even they admitted to me.
Wait, fuck. I'm missing. You're getting.
They admitted 100%. Okay. That unfortunately on this issue, there's no supporting evidence of Train's point and a little bit of supporting of Hasan's counterpoints. That he's a little bit, brother. Saying, yo, guys, I'm kind of a React Andy, it's not a big stance, okay?
Well, that's not what I showed. I showed you consistently a long, verifiable, documented history of being an advocate for abolishing IP, showing you consistently that I have abolished my own IP restrictions in my own community with the own content that I personally create, shown you that other people have criticized me for reacting to shit, showed you that I even got DMCA'd with a false DMCA claim for reacting to Gordon Ramsay, showed you a Twitter thread where I actually defended Trainwreck being the original Master Chef React Andy.
Years after. That was the year you guys began watching it. You understand?
So
okay.
I haven't switching you guys.
Let's agree to disagree and we can move on.
Wait, what? No,
you can't do that. You can't do that. I'm trying to.
Why can I not do that? So if I remember an account but there's no clip, it cannot be true. That's what you're saying.
Well, but
I'm saying it from his perspective, if he doesn't remember it that way, you can't show it to him. He can't take your points for granted and give you an apology.
And there's also evidence. There's also evidence to the contrary where I'm defending him. I feel like I'm losing my mind a little bit.
I'm losing my mind because logically speaking, there wouldn't be an outcry when you and Pokey began watching Master Chef. There wouldn't be an outcry compared to the year
I don't even know what you're talking about. The outcry that I got for watching MasterChef wasn't because of some perceived hypocrisy that you cooked up in your community. The outcry that I got was the same exact outcry.
There were streamers that commented on it as well. I
don't know who those streamers are, but if you could show them to me, I would love to also address that as well. But the only person that you have openly criticized was xQc calling you out for watching Gordon Ramsay or something, or MasterChef.
Well, I think
never myself at the time, possibly because I had never actually talked shit about that. Okay. And not only that, but also there's evidence of me reacting to TV shows all the way back in 2019 as well, for the record, if anyone cares about that.
Yeah. Okay. I think sometimes we get caught up. Okay. Based on if we think somebody's against us or not, then if they make a whatever comment, things might feel a certain way or another. That's just kind of how it is. Okay? I called out Train, calling out. I don't think I've ever called out anybody for anything. Okay, or not a lot. But it just feels like I bend with people. I'm a massive React Andy. I'll call people React Andies. Is that a problem? Not really. Okay. I think this point we have to move on. We will stay here stuck forever. Okay. Listen. The main point, one of the points
but I do want to make sure that we're making amends, right? I'm sorry for cutting you off. We're making amends, right? You said that. So one part of doing that is to be like
of a pattern of behavior, yes.
Okay. If we can't find evidence of that, okay, unfortunately, for the sake of this argument, I said unfortunately because it's for the sake of this argument and your perspective, we can't fulfill that, and we can't make anybody do anything.
Well, let's move on to the next. Yes.
Okay.
This conversation isn't preventing us from being friends or preventing us from putting away the past.
I personally don't care about it. I personally don't care about it, but only because I just it's been so consistent over the course of like many years at this point that like I just kind of avoid it. Like I don't really talk about it. I don't really like to think about it. And it is festered on Reddit. It's festered on Twitch, where like a lot of people do have this false notion, where I guess maybe some of them think that I'm like a hypocritical person for shitting on you for reacting while reacting myself, even though it very clearly is not real. So for me, I just want to make sure that you understand, like, I don't think I ever did that, but if I did, and you show that to me, I will absolutely apologize to you.
Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, I genuinely think that you guys will both go against your earlier point, okay, to make amends on something so simple in nature. Okay, I want to get to the bigger points that are more impactful. Okay, things that I think make a lot of damage in your communities and create a wedge. Genuinely, I do think that. Listen, I'm not gonna blame viewers. I think certain reactions, certain things that people do will create a wedge because the viewers are going to far that wedge and push it farther. That happens. It does 100%. Which brings me to the point where Train is talking to Will Neff about the Turkey charity, and then things slide completely out of control, and then Hasan and then calls out Train for crypto gambling. You want me to link to the thread or not? Because remember, this happened like this week.
He knows he knows what it is. I know what it is. Yes.
Okay, then how about Train? You walk me through your initial point. What did you say to Will, and what did you say?
So I went into the call initially to
if you can find a clip, that would be very helpful.
Reach out or
chatter.
To put out
that'd be very
branch,
helpful,
right? I was talking about how I love the podcast, among other things, right? And then the conversation came up. He brought that up as an example, and I clarified the example because at the end of the day, olive branch or not, I think there's an avenue regarding, the socialism in which, Hasan preaches but doesn't act with, right? There's that avenue where I don't think we'll ever come to terms with together, right? So that is the disconnect. I don't know if him and I will find that middle ground for, but that didn't come up because I went on there to talk about it. That just kind of came up passively. If you watch the clip, the entire clip, that was generally a positive call. Right, I think he kind of saw the clip and he picked those like 10 seconds out.
Train.
Unless Hasan doesn't feel that way.
Wait, there's a clip here from 4 years ago that a chatter found. Hold on, can I just listen to this? To be on his podcast, and then shits on me, or comes into. Oh, this is when I first got upset at you for shitting on me. As far as socialism being no, that's not that. I thought that was related to Reactgate shit.
Go ahead.
As far as like socialism being at odds with my mode of existence, that is another thing that I am very that is another thing that I've been very consistent on with respect to like having anti-capitalist values while simultaneously still being a fucking dumbass who likes commodities that are luxurious. That has been a consistent talking point for myself for a very long time. So I don't know why you think that ultimately conflicts. Socialism is not a poverty cult. Socialism or anti-capitalism or wanting to make things at least marginally better for working class Americans is not, no matter how much people say, oh, lol, Bernie Sanders has 3 houses fucking owned or whatever the fuck. That is not at odds with the way I live. This is a point of contention, though. I will agree. There's broad debate on the subject matter. There's many different kinds of ways of approaching it, but ultimately it's about the relationship to the means of production. That's it. That's all this is, and it's about giving workers more autonomy. It's not about doing charity. Okay, I've never said socialism is charity, even though I myself engage in charitable acts. I've been fairly consistent on that as well, with respect to just doing it regardless of whatever people say, even if they shit on me. I think xQc can advocate for that as well. I've literally had private conversations with them many years ago even about like, it's a good thing. People will shit on you regardless. You should still do it. But yeah, socialism is exclusively and almost entirely about the relations of the means of production and how society is developed around the current organization of the economy and how commodities are produced.
Okay, so you're saying that if there's a distinct point in what he sees socialism and the action you can do to further socialism, and okay, it makes sense. Do you agree with what he said? Did you know what he said?
No.
He says that socialism, right, is more the means of production and the worker stuff, and not the whole spread the wealth thing. And I think you say, oh, you should spread the wealth more type shit, right?
I would agree. So
yeah,
I would agree with
spreading the wealth is not socialism. If that was the case, then Jeff Bezos would be the #1 socialist. You know what I mean? He albeit a very minor part of his overall wealth, he gives back fucking hundreds of millions of dollars. That he would be literally a socialist if that was the case.
So I think the point is this, right? Preaching socialism without action is literally just capitalism. Do you understand? If you preach the idealistic way that society should operate, yet you don't implement any of those systems, right, within your own, let's say proportionally within your own community, to show that these systems can work. Just wait.
No. I love that. No, that's actually a great point. It's a great point, and it unfortunately fails to capture how inescapable capitalism is. Do I benefit from it? Absolutely. I'm a profoundly fortunate person, something that I regularly acknowledge and talk about all the time. I'm very privileged. I'm very fortunate. These are things that I do not hide. I'm wealthy. Another thing that I do not hide. I don't know why people always say that I hide it, but
do you understand that?
If cooperatives can work individually, and I can point to socialization working in other countries, for example, like in European social democracies like Norway, even in Canada, it works better than the United States, even though it has its flaws. So there are instances of like socialization, not socialism, working in other countries, and yet that has still not changed people's minds in the United States of America. So I don't know why you think that like something completely and entirely removed from socialism itself, which would be me, like, I guess, doing socialism in my own community. I don't know how you would do that, but I would love to hear your perspective. I don't know how that would genuinely change people's minds in that regard. But as far as like my own form of commodity production, I work with union labor in union shops in the United States of America, and it's domestically manufactured when I do merchandising. And I have some form of cooperative organization where the people that I work with, not my workers per se, but people that I work with, whether it be my producers or editors, have full autonomy over their times, full autonomy over how much they make, full autonomy over a percentage of the profits or even more. Not only that, but they also have editorial independence, like in the case of Ostenox, who can say what he wants, and I'm not going to, go after him unless he's making an erroneous mistake. So that's
which
it.
He has
that's my perspective, and I think I try to live by my values as best as possible, and I think I do a decent job, I think, at that.
That perspective is convenient, in my opinion. Like, it's a convenient perspective to have, right? Like, if I would accept that perspective.
Wait, why is it convenient?
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. So everything that you do would be completely fine, right? If you moved away from these extremisms, right? And you moved more so to the middle, and you're like, okay, listen, guys, I'm a capitalist, but I believe in socialist systems to be mixed in with the capitalistic systems to create a better society, right? To grab the good of both. You understand? But the problem is you're completely shitting on capitalism. You're completely eat the rich, anti-capitalist.
I'm losing you again. Everyone can hear you except for me. I'm sorry. Can you hold on? We're gonna have to do this again one more time. Let me turn off the camera and turn it on again. Oh, I can hear you again. Thank you. I have a Discord issue. Sorry. I really do want to hear what you have to say. Can you start from the top?
Yeah. Can I juice up real quick then? Since we had a little disconnect.
Wait, what?
Yeah. He's got to juice up. It takes a second. Okay. Yeah.
Wait, I want to.
I'll let him explain his own thing.
What?
But he's got to juice up. You never juice up? Let him juice up. Come on, what the fuck is this?
We disconnected. It's going to be a little juice up.
Yeah, by the way, this is internal service on page 3,
Fair.
by the way, about juicing up. Yeah, I'm not going to paraphrase what he said. I'm just going to go through it. Also, there's a bunch of actual interesting points that I have that I had made note of. So I didn't want this to get too sidetracked. I am taking notes, though, about things that I think you guys can make amends on.
Okay.
Like the earlier point, I think the first point, I think you owe him some sort of a comment, and on the second point, he owes you one. I think you guys are like 1-to-1 on the things that you guys should say to each other. But I mean, I'm trying to be. I'm just saying. I do.
I'm laughing at one of your chatters. I'm actually one guy in your chat. Hasan absolutely hates the fact that he can't peddle out cheap merch made in China for 4 cents because he built his brand around being the SJW guy. That is an incredibly cynical perspective, and I know that is only shared by people who literally cannot see that people sometimes actually do end up living their values. That says more about you, Aniram, than myself. I'm going to be honest with you. If you want to get lectured, I can do that for you right now. But that just only shows how cynical you are. It's no different than like Aiden Ross constantly being like, "Oh, everyone is in it for the money." It's like, yeah, bro, you are. Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
Sorry.
Anyway,
okay, but now I want to hear Trainwreck's perspective on the issue.
Trainwreck. Yeah. Well, I guess it would be Trainwreck's in that situation, or maybe Trainwreck's. Anyways.
Okay. Jesus. Go ahead. Say anything about socialism, capitalism, type shit.
Okay, so if you moved your like ideations or whatever the fuck you call it, more so to I'm a capitalist, but I believe in socialist values. I believe in socialist systems. I believe in more of a mix, right? If you pushed it more to the middle left, it would make sense to exactly what you do. It would make sense to your entire business model. But to sit there and
address why it's conflicting.
Well, I'm getting there. But to sit there, right, and to sell, right? Think about this, okay? Your entire business model, in my opinion, is that of a capitalist business model, right? You sell how the world should be, right? While justifying not implementing those very systems of how the world should be by saying you're just participating in society. That's fine. You can participate in society, but at the very least, in the position that you're in, making what you make, in my opinion, the words are not enough. You should be implementing these very systems within your own community to show that these systems work. Do you understand? On a proportional level, if you cannot implement the very systems you preach that should be implemented within America into your community of 30,000, then I would just say you're grandstanding and you're just selling an idea to make money yourself, right? Like
that's great.
To me,
that's a great point. That's a great point. You're absolutely correct on it if your understanding of what I advocate for was sound. And I think this is a normal misunderstanding, and a lot of people have this misunderstanding. I just gave you examples of a relation that I have where I am producing commodities with the help of others that are involved in the process. And I told you that I utilize, when I am actually producing commodities, utilize the same values that I uphold, okay? Whether it be unionized domestic employees that I am, whenever I'm working on merchandise, or whether it be having a cooperative podcast or having full autonomy and having everyone set their own wages with relation to how much profit or how little profit a certain venture makes. That is as close as you can get to like multiple different formations of trade unionism, an anarcho-syndicalist perspective, and also some level of socialism. So from that perspective, you are objectively incorrect. In most other circumstances, I have no control over it. There's nothing I can do. Like as far as
there is,
as far as like turning Amazon into a cooperative corporation, I can't do that. It is a massive, almost $1 trillion operation that I have no control over.
Okay, so what you're saying is that for you, the socialism aspects are only the means of production and the workers and the fact that the unionize or not. It's all about the workers. Okay, I have a question then. When you have a podcast, the Fear and Pod, how much are the guests and producers paid on that show?
1/3 of the entire revenue.
The guests are paid?
No, the guests are not paid. The guests can come on voluntarily, of course. If they would like to get paid, we would, of course, pay them if there was like a guest fee or anything. But we don't pay guests. We are not interested. We're not interested in having a guest on specifically to make money. I don't think that would be weird. I think
that makes sense.
Yeah, but yeah, March gets 1/3 of the entire revenue generated at the moment from the Fear End podcast operation, which you can go and subscribe to at patreon.com/fearend.
Listen, every system that you mentioned in which you apply your socialist values to, you are making money from these systems, and that's fine. That's okay. But the areas that I think should be more consistent in are the ones where you take a percentage of your wealth. Now, listen, this argument that your chat gives or you give or your loyalists give, So if you're a socialist, you have to be broke on the streets. That example in itself has to be the most delusional, extreme example. Why combat?
I don't know what you're talking about. Explain what you mean. I'm a little slow. I'm a dumb guy. I need you to break it down for me a little bit. I'm serious.
Okay.
What do you mean? I just gave you an example of where I do this, and I want you to explain what you mean.
What I mean is, do you not preach a society where healthcare is free, a society where education is not as backwards as it is in America today, right? These systems, in my opinion, you are in a position where if you truly believe that implementing these systems are a real thing, you are in a position to do something that matches what you say. Otherwise, you're just selling false hope in a business model fashion, which is capitalism, right? In a nutshell, to make the money. That's easy to do, but you are in a position to do more. Do you understand?
Do you want me to open up a hospital? Because I think you're.
It's not about opening up a hospital. It's not about.
What is it about? Give me specific examples of what I can do, so I can tell you if it's like feasible or not.
Okay, so for example, I know a lot of your vocal minority community argue that the mental health care program is a charity, right? But that program, the part of the charity that it is just the part. In America, if we were to implement that program, right, taxes would pay for the program. In this situation,
absolutely.
Real quick. In this situation, we don't have that luxury, right, of having a tax system to draw a lot of money from the people. So what's replacing it is the charity aspect. To confuse that the system itself is a charity it's not comparable to the excuse of not doing it. Are
you asking me to provide everyone in my community health care?
I'm asking you to follow through with what you say. So to create, the system, create education as well, right? You could create a system in which you put a percentage aside that you believe the rich should put aside in America, and you implement that on a small scale to show that, listen, guys, this works. If we can do it, so can America. If you can't even do it yourself and you give these excuses.
So you want me to set up like a 501c3 specifically to like pay the hospital bills of every single member in the community that pays?
No. It's about creating a system. You understand? Ignore the actual payment of. It's a system that reflects what you preach and delivers it to people who do not have the financial means to get what you believe they have a right to get. Do you understand? That's what it's about. That's what implementing, that's what the actions over the words means when you sit there and you preach what you preach on a daily basis and make millions from it, right? And that's okay to make millions from it. It's okay.
But Train.
But there needs to be an implementation of it.
You understand I'm not the government, right? Like
I just explained the proportional or the comparison between what would be right in this situation. You create a system, and through your own donation, you would be virtually the tax system that would pay for it in a governmental form, right?
Okay, like that's what you're describing. Where you're taking the long way to describe is literally, first of all, charity. For the record, insurance on the other hand,
the difference.
Or taxes on the other hand. Insurance or taxes, which are two different ways of funding. Some form of healthcare or a payment mechanism for healthcare. Revolves around people paying into a system and then getting it back in the form of, adequate healthcare, right? This is how it works. So you and I are in agreement, I think, as far as how the government should operate this, right? I think you believe in free healthcare, right? I think.
I do, yes.
Okay,
healthcare is, I believe healthcare is a right?
So,
I believe
absolutely.
Our education system is completely backwards. I believe we should be encouraging students to go to school. We should be encouraging students. I believe the new baseline should be college. This idea where we're pushing that college is unnecessary, you can't apply this or that, I think is ridiculous. But I do think it stems from our backwards financial education system.
So right? how can I do what you're describing without building a hospital or building a 501c3?
I just explained it. I just explained, right? For example, the program I have, right? It's easy to compare the two and say, oh, it's a charity. No. The charity part of it is replacing the tax system in which the government would pay for that system. Since we don't have that tax system, taking a percentage of what you make, like you preach should happen for the rich, right? And putting it into that system, right? So what you make, a percentage of what you make going into that system would be replicating what the government has for taxes, right? We'd be taking it out of our pockets monthly, right? For each respective community across Twitch, across YouTube, across Kick, across wherever.
Yeah, you're saying you want to start, if I'm not misunderstanding, you want to start like a healthcare structure for Twitch watchers that us Twitch streamers put together.
Yes.
Yes, us Twitch streamers, we put together a healthcare structure. Okay.
Is that socialism though? Is that
that's not? No, it's not. It's just,
okay.
but
So
it is. But it is nice. It's not socialism. That's not socialism.
The wealth.
But it is nice. It is nice. It's a good idea. It's a charity.
Distributing the wealth of the rich into systems that give healthcare to the poor is exactly the values of socialism, is it not?
Yes, you're right. But by your logic, then, charities would be considered socialism, but it's not.
No.
And also, if charities eradicated the existence of these problems, if charities eradicated the existence of these problems, then in the United States of America, it's one of the most charitable countries on the planet. We would literally not have a single person die because they can't get their diabetes medication, which is why you have to advocate for the government, as I do all the time, not only put pressure on congresspersons, but like literally directly talk to them from time to time as well, and utilize my community to go vote a certain way. I am technically trying to do that in a grander scale. It's unfortunately very difficult to accomplish.
So let me ask you this. If the socialist himself cannot find a way to distribute a percentage of his wealth, who do you expect to do it? The fucking capitalist sitting at the top? It needs to start somewhere.
No,
it needs to start somewhere, right?
No,
if we can't do it on this level, how are you expecting a country of 335 million to implement it on that scale? We need to find a way to proportionally scale it within our business models, whether it's the charity aspect, replacing or replicating the tax system. Do you understand? Like, the action needs
you do realize countries have socialized healthcare, right? Like the UK has the NHS system. So like literally just pointing to that should be able to have a wake up moment for the minds of millions of Americans. But it still hasn't worked. So technically what you're saying is well intentioned. And I love that you're saying this, but it demonstrably doesn't work. I point to actively working socialized healthcare structures on a daily basis, and yet I have not been able to, individually at least, move the needle on getting Americans to get on board with Medicare for all. Neither did Bernie Sanders, again, unfortunately.
Okay.
We'll agree to disagree on that. And next topic.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Wait, what? I don't know what the disagreement there is, though. I gave you an example of socialized healthcare working in a larger system, okay, and pointing to that, and yet that still doesn't get Americans on board in certain instances. But the reality is, even if all Americans were on board, okay, even if every single American, like the abortion ban, for example, were on board, 75% of Americans thought abortion should be protected, and yet the Supreme Court decided against it. Why? Because that's just how it is. When the rich and powerful get together and build billions of dollars worth of dark money funded super PACs and lobbying groups, they get their way regardless of what the Americans think or feel. And the same goes for healthcare as well, which is a multi-billion-dollar industry with a lot of people making money that you and I would look at it and go, holy shit, that is a lot more money than we make. That is the unfortunate reality here. That's what we're going up against. So pointing to an example of like a charity individually working within my community or within Twitch, okay, that's a very nice thing to do.
It's a system.
And we can talk more about it.
The charity part is disingenuous to be presented.
It's not disingenuous. There's nothing wrong with charity.
What he says though is that he says that inherently that's not the socialism that he's supposed to uphold, like you think he is. When he
so what socialism is so the socialism is
labor. His socialism that he pushes.
So the socialism that requires him to give no percentage of his money and only requires him to preach is the socialism he's for. You don't find that convenient?
Pay a decent amount of taxes in California, but that's not But I don't consider that to be social.
We legally
like
have
Keynesian
to.
economics that's wealth distribution, and I think that's adequate, and I think that's apt. I wish that billions of it wasn't used on fucking finding new and creative ways to like blow brown children in fucking school buses in Yemen, but unfortunately, that is what our American government has decided to spend it on. That is an unfortunate byproduct of living here. But even the meager amount of that goes back into funding the roads, funding the school system, I'm happy with and I'm comfortable with, and I talk about it during tax season all the fucking time. But if you think that like charity is socialism, then
I didn't say charity is socialism. I was referring to a system that we create as a streamer, and the charity aspect, right, which provides that system, would be the way we replicate the tax system, right? Within America, the government has a tax system which they would funnel their money into programs for the people who can't afford it. It would give people access to healthcare. It would cover certain educational costs to push education through. What I'm saying is we create a system, and since we do not have a tax system,
you just
we can
swapping
use
the word charity for system, by the way. Like that's what you're doing, which is fine. Again, I have no issues with charity. I'm showing you
the difference, right? It's about creating the system, right? And the charity would be the pool of money used to fund the system that gives healthcare to your community to show that it works. What you preach works. You can take from the rich and provide for the poor, provide for the people who don't have the financial
real charities at the
stability
top
or
of the hour,
security or the luxury.
Where there's a 3-minute ad
in
break
America, which is so.
And if you no longer want to see those ads, you can get gifted a sub.
Healthcare, right? To have basic educational costs covered. To push that, we need that kind of stuff, right? So I believe we need to act instead of just preach. Otherwise, where does it start? Where does the chain reaction start?
This is a misunderstanding. I think he kind of agrees with you, right? But at the same time, when you say to uphold socialism, in his view, he does, because socialism is the means of production and the workers and the labor, right? That is his socialism. So even though he agrees with you, he still doesn't agree with the fact that you think that this is socialism when he said what his socialism is. Right, so that's what this disconnect is. So I do agree that there's a double effect.
Because what he's talking about is just charity, which is great. I love that as a concept, and I'm on board with it. It's just not. It's demonstrably failed to improve. That doesn't stop me from giving money to charities. All right, obviously, that doesn't stop me from funding money or doing fundraising for charities and also directly donating. But if what he was talking about as far as charities actually solve the issues, listen, the United States of America would have no healthcare issues.
To help you understand this, okay, take a look at my mental health care program, okay? Because you keep saying charity, okay? So yes, the money goes into the charity to hold, right? What I'm referring to is the system that's created, right? The viewer can now, that does not have access to healthcare, can now have a way through me taking a percentage of my wealth and putting it as a funding source to free healthcare. Ignore the charity part of it. It's the system. This is what I mean by actions over words.
Yes, you're right. If everyone was paying into, but in the form of taxes, if everyone was paying into the government and the government was like, we're going to take some of this money and we're going to build hospitals, we're going to build rural hospitals, which is a major problem as well in America. And we're going to make sure that everyone can get healthcare for free when they go into a hospital. That would be socialized medicine. It would not be socialism. It would be a form of socialization.
So couldn't you implement what you preach into a system like that for your community to have access to things that they don't have access to because of their financial means, right? Because of their financial situations. That's what I'm asking. It's easy to preach,
I think that is doable, certainly. It's not impossible. The problem in that situation would be that it would require me dropping everything I normally do and basically learn an entirely new set of skills. It would not be a system. It would, again, just be a charity, that a 501c3 that I would have to set up. And I, unfortunately, am a dumbass who doesn't know anything about setting up a 501c3, which is why I usually, just like you did, work with other 501c3s that are pre-existing in this regard. But again, I have raised and also funded more than $500,000 last year, which is a marginal amount in comparison to how charitable you are. You're a very charitable person. And this year so far, almost like $2 million, if I'm not mistaken, to various different causes. I don't think that is socialism. I just want to make that clear. I don't think that that's socialism. I do it because I think it's the right thing to do. I'm a very fortunate person, and I think the capacity to be able to give back is a good thing. That's why I do it. But even by that metric of like, if you think that building these sorts of systems is socialism, then I guess I'm a relatively socialist person.
I think it's for each individual, right? It's a value within themselves, right? So if you're making X and X amount of dollars, I believe because of the fortunate situation both you and I are in, I do believe in higher taxes for us. I do believe in both of us taking a percentage of our wealth and putting it into systems, right? that can distribute it to people and give them the baseline, what I believe to be a right, which is healthcare, education systems that pay for their schooling based on, let's say, hardworking students or whatever the hell that is, GPA, whatever you want to measure that by, right? That's what I believe. So what I'm saying is, I do think, ignore the charity aspect. I'm referring to the systems. The charity is just a funding pool in this comparison, right? I believe we should not just talk it, we should act on it, right? So we should take a percentage of our wealth, whether it's 20%, 30%, 10%, whatever it may be, and put it towards systems that give what we believe to be a right to the people that don't have access to these things that I believe should be a right, right?
I think so the system you're describing is a 501c3 though, right? Like that's...
In this situation, the 501c3 would be provided, and all you would have to do, right? So let's hypothetically say for this mental health care program, right? Wouldn't you say, if you don't want to create that this is it's right there, right? It's a system you believe in for your community, right? So why would
Hassan doesn't agree with? I'm just
okay, go ahead.
Hasan doesn't. Even though he thinks these things are good and he wants to do those things, and sometimes he hasn't, or maybe he will in the future, he still doesn't view that as a fundamental socialism.
Wait, first of all, I do those things. Let's make it clear. I think I do a decent job at doing those things.
Yeah, but I still think he doesn't view that as the fundamentals of socialism, and that's not what he preaches.
Yes.
Therefore, he doesn't feel like you've gotten him on the dude, you haven't donated this much. Well. Hasan doesn't feel like you got him on not doing what he preaches, when this is not what he preaches in that regard to socialism. That's what he feels like.
So you're picking and choosing what aspects of socialism apply based on what you have to act on, what you don't. I'm confused.
I mean, ask Hasan.
So we're cherry picking what parts of socialism we want to preach, and those are dependent on which ones actually require you to distribute a percentage of your wealth into systems that distribute it to the people that are less for it seems like we're cherry picking what we have to act on and what we don't. It just seems very convenient to me.
I think that the fundamental disagreement here is that charitable donations is socialism, is like kind of your perspective here. I don't want to put words in your mouth. You can correct me, but that's all I've heard from you. As far as like, maybe you don't say charitable donations, you say systems, but that's kind of what you're talking about. And that is fundamentally not true, which is fine. It's still fine, though. You're right. I think it's a good thing to, again, uphold charity and try to do your very best to help others who are less fortunate. But if you're asking me as someone who like at least describes the concept of what socialism is, that is not true. What you're describing is just fundamentally just a 501c3.
I feel like there's a disconnect for you and probably with others as well in what I'm referring to, okay?
And
the only reason, okay, let's take my mental health care program as an example of this, since it's the only thing I can show you in this regard. That's on Twitch. That can help you understand this, okay? So ignore the charity aspect of what's going on there, okay? That's there. The reason I had to work with them is because obviously as a streamer, right, we don't pay some sort of streamer tax within Twitch where we can funnel that money and put it towards systems we believe in, right? So ignore the charity aspect. Instead, compare it in this system, right? When I say system, I'm referring to the system where I take a percentage of my wealth monthly, put it into, let's say, a pot, and from there, access is given to viewers in my community that do not have access to mental health care, right? That charity is only replicating what the U.S. government, it's proportionally replicating, right?
Yes,
what the U.S. government has for a tax system.
What you're describing, yes, exactly. The main difference is voluntary donations versus taxes, right? And you're right.
That's the only way that we, right, proportionally as streamers.
You have to understand you're describing a charity when you keep explaining it, though. Like that's
it's
the
a
charity that you work with, RAD, right? You work with RAD.
Yes.
Is a pre-established 501c3. It's a charity. So you are giving money to RAD, which is a wonderful thing. Okay, it's great.
It's a separate program, right?
Okay, it's a separate program. Sure.
It's a separate program within RAD. I'm using RAD to replicate what it would be in America using their tax systems to pay for mental health care. Do you understand?
You're not wrong. That is actually a very decent way. That is a very decent way to describe That is a very decent way to try to describe socialized healthcare and why it's ethical and why it's the right thing to do. I agree with you if that is what you're saying as far as like socialized healthcare. It's still not socialism. So if you're asking me what socialism is, or if it conflicts with my values that I haven't like set up a 501c3 personally,
it's not about setting up. It's about taking a percentage of your wealth, like you preach the rich should do, and doing it yourself and implementing it, right? So if you understand? So do you do that? Do you take a percentage, 10, 20, 30% of your wealth and put it towards systems that give free healthcare to the people? Or are you just relying on the tax systems of America as your distributive wealth process?
I definitely do donate a lot more than just what the taxes are. Absolutely. I do. I don't know what percentage of my overall wealth that is, but yes, I absolutely do. Regardless, though, I don't think that is socialism. I do it not because it's socialism. I don't do it because I want to make like...
I think you're misunderstanding my point, right?
Look, my point is this. Billionaires have something called the Billionaire's Pledge. I don't know if you've ever heard about this. It's actually a very interesting concept, okay?
Okay. Yeah.
So, like the Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, numerous other billionaires, some of the wealthiest people on the planet have joined what they call, I believe, the Giving Pledge, which is, it's a, hold on, I'm going to pull it up real quick so I don't give you any false information here.
Why don't we start the Millionaire's Pledge and we can play it on Twitch? And
yeah, no, hold on. Well, I'm going to talk about how fraudulent it is in a second.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. The Giving Pledge is a commitment to philanthropy. The Giving Pledge is a promise by the world's wealthiest individuals and families to dedicate the majority of their wealth to charitable causes. Now, the issue is that this is just simply a PR move for them. They do this because they set up their own charitable donations, their charitable contributions, and they put all of their stock options into that charity in an effort to avoid taxes, right? That is the main reason why they do this. That way they can look like they're giving back while, you know, buying from or buying whatever the fuck from they want from the pool of funds, utilizing it as a tax cut. It turns into a non-taxable entity, right? This is but even if this wasn't, even if this was like an earnest thing, an honest thing, it still would not make Bill Gates, for example, funds malaria research, who has funded vaccine research, as a matter of fact, as well.
Okay.
This would not make Bill Gates a socialist.
Okay, Hasan, I think I got you again. He feels like if you were to englobe what socialism as a whole, he wants you to emulate and enforce that version of socialism on a smaller scale in order to create and show that this is what you uphold, right? And instead of what he thinks, you're pushing more radicalized ideas when you're kind of like not doing that, you know, all the way out there. You're kind of just staying a little bit in the middle in terms of your actions. That's what he thinks. From my understanding, this is what Train thinks. Generally.
Yes, he has a different opinion on what praxis is. This is a term we use in leftist communities. And he thinks that this is what praxis is, like socialism in action. I fundamentally disagree. And yet I still actually do engage in the thing that he's talking about.
Me too. I just don't tell anybody about it because it's useless.
Yeah, exactly. And I didn't used to tell people about it either. But obviously a lot of people kept saying, much like Train, Hasan, you're fake. You don't practice what you preach. You don't give back to people, which is a false understanding of socialism in general. So I did start telling people about it. And now they say I do it for clout, which, of course, I always knew it was going to be a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario. So I just do whatever the fuck I think is the right thing to do, and I keep my fucking head down and do it.
Right. So
even in your chat, your entire chat is capping right now. Your entire chat. Like, there will never be charitability to anything, and I don't even expect it. Like, it's just...
No, this ain't kept to me because I said I do charitable stuff and whatever because in terms of education because I own my own shit, but I don't. Dude, it's freaking lame. Whether they think that I do or not, or they accept it and they validate the amounts or not, I think it's useless to talk about it. I just do it because it helps, and I'm sure down the line, somebody that was helped by one of these things when when they're balling out and they're millionaire, they will do the same thing, and there's no effect. I truly believe that giving back into systems like healthcare, like education, when somebody is a recipient of these things, when they ball out, there's a good chance they'll do the same because this resonates hard with them. It creates a domino effect, and the more people do, the more it resonates and the more it grows. That's just how it is. That's my perspective. That's my view on it. But I still don't think that's socialism though.
It's not. I don't think you're you would say you're a socialist, or you would be a socialist for doing that. I don't think Train is a socialist for doing the charitable donations, the RAD.
The system itself would be a socialist one. Do you understand? The system, the idea of it, not the actual donation.
Well, I also personally gave you an
system.
example. I gave you an example of like a commodity production or creating something new and different that in the form of like the podcast, it is a cooperative style governance, I guess.
Would you agree everything you've mentioned that you do that you believe is aligned with your ideas of socialism, you profit from? Don't you think that's
yes.
just a little distant?
Yes, no, that's literally okay. See, this is perfect. Thank you for saying this. This is literally the fundamental misunderstanding. Socialism is not about doing things because you're a nice guy. Socialism is just about who is producing the shit and how much more freedom they get.
There is a difference in profiting more from the preaching or the ideas of the socialism, right? It's not like you're making a business, right? And then you're giving
that is a business. What I described to you is a business. What I described to you is a cooperative formation of a corporation.
A percentage of everything that you do in the name of socialism should go towards systems?
Train, you're not understanding. Train, you're not understanding what I'm saying. Train,
okay, continue.
You literally, okay. There are many different ways of democratizing a workplace or democratizing an economic organization of society. One of those, okay, is a cooperative corporation, okay? That is precisely why my producer, who is producing the labor, who's creating part of the podcast, who sets up the Patreon and whatnot, and sets up the cameras, for example, that person is getting 1/3 of the overall revenue, okay? That is inherently a socialist formation. He also has autonomy. He also gets to say, I want to do it on this day. I want to do it on that day. Okay, I want to do the podcast on this day. These are things that we democratically decide. Now, this is a cooperative corporation. That is actually closer to like what is literally socialism, at least in a corporation, a socialist organization of the economy within the corporation, than anything else that you have described. That would be one form or one aspect of democratization of the workplace. Okay? That is actually what you want out of me. I'm already doing that. But if you're talking about like setting up a system or whatever you want to call it, charity.
How does that work with Twitch then? So you bring up the podcast. How does that work with Twitch, right? Let's say hypothetically you're making $6 to $10 million from an ad-heavy deal, right? Which if you show that deal, which you can't because you're binded by a contract.
Do you think I should pay my viewers for watching me?
Not Twitch? Pay your. I'm referring to you bring the podcast up as 1/3. Are you paying, right, a percentage or something proportional to the millions that you're making off Twitch, right? Is that something you're doing as a socialist, right? Does that carry over to your Twitch? So sure, I believe you for your podcast.
To who? To what?
To editors, to moderators.
Yes.
So you're paying moderators or a head of moderation?
No, not editors and not moderators. I do have a compensation mechanism for my moderators. Okay. It is not one that I often publicize, specifically because I don't want moderators to come on board exclusively because they want to, use this as a job opportunity. There is a compensation mechanism but I don't like talking about it specifically because, like I said, I want moderators to be a part of the community and not necessarily working and not necessarily doing it as labor, which is most of the reason why I try to, as best as I can, maintain all of the other avenues of moderation on my own, whether it be running ads, which, by the way, I should be running at least a middle of the hour ad break and things of that nature.
Wait, let's stop. Everyone, both of you are on your ad deals.
As far as hold on. As far as editors goes, yes, of course, I pay editors directly. I pay editors directly out of. Wait, I don't know what he's. I don't know why he's saying.
I was saying play your minute ad and I'll juice up.
No. Anyway. Listen. As far as payment structures goes for my editors, they are the ones who make their pay. In many instances, they're making more. They are the ones who I routinely have a conversation with. where they're the ones who dictate what their pay is. I'm routinely paying them even more than the value that they're actually generating for the videos that they're creating. And the only way I can subsidize that is because I'm making money off of Twitch. So in a way, yes, I am utilizing Twitch revenue to pay some of my editors.
But not your moderators, to the same percentage as, let's say, the podcast to your Twitch, right? So your main income channel is the biggest one, right? And that's the one that's exempt from the from the proportion.
Because not only that, but the reason why this works the way that it does is because there are certain aspects that I want to maintain as far as autonomy goes, as far as the freedom, as far as like no demands made of anybody, because no one is as big as a freak as myself who's gonna fucking sit there for 8 to 10 hours and watch shit. Okay, that is an unreasonable demand to make from people. I don't make that demand from my viewers, and that is precisely the reason why I want my viewers to be invested and interested in doing whatever the fuck they want to. The funny thing is, I know iTrain is so fucking horny bringing up the mods. Oh, it's probably okay.
Wait, why is it?
Okay. It seems like
so
this topic.
One thing that you need
why
to,
is it? Is it what I pay my mods? Is that why?
Well, I don't know, but one thing that you need to also understand is that, and this is a really good conversation, I brought up a cooperative ownership of the podcast specifically because it's one very unique formation of workplace democracy, because someone in that situation is generating value, right? Someone in that situation is generating value, they're working, they're laboring, right? And instead of a wage compensation in that structure, I'm giving them a percentage of revenue. Now, originally, when the podcast wasn't generating any revenue, I was just paying out of pocket to be like, listen, whatever you want, you know? Eventually, we will be able to generate revenue, which we are now. And at that point, you'll be able to get a third of that, right? There are certain aspects of it that I want to maintain and make sure that is as ethical as possible, right? In that structure. That is the reason why I brought up the third in the cooperative formation, a third of the revenue in the cooperative formation, is because that is only one element of a pay structure. There are many different ways of doing it, but the one fundamental thing that remains is worker autonomy and people that are generating value getting back what they make, getting back what they add. That is inherently a socialist way of working.
They're getting back what they add, and who determines what they get paid based on what they add?
Well, in that circumstance, there is no perfectly scientific way. I mean, we're getting into the labor theory of value, obviously, but in my opinion, there's no adequate way of making that assessment, which is why I oftentimes will leave it up to people that are making the demand itself while they're simultaneously generating revenue. Because there are a lot of situations where a venture that you get into is not actually making money, right? And I think people are still generating some sort of value even when they're not actually making money, because even when the business itself is not actually making money, because the business could potentially make money in the future. Okay? Do you understand? Which is why I think it's better off left up to the people that left up to the people that are working in that circumstance.
Yeah, I think the problem is that
by the way, I can't believe the level of interrogation that is happening with my own personal finances or the way I live my life is unimaginable. But the reason why I do it is because it is something that I'm very confident in. Okay, it is something that I'm very confident in the way that I live it. But it is a ridiculous ask. I want people to understand. Like, I don't have an issue talking about this shit, but it is fucking wild. Like, not a single streamer has ever been asked this level of fucking detail in any minor thing that they do. Not even motherfucking Trainwrecks, okay? And he gets shit on a lot.
Actually, I've revealed all that.
But it's really frustrating that, like, this is a fundamental thing I believe in and I advocate for and I practice what I fucking preach, and yet motherfuckers still always say that I am actually fake. Because people cannot comprehend that it could work that way.
It's not that you're fake. It's that there's there's certain areas that are hypocritical in nature, right? Like there are certain areas where you pick and choose when socialism applies and when capitalism is okay.
No,
yet you
it doesn't.
preach anti-capitalism in every direction.
Okay.
But you retained none of the things that I just told you, Train. Like I just spent the past hour where you peered into like literally the minutia of my operation, looking for like different places, different avenues to strike. I described all of it to you, and you won't give me the dignity. You won't even give me the dignity of like listening, hearing, and processing that information. That's kind of fucked up. It just seems like an ambush at this point.
No. I listened and I processed. And there was areas
The reason why you both question is because inherently you're a political streamer and you talk about aspects of socialism and then that's what you preach. It's like saying, yo, dude, why do people ask what stocks a stock streamer has on the stock market and not the Apex streamer? Well, because the guy who plays Apex never talks about stock. You talk a lot about like finance and the means of production and all the money as of course they're going to inquire about where your money is and what you're doing with it to better these systems that you're talking about. I think it's just
not necessarily true. No, the only reason why they do that is to literally look for hypocrisy baiting, and it doesn't even matter. No matter how genuine, no matter how consistent you are, it literally doesn't matter because ultimately, like in the beginning of this conversation, I had a conversation with Trainwreck about literally something that he believes I did, that I told him I didn't do, and he couldn't bring up any fucking counters to it. Like he couldn't bring up proof to it, and yet we still left it on a 50-50 split.
Well, for that, I remember
like that's crazy.
But the point of that was the pattern of behavior, right? And I have a lot of viewers messaging me; they remember exactly that, right? But to bring up a clip regarding passive shit talk or the letting of to kind of push the narratives, right? I can't provide you with a clip at this time. And even if I couldn't, I remember it happening. So that's why we moved on and we agreed to disagree.
What else do you guys not agree on?
That was just showing a pattern of behavior. But that's not enough for us to not come to a middle ground and say, fuck it. Like,
well, no, I think...
Let's get back to the Will Neff clip, right? So I think you're asking about the Will Neff clip, right? And we kind of went off.
What did you bring up about the charity for Turkey and how did it come about? Why did you say it? What
just watch the clip.
Okay, fair enough. Let's everybody. I'm going to link a clip in the current chat going on over here, and you're gonna click and you're gonna watch it on your own with your community, and then we'll discuss when Train picks up and not Hasan.
Okay.
And we'll start because it's his clip. I want to give him a chance to explain his own clip. Otherwise, we're gonna get lost.
Where is it? Hold on. You linked it in the
group chat.
Match a small percentage.
Okay, I gotta pee while this plays. Look at him undermining 50 grand. Like, I'm sorry, I don't have like $700 million from fucking.
If he's peeing, then I'm juicing up. If he's peeing, I'm juicing up.
Gambling sponsorships, like that's crazy. He just said a small percentage, like 50 grand from my pocket is like tiny. Like, listen, I don't really talk about this too frequently.
This clip is
goddamn, do motherfuckers always undermine that shit. They don't shut the fuck up about a $1,000 shirt for 700 years. But the moment that I fucking put 50 grand out of my own goddamn pocket and something I fucking believe in, that's a tiny percentage, dog. What the fuck?
Some shit like that.
If you can't shut the fuck up about the $1,000 Gucci shirt,
it was the same thing.
You should be 50 times more vocal about the 50 grand, right? Not once did I ever bring that up. Not once.
Well, I need his reaction too.
When you undermine that, when you make it seem like the infrastructure that we had to create on the back end to ensure that American and foreign fucking donators could very easily dump funds.
Match a small percentage of that yourself, but
look at him undermining 50 grand. Like, I'm sorry, I don't have like $700 million from fucking
where's the one that thing?
Crypto gambling sponsorships. Like, that's crazy. He just said a small percentage, like 50 grand from my pocket is like tiny. Like, listen, I don't really talk about this too frequently, but goddamn, do motherfuckers always undermine that shit. They don't shut the fuck up about a $1,000 shirt for 700 years. But the moment that I fucking put 50 grand out of my own goddamn pocket to something I fucking believe in, that's a tiny percentage, dog. What the fuck? If you can't shut the fuck up about the $1,000 Gucci shirt, you should be. Okay, I'm back. We played it again and again and again on my side, so it probably sucked for my viewers, but hey, it is what it is, okay? I had the fucking pee-pee real bad.
Okay, I'm gonna mute up, and I'm gonna play for them so they understand what the context is.
Wait, you waited this whole time? Why did you just fucking play it? Okay.
Pineapple under the sea, SpongeBob SquarePants. SpongeBob SquarePants. SpongeBob SquarePants.
Hey, give me a timestamp, please. I need a timestamp from this video. When is it? Sorry, when are you guys talking about this shit?
Are you? Oh, you're looking for the original video. Are you looking for the original video?
I have the video, yeah. I don't have it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the.
Oh no! You can't. Bro,
I don't have it. I don't know who Train's talking to right now.
I was talking to myself. Sorry, bro.
Yo, I don't have the link on Lord Left's VOD. You have to explain it. You have to give it to me. All I have is Hasan's initial reaction to it. Whatever. Because yeah.
Anyway, look.
This is important. This is one of the main topics we want to talk about, though.
Okay. All right. Let's do it. Let's address this as well.
Well, I think it is because
there's really nothing to address.
I don't know. I don't know if there's anything to address either, but whatever.
Yeah. There's really nothing to address because, listen.
Sure, move on then. I don't give a fuck.
Here's what there is to ask. So, like, I think you got a little angry at a certain clip instead of watching the entire thing, which maybe is understandable since you get a lot of heat in that department. But I think what's important to come on, bro. They're like, what are you?
He's not gonna moderate anyway. Just go on. Just
we take a 2.5 minute fucking break, and now he gets up.
Bro,
we all get back from our
what,
2.5 minute break, and he just gets up now.
He's having a toenail break. Just go on. It doesn't matter. He was not gonna moderate anyway.
You gotta see. You know how nasty that is, chewing on your toenails.
Yes,
you know how putrid that is.
I know. I do know. Yes. Okay. Go on. You were talking to Will. As far as I understand, you were talking to Will about I don't know what you were talking to Will about actually, but you were talking to Will about some shit, and you.
Yeah, I was going through
I think I don't know why you brought me up.
No, let's pull up the Will. Did he delete the VOD? Is it there?
I don't know. I'm sure that it's probably on YouTube though.
No, it's got to be there. Because believe me, the initial intention wasn't to get into. Oh, right here. I got it. Watch full video. Fantastic. You know, it's crazy. I thought the podcast with you two came after your podcast with H3.
No.
Yeah,
I originally had a podcast with him.
It's actually a really good podcast. That's why I joined initially.
I had a podcast with him, and then I had another podcast with H3 after, and we left our production company that was doing the podcast for us and built our own. And it was much better. You know, more autonomy for us and not another company taking a percentage off the tippy top. You know this, you do Kick. Kick is like closer, I guess, to socialism in some ways than, and it's not socialism still, of course, but it is technically closer to a better system than Twitch is because it gives more of a revenue that the users generate, that the streamers generate than Twitch does. It's about the distribution of value and the distribution of profit and how much of that can be given back to the people that are generating that value and that profit.
So there's the video. It starts at 58:36. I think it's important to watch the context of the entire thing because by no means was
we can't be watching a whole video. I will take your
It's like it's maximum like I don't even know like what would that be like 4 minutes? I'm just like the context. Bro, the context matters here. Like you took like 3 seconds of what I said that he asked me a question and I answered. You took that 3-second part and you flipped the fuck out.
Well, you're here. Just explain what you were doing, and I will 100% believe you. I don't even care.
I will. I'm gonna grab my juice.
Juice up again. He uses overtime lifeline juice up. I'll use mine. I'm gonna wash my hands. What the fuck is all this?
This is crazy. This is actually mad. Okay. All right.
Listen. I didn't have any juice left. Okay, I didn't have any juice left, so I had to order some juice.
I don't know what the fuck's happening.
I didn't have any juice left, so I had to order some juice. Do you understand? My juice ran out, so I had to order juice. You understand me? A delivery was made.
You know, I believe that buying designer clothes is socialism. Why? Because people that are rich are dumb as fuck and they should be scammed. And I partake in self-scamming and buying
I do agree that we are dumb as fuck.
It goes back into the economy.
I do agree that we're
into the economy.
I do agree that we're dumb as fuck, and I do agree that we make dumb purchases. I don't think that has anything to do with socialism one way or the other. But I like your meme about it. You're right. I don't know. I don't know what else to. I don't know what else to talk about here. I mean, so we got.
Okay.
We're
back.
All right.
Access.
Train, give me your assessment of what happened and just tell it to me. And I'll take your word at face value. We don't need to watch the whole thing.
Well, to be honest, in this situation, we just need to see. Bro, we should watch this context. It's so important. Hold on. Let me watch it at least.
You juice up for 2 minutes. We can watch when we're gonna.
Okay, watch it. Oh, bro, I gotta say this, Hasan. I gotta say this, bro. I told Will this on that same day, right? This is gonna sound wild to bring up now after all of our talks, but you and Will need to switch. Like you've already done it, but you and Will need to swap, right? Like Will needs to bring the long hair back, and you need to stay short hair, bro. Like
yeah, I agree. I do agree. I think Will looked a lot better with long hair, but he doesn't like it. He likes the short hair.
Really? Oh, damn! I wish I would have known that before I told him what I told him. Fuck, that's unfortunate.
I do think he looks real sexy. I mean, he still looks sexy in my opinion, but I think he looked even sexier with long hair.
Yeah, the long hair was like a beast look. You know, it was like Beauty and the Beast, which I guess Anyways, whatever. But yeah, I'm very One thing aside, I will say this, and you could find it in my streams. Even during the time where we have disconnect, hey, as soon as you got that haircut, you know what I'm saying?
What are you talking about? I'm watching the clip, yo.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, X will be the referee.
Okay. Let me further juice up here. I gotta close the blind so you don't see the reaction. Bro, I had to hit this crazy ass sports bet. This shit's wild. Oh my God.
Dead air? Yeah, I know. I'll use this as an opportunity to talk to you guys now that I'm muted. So for many of you who are wondering, banging your head against the wall saying, Hasan, why in the ever-loving sweet Jesus fuck are you doing this? The reason why I'm doing this is...
I watched the clip, guys. Yo, is he gone again?
He's gone, but what is it? Okay, describe to me what the clip is.
There's not much. Okay, there's nothing. There's not much to it. There's like nothing.
So I think the importance of you watching it was to show that, like, I think he took a small couple seconds of the clip and kind of got the wrong idea of the context. Like, by no means was like going in there to badmouth you. It was actually the opposite.
So it's Will never brought up the Turkey charity, and it's Train who was gonna make an argument about his initial point about how he wants Hasan to do the systems, but then since Will,
but like, why are you guys having a conversation about me in general? Like, I don't understand.
Yo, I give context to people. So the context is that So Will brought up the fact that Hasan raised money for charity for Turkey in the context of Train bring up socialism and how we can do things to further socialism in society. And then what happened then is that Train was going to say that the Turkey thing was crowdfunded, therefore cannot be kind of used as a guys, I'm partaking in these socialism systems, whatever.
And let me clarify on that, because this is an important clarification to be completely fair toward Hasan. The effect of what he did is the same as both possible intentions, right? So the effect is a net positive no matter how you look at it, right? So the effect of what you did is a net positive. Do you understand? I want to make that very clear. I think what's being argued is the way certain things that you do, the intention that's being described behind your actions, right? Like, that's what I'm referring to, right? I think a lot of times it's used as a, hey, look, I did this. What a great thing I did. I did this, this is an example of what I preach. This is this. People use this as examples of things you've done. But in reality, a crowd fund with a small percentage matched, especially we get into what you made during the entirety of those 5 streams, I think these are the more genuine ways to bring it up, right? But when it's used to show a intention, I think that's the wrong part in the category of what you're doing. But the net positive from the effect is the same. Therefore, that's why I don't think there's much to talk about here. Does that make any sense? It's the intention that's questionable. And the way it's used as like a credibility is very odd to me. That's the issue. That's why it was brought up.
Wait,
the intention of why you did that, right? A lot of people in your community and yourself use it as like I did this, I'm consistent with what I do, blah, 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 right? But I would argue based on, right, it being crowdfunded compared to the part of what you matched relative to what you make and relative to what you made during the streams of doing the charity, that's the part that's questionable. But the effect of the charity is a net positive no matter how you look at it.
Okay, let me just describe something real quick. So first and foremost, dude, for someone who says you hate Reddit, you sound a lot like Redditors, like especially when you're saying this.
I don't go on Reddit.
This is the most Reddit ass, like cynical ass fucking take I could have ever seen in my entire life.
It's not cynical when the intention is being misrepresented.
The intention of why I wanted to set up a charity, set up a fundraiser, a donation portal for the victims of the Turkey-Syria earthquake is because in 1999, when I was living in Istanbul, as a young boy, I survived a very devastating earthquake where 17,000 people died by the most conservative estimate. I know how fucking awful that shit is when a gigantic earthquake impacts a state that is underfunded. My state that I lived in for, the first 18 years of my life. And I also knew that you can't really trust the government in Turkey. Many of the Turkish people will tell you this. So there had to be a way to fund and to give money to specific non-governmental organizations.
I agree.
I knew what the non-governmental organizations were. I went in. I found exactly whichever ones were the best ones by talking to my friends and some knowledge I had over previous earthquakes and natural disasters. And one of the main issues there was that a lot of these organizations, like Ahbap, especially Ahbap, did not have a portal to allow ease of access. Like you couldn't just click on a link and do a drop down, put your fucking information in and just like send dollars to Ahbap directly. So that is why I wanted to set up a fundraiser. Because I knew that
we're not arguing the fundraiser.
So that's the main intention behind why I did what I did.
Yes,
and there wasn't any like secondary reason or anything else.
I'm so tired of this. And then we're going to the topic. It gets both become like around the pot. I'm gonna be the devil. I'm gonna fucking say it. Okay, Train meant, yo, bruh, 2 mil is dank. Nobody says 2 mil is not dank. 2 mil is dank. Thank you very much for Turkey. That's very sweet. It was absolutely colossal.
It's a net positive no matter what.
50K for somebody like you is a fucking joke. Hasan, it's a joke.
I don't think 50K? There's a disagreement there. I don't think it's a joke. I don't think it's a little amount of money.
Based on your ad incentive deal with Twitch, wouldn't you argue that the days you ran those ads on those days, along with what you made, don't they add? I mean, didn't you make
when I originally started my contract? I thought it was, but no, you're wrong. You're wrong. No, it's not.
Was it close to that amount?
Insane. No, not even remotely close.
Okay. At the end of the day, listen, I don't want to listen. What you did was phenomenal. The effect was phenomenal. Do you understand?
So, but hold on. This is very important to address.
Yes.
What you're doing right now is not genuine criticism. It's just pocket watching and also undermining something that I did that it wasn't even supposed to. No, hold on. No, that's bullshit. You're just pocket watching and then claiming that it's actually adequate to do so because you claim you're a socialist. No, I already described to you numerous fucking times what socialism is. Charity is not that. Pocket watching like a fucking blue-haired, non-binary Twitter user anarchist and being like, why don't you give all of your money and live in a fucking woodshed is not actually socialism. A lot of dumb motherfuckers on Twitter say that all the time to me, and I yell at them. Just because you're not...
Why is that example the comeback? Some extreme rebuttal of...
Because you sound like them, but you look like an ape, so no one thinks that you're like exactly behaving like them. But you are doing that, Train. You got to stop.
Brother, that blue hair. Okay, let's not go to insults.
But they do that. They do that too. They do that. They do that exact same shit that you're doing right now. They do it to Mr. Beast. They do it to me all the fucking time. They, I'm sure, would do it to you if they thought that you were like a person who would like listen and respond to them. You're doing the exact same shit. You are crying like a fucking SJW instead of
crying like an SJW.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. And that is one thing I will not fucking stand for.
No, listen. The effect of the charity is nice. Do you understand? It's a good thing. What you did was phenomenal to crowdfund that. But to push
it's such a disingenuous way to fucking like do an offhanded criticism. Everyone, even the juicers fucking recognize what you're doing right now. You're literally being like, you did a great job, but it was like a little bit. You know, you could have given a lot more money. And maybe you could have, and I'm sure you did. I gave you literally a link for a crypto donation. Yeah. You only gave 50,000. You have like fucking
150,000. Yes.
Okay, well, great. You have a lot more money than I do, so I'm glad that you did that. Even if you gave $10 fucking, I wouldn't care though ultimately because any dollar is good. Okay, any dollar in that circumstance is good.
You preach. Do you understand?
But the only reason why we have ever talked about the charity. The only reason why we ever talked about that is not to like weaponize it and be like, look how good of a guy I am. The only reason why we talked about it because motherfuckers. Listen, let me explain. Let me explain.
Does weaponize it? They do, and you allow them to. Okay.
Brother. The only reason why there was any discourse surrounding that was because a bunch of smarmy little fucking dipshits went in and literally went to Speed's chat and were like, it's a scam. It's a scam. The discourse revolving around it. And the reason why Will even brought it up to you was because people literally were saying it's a fucking scam. People were saying I'm pocketing the money.
Was wrong.
And the reason why Will brought that up is because of the unfair amount of criticism that I get that you should be able to as a person who gets a lot of unfair criticism by your...
You would only get criticism because there's inconsistencies in what you donate versus what you preach, right? If you were to show your dashboard for those 5 days you ran the charity, believe me, you yourself would understand those criticisms. Do you understand?
No, it wouldn't.
You don't think
you're
so?
wrong.
You don't think so?
Yes, okay. You're wrong. You're wrong. But not only are you wrong, you're also making a fucking assertion here and demanding certain things or even like implying certain things that would undermine... Not my the amount of money I fucking put into the charity in and of itself, but also like that wasn't even supposed to be. I wasn't intending on putting $50,000 in there. I was intending on making a portal specifically so that we could fucking making a portal specifically so that everyone else from the international community, as everyone fucking pitched in, put together more money than I ever could have, more money than even you could have. Maybe you could have put that much money. You have a lot of money, but. Ultimately, I created, in your words, a literal fucking system. There you go. So that should be charity and at work. That should be socialism at work. But it's still not enough because it's not enough for you. because it's not about me or what I do. It's about how you perceive me.
No, see, once again, this is just mental gymnastics, political bullshit. It's theatrical, completely theatrical.
Your only intention this time, I've been so charitable to you from the jump. The only reason why we've had this conversation is so that you can try and make me look bad over and over again. I've gone above and beyond trying to describe I've gone above and beyond because, like, ultimately, this is good content. I've gone above and beyond describing things to you.
There is no gotcha moments here. We're having a discussion for the things that we disagree on to try and come together. Whether we
come on, Train. I'm not a fucking idiot. Like I'm a dumb guy. I'm not a very smart guy. But
Brother,
I am not that fucking dumb.
Listen, I've responded to you. I've given you very calm statements. This isn't a got you. I'm not going in on you. I'm not talking to...
Bro, you haven't budged an inch, dog. I literally told you I would apologize to you if you could find a clip because I genuinely would be in the wrong. And you wouldn't give me that. But you have never...
Where do you want me to budge an inch?
Not a single fucking concession. Your understanding of socialism is incorrect. I tried to educate you on the matter. You didn't give a shit. I told you examples of
when socialism applies based on where you make the most money and where you don't.
No, but you're still doing it. Your literal example is you. xQc understands what I'm talking about. You have not been charitable at all.
Okay.
Well,
moderation is labor for your core moderator team. Do you understand?
Yes, it is to a certain degree. It is about what you put in. That is the entire point of socialism, if you want to consider that. But you're fucking bringing up moderators right now because you don't give a fuck about anything. You don't give a fuck about anything. You just care about trying to win a fucking argument, Train, and you're not going to win it.
I'm giving you my views, and you're giving me yours. Do you understand? Like, you're getting upset, but we're both just talking, trying to find a middle ground.
What if the problem?
No.
What if the problem
I've been so nice to you.
What if the problem is that you both don't have the same definition of what the fuck socialism is?
Well,
we have a dialogue again. When you do
Train, read. Okay, let's Google what socialism is. Let's do that.
Break it down multiple pieces. Okay, when you
let's do it.
Let's first finish this.
No. This is important. Let's Google it so it's not me saying it. So it's it's an objective third party definition. Let's do that.
Train says earlier.
No. I don't care what Train says. Just look up the definition of socialism real quick and let's read it and let's talk about whether or not it is actually what I'm talking about or whatever Train thinks it is. I can read it for you if you want, but you can also Google it on your own as well, right? You're looking at it right now on the Wikipedia page. Let's take a look.
My computer is like controlled by somebody else. I feel like somebody's on my computer.
Okay. Socialism is a political philosophy and movement encompassing a range of economic and social systems which are characterized by social ownership of the means of production as opposed to private ownerships. As a term, it describes the economic, political, and social theories and movements associated with the implementations of such systems. Social ownership could be public, it could be community ownership, it could be collective ownership, or it could be a cooperative or employee stock ownership. While no single definition encapsulates the many types of socialism, social ownership is the one common element and is considered left-wing. Is that good?
X?
Yeah, I get it.
Do you think that is closer? Do you think that is closer to what I have described through the many different, as I also mentioned, like the many different types of socialism and different types of socialization structures and how I have chosen to operate?
Yes. And do you understand that the anti-capitalism definitions within the theories of socialism, you preach, yet your entire business model is off of the capitalistic models, no? You decide, you cherry pick and choose which parts of socialism should apply based on your own
giving
models.
Giving the people the freedom to put as much in and also simultaneously take as much back.
They do.
Train, they do. That is entirely antithetical to how capitalist organizations work.
Right.
So when I say, hey,
of the moderators and your Twitch chat, your primary revenue source.
You've made merchandise, right? You've made merchandise.
I am not.
Train?
I don't preach what you preach.
Have
right?
you? Oh, so it's okay. So when you make merchandise made in fucking Bangladesh or whatever, and you take the tidy profit off the tippy top with like some exploited Indonesian child factory laborer that you're drop shipping onto your fucking audience, then that's acceptable because hey, you never said you were a socialist. How about let's talk about your ethics a little bit? Because considering from where I'm standing, I practice what I fucking preach. You are trying to poke holes in that. You think the moderator angle is an adequate one, so you're going to keep trying to fucking put that down. Go ahead. Tell us about how you make merch. Tell us about how much money you get paid from crypto gambling sponsorships. Tell us about the many people that have reached out to you saying, "Hey, Train, I have serious gambling issues. Could you please squeeze some money for me?" And then your reaction to that. Does that take a mental toll on you? We can have that conversation as well. Let's turn the crosshairs back to you. Let me behave like you do a little bit. And from where I'm standing, I think I have a reason to do this.
I'm not the one selling false hope while profiting off of that hope.
Yeah. You're not selling false hope? Yeah, because you said that gambling is bad? Whoa, book, gambling is bad. Meanwhile, you sit there and you generate hundreds almost of millions of dollars, maybe half of that now because Bitcoin
I get paid for exclusivity. I don't get paid off of others
totally,
losing.
Dude. Totally. Exactly. Also, on top of that, I do wish you well on Kick. I really do, because I want a competitor. I want a competitor to Twitch because I think that would make the platforms overall better. But make no mistake, ironically, you started off talking about how you hated how much titty streamers or fucking hot tub streamers and the meta was awful. And now you got porn on your platform. Now you got one of your main poster boys at Kick showing porn to minors. So maybe you now recognize the importance of moderation, especially as it pertains to an overall platform.
Wait. Let me respond to that. First of all, me going on rants about titty streamers 4 years ago or however long ago that was.
Oh, your positions have changed?
Oh, so have H3's positions changed?
Oh, no, I love that. I love that.
Can you change?
Yeah, of course. If your positions on titty streamers have changed, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. I'm glad.
Okay.
But I don't think your positions have changed so much that you think it's okay to show minors porn, right? I don't think that's the case, right?
Of course not.
That's
definitely weird as hell for him to do that. But to bring it from the
how many days did he get banned for that? Off of Kick. How many days did Aiden Ross get banned off Kick for that?
That's not in my power, but I push for it all the time for these things to be bannable.
Okay. No, it's good. I just wanted to know. So you didn't ban him.
Listen,
did he
if
get
you're
banned?
so innocent in the areas you're innocent,
did he get banned? Did he get banned off of Kick?
He did not.
He didn't even get banned for showing minors porn on Kick. That's crazy. You're one of the co-owners, aren't you? You're like one of the main people that speaks on this.
I'm an advisor. Yeah, I'm pushing for.
So you didn't advise them to fucking possibly ban the guy for showing porn to minors for a little bit?
I advised him to give a 24-hour, and I chewed him out when I called him, and he can confirm this.
Okay. Well, it's great. 24 hours? You think you should get banned only for 24 hours for showing minors porn? If you think do you think Twitch would? How would you react if Twitch literally fucking banned someone for 24 hours only? There have been instances. There have been instances where it's 72 hours, and even that's longer. And I'm sure you've advocated against that too. Why is there such a gigantic double standard here?
There isn't a gigantic double standard. Kick has been out for 4 months and is still in beta.
You as an advisor and as like a co-owner of a platform can't control Aiden, but you want me to fucking tell my editor what he can and can't say. That's an entirely different point of the conversation.
You want me to govern someone that is outside of my purview regarding my brand and as an advisor to Kick. I don't have that sort of power on Kick. Do you understand?
Okay.
You're filling that.
I don't have that kind of I don't have that kind of advisor power on Austinox. I don't think that is adequate to do either.
That is
no, I don't. No, I don't.
Really, you don't.
He's a whole ass adult. He's a grown ass adult. He works with other people too when he wants to. I don't have that. I don't expect to have that.
Between you and Austinox, your number one editor and your number one man, is the comparison to streamers that stream on Kick, and compared to me as being an advisory role for Kick.
I think the advice you should have given was maybe a little bit harder than 24 hours. Maybe you should have railed a little bit harder on Kick. In the way that you expect us to rail on fucking Twitch
and maybe
to ban gambling.
And
you have a little bit more control over Kick than we do over Twitch, don't you?
And maybe you should have put a little bit more effort or the same effort you did for the gambling bans that you do for the small to mid-sized creators on the platform while you sit there having a $10 million+ contract. Why don't you put that on hold and push for the small to mid-sized?
I really love that you think I have a $10 million+ contract. That'd be fucking awesome. Thank you.
I'm talking about ad incentive deals.
Amazon does not put out flat contracts for
We're not talking about lump sums.
anymore.
I'm talking about the ad incentive heavy deals. If he runs the ads
even then,
top of the hour like he does, you'll push easily 6 figures plus up to 10 million easily. If you do
I
ads.
hope, I wish. I mean, that's some wishful thinking. But you know what that reminds me of? At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, you can subscribe. You can use one other thing that I can't tell you what it is, but you know what it is. Winky face. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Interesting. Yeah.
Hey, listen, you guys, you guys are both wrong and right, and you're already in bad faith.
What am I wrong on? Come on, Felix, get out of here.
I mean, okay, you are wrong because you're.
Tell me what I'm wrong.
He's also wrong.
So wrong.
You're also wrong.
Tell me what. I will address it.
One. Your misunderstanding and purposeful misconstruing of how TOS works and how it is enforced. Somebody has with a track record of how many years of streaming and how many infractions that they've had, right? And what is the nature of the infractions and the extent, and on top of that, what was
I think the nature of the infraction was pretty aggressive in regards to Aiden.
A significant amount of stuff. Okay, that goes.
Do you think deliberately showing porn to minors, even if it's your first infraction on the platform, deserves longer than 24 hours?
I think the argument that doing anything is for minors is in bad faith. I think.
Do you think deliberately showing? Do you think deliberate? Sure, fine. Okay, you think that's bad faith? I don't think that's bad faith. They openly stated that they were minors after. But okay, deliberately showing pornographic material to your audience that you know may have actual minors involved in it. Do you think that is worthy, even if it's plus 18? Do you think that's worthy of simply 24 hours?
Well, I think it can be to a certain extent almost illegal. I'm not sure it's illegal to do that. Okay, so then.
So you think it is worthy of longer than 24 hours? Because Train said he advised, which he has a lot more power over Kick, I think, than we do over Twitch. He advised for a 24-hour ban.
Yeah. I would assume that over there, not a lot of infractions have taken place yet, right? I'm playing devil's advocate, right? I don't know how they enforce the TOS. I know what even is the TOS. Yes, there should be a punishment for that, and it's trash. Okay. Are we going to duplicate their TOS, how it works over here, how it works over there? I think we're operating in overall bad faith because of the simple thought that you try to call them out for hypocrisy over the TOS, right? When in fact, the discussion over TOS was how it was enforced on a non-consistent manner back in the days when it came down to certain people doing certain things, not getting banned, and overall, right? And it just didn't make sense, right? That was the real problem, is that they said, don't do this, and here's all the limitations, and it would get broken all the time, and it would get away with it because of multiple factors. I'm not going to state because I'm going to get banned. If I speak, I'm banned. Okay?
If I had the power to ban, believe me, a lot of creators on that site would be banned right now.
Like the other guy who copped Dome on fucking camera, that was crazy too. I mean, I think he got banned for what, 24 hours? I think
that was bad.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm just saying that, like, things, you know, I
believe me. Listen, what you think moderation should be on Kick, I'm pushing for and advising for. They believe a free platform.
I hope it works, and I hope the clip system works as well. I am excited to see what happens with Kick.
Yeah.
Okay, last thing. I'll play devil's advocate and say.
Or platforming Nazis. I think that's pretty bad too, honestly.
Guys,
but that's
agreed.
just me.
I completely agree.
I will go ahead, okay, and play devil's advocate and say that I think Kick. People had the wrong idea of what the terms of this were because
they did, and I've talked about this many times.
To a colossal way, almost like 99% of people thought, "Oh, this is what Kick is."
People need to understand there is a difference between freedom of speech and hate speech. Do you understand? There is a major difference there. Hate speech is not allowed. I'm pushing for us to get a moderation team in place to get this removed across the site. Do you understand? This is the issue. A lot of people have come over thinking free speech means hate speech. That is not the case. Do you understand?
Well, that's usually why they do that. It's like a disingenuous way of framing it. Every platform has, even 4chan has like some speech restrictions on even poll. It's a normal part of the process of like regulating any sort of forum or any sort of place where people congregate. But a lot of Nazis will often utilize that as a reason. But I agree, and I think I'm happy that you are against it. I mean, maybe you'll have advice on how many days they should be banned, but that does seem like a good idea.
I agree with you. And yeah,
I think hate speech should never be allowed. But sometimes I feel like sometimes people are personally misconstruing what is a freedom of speech to try to extend it to whether it's, oh guys, that's hate speech, ban it.
They pervert freedom of speech to justify their hate. It's disgusting. It's completely disgusting to pervert the boundaries of freedom of speech and to try and justify the use of hate speech. It's completely disgusting, and I see it happen all the time.
Technically, hate speech is protected under free speech, just for the record. In the United States of America, at least, it's just that private platforms oftentimes have a different level of restrictions, which is understandable. Like I said,
yeah, by hate speech, I'm referring to the speech that brings like harm to others.
Violence,
hate speech is part of that.
Call to actions or the pseudo call to actions are really, 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 really bad. I think we can agree on that. That's just fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I don't know if we're gonna actually make any amends here, but one last thing, I briefly alluded to this, was the one condition that I told Felix, and I said this publicly, so maybe you heard about it as well, was whether or not you would apologize for your reaction to my reaction originally to your otherwise relatively vague post about Misgif, I thought that in and of itself was a big messed up thing to do. I had this conversation with xQc as well. The reality of the situation is that, like, part of the reason why I at least even began to forgive xQc was because he apologized for it, and he thought that it was, he said in that process some things that he didn't even personally believe in, specifically for trolling or whatnot. But I did think. Are you there?
Are you leaving?
So yeah, that's what I was wondering if that is.
I was juicing up while sitting here.
The wrong order, you dipshit fuck.
Let me guess. I forgot your sauce. Oh, he doesn't have headphones on. Anyways, so correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, this is what I recall from that situation. I was upset that you and Pokey dismissed it without having the facts, and I believe you should have not spoken on it at all until you had further facts. At the very least, remain neutral, say nothing until you gather the facts. But instead, in front of like 60 to 80,000 combined viewers, it was dismissed in that moment, which, in my opinion, creates that kind of biased lens of how people see, her account, right? To me, that was dangerous. So that's why I did what I did. It was more so your initial reaction, which I think I'd assume you would agree. You probably should have said nothing until you gathered more details and facts surrounding the situation. Whereas you kind of just,
If you look at the original video, which I don't want to even rerun this part of the saga again. Yeah. You will notice that both Pokey and I were otherwise confused. There was a lot of vague sentiments expressed in that tweet in and of itself, which I think even Destiny said that you were, in his words, a dumb fuck for posting like that, because the tweet in and of itself even basically opens you up for slander, considering that you had stated that there was multiple sexual assaults that possibly Misgif himself engaged in. Like it lent itself to so much. It lent itself to so much confusion in that situation that it was, I think, reasonable for someone like myself to read that, given the context, given how, at the time people were railing against gambling, Misgif included, that it seemed like you were retaliating with vague accusations that were criminal. And you said blackmail was involved as well. I don't know if there was any proof ever shown of that as well. Not making any assertions on that beyond this, but I think that I'm not even excusing Misgif or any way. We've talked about it endlessly, but at least I think my interpretation on that was relatively charitable. However, your privately recorded phone conversations and your elation at the fact that a sexual assault victim bringing my name up in that confusion, that stuck with me.
Did your name
over the course of many years, you've said, I was, leading the charge against you and shitting on you about React videos and whatnot. All of that stuff, I just kind of cast aside. I said, fuck it, whatever. He's just trained being a big old goof. It's whatever. Ultimately, it'll be fine. But what I cannot forget is how excited you were, particularly when a sexual assault victim brought up my name and how I had originally reacted to her twit longer, which I now know was written differently. That is very hurtful. I know that a lot of people watch us and think we're fucking characters, playing a reality TV show. But that was genuinely a fucked up thing that I think you did, which was my first and primary thing that I wanted to talk to you about.
So what you're referring to is what I brought up originally. If I recall, I said that I had an issue with the way you initially reacted to it, and you should have said nothing until you gathered more details and facts. That's what I recall saying about you, right?
There's a bit more than that, I believe. You heavily implied that I was orchestrating a cover-up of you being the champion of, women's rights and advocating for someone who was victimized in this circumstance, even though my reaction literally was nothing. It was confusion, which was the reaction I think shared universally almost. So much so that, like I said, people who are ostensibly on your side have criticized you for the way you delivered this otherwise incredibly sensitive information. And not only that, but also, it was very vague. It was so vague that it could even, put you up for possible slander.
Right.
And then you also reacted in the private phone call with elation as well. I personally, in that moment, said, I don't want to say anything on this before I get more additional information. There's more. Oh, fuck. I can't believe I forgot this, too. You kept alluding to me and Pokimane and how you had nukes. I don't think this is something that a person who is a particularly kind individual, a welcoming individual, someone who, believes in, fostering a community would do. I don't think that nukes, from what I understand, even, again, someone who doesn't even like me all that much, Destiny, brought to you and said, do not fucking use this because it is literally slanderous and completely false. There's no evidence of it. And when more evidence was presented, it was openly described as false.
I agreed with Destiny.
I want to know. Yeah,
I agree with on.
Yeah.
On
why did you bring up the potential of nukes in this circumstance?
I wasn't referring
against both
to
me and Pokimane as well.
I wasn't referring to that thing that you're talking about. Believe me, I was on the same page with Destiny. Do you understand? Listen, if I believed in that would have came up. It didn't for a reason. You understand? I don't let Destiny advise what I say and what I don't say, right? I would have said it if I believed in it. I didn't say it because I didn't think there was merit to it, or at the very least, there wasn't enough information to corroborate it. Therefore, it'd be disingenuous to go off on that, right? And that's why I did not.
Do you think any of these things, whether it's possibly implementing me in the cover-up of a sexual assault, or looking for nukes in this particular matter, warrants an apology?
Yes, I don't believe you tried covering up a sexual assault. If anything I said implied that, then yes, I apologize. What I do stand by, though, is when I said I believe your initial reaction should have been to say nothing. If you were confused, you should have said nothing until you gathered the correct information. That, I think, is a reasonable take. But yes, my behavior in the call, when it became about me and you personally, that was inappropriate on my end, and I do apologize for that. That was very irrational of me. I made it about me and you. That part, I apologize about. That was inappropriate.
Thank you, Trainer. I appreciate that. Do you appreciate that, Hasan?
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
So that part I can see eye to eye with you on my behavior in the call, and I was like, for you, right? That's inappropriate. It has nothing to do with you or me, right? That was insensitive and inappropriate. So that
also on top of that, my original reaction was that this is sensitive matters. I have a policy usually to never cover sensitive matters immediately as soon as it happens. This happens all the time. I cover the news pretty much 24/7. And for that reason, we even will often block certain terms because people keep bringing it up, whether it be a mass shooting or whether it be something as serious as a sexual assault accusation within the community. This is precisely why I reacted the way I did. Not sure what your expectation of me was in my original reaction, just to go,
I
wow.
think it was the reaction with Pokey, right? It was just that initial reaction of kind of dismissing. That was what I was referring to. But when you later went and said what you just said, that is more appropriate, right?
Okay. What I'm trying to say is that the initial reaction wasn't either neutral or understanding. It's more towards the other side. And he says that sometimes when a big platform happens is that things snowball and will kind of like, even if it's a small word or a small gesture, it takes like a second, it can have repercussions that are of size. I think that's what he means by that, right? Right?
Oh, you're talking to me? Yes.
Oh.
For the initial reaction, your second, right? The second thing you said about how you want to get all the information, you don't want to go over the sensitive topic and give the wrong ideas. That is the appropriate way to go about it. So
that is what I did.
The second attempt was very good. Yes,
it's not a second attempt. It was like literally what you talk about, how things are clipped out of context so regularly, and I'm sure things get clipped out of context for you all the time. We spent a long time talking about how you got clipped out of context when you were having a conversation with Will. You understand that the longer context of that, which was a little bit over, I guess, 20 seconds, would have shown you immediately that was my original reaction in that day. That was my original reaction in general. Which is
but what I was referring to is
that your vague post was confusing to me, as it was almost universally to others, and that
yeah, but if I recall,
I said I need more information before I can make an assessment. Not that it matters. You're saying you're not apologizing for that. You're saying you're apologizing for laughing about it or getting excited about it.
Yeah, in the Discord call where I made it about you and me, that was highly inappropriate and that was wrong of me, and I apologize for that. Yes.
Listen.
What the fuck is this? Chew your food. Chew your food.
Listen. Something important, come. Okay, fair enough. Motherfucker, fuck you, man. Yeah. Sometimes, are you familiar with cognitive dissonance? Right? Well, initial reactions are important because. Yeah. Hold up, sorry about that. Initial reactions are important because if you say something in your initial stance that is one thing, right? Then it's very, very difficult to tackle this idea away from people that are watching to make a new one, right? That's just how how everything is, right? It's why, like, debunking and defending is much harder because once you've said something or reacted a certain way, right? You've planted an idea in everybody's head, and now working against that to toss that away and make a new one is much harder than it was to plant the initial idea itself initially. That's just how it works. It's like basic psychology. Literally. Do you understand how that works or not?
Yes.
You get that?
Yeah. So I was juicing up so I could stay here.
Debunking, removing, disproving an idea is much harder than to intake an idea from the get-go. It's just how it is. It's why what? Okay. Now we can move on from that. I think you apologize for that. That was fine because you made more about you guys than the topic at hand. I had to apologize for that initially a while back. I think the whole site was fucking absolutely shit, dumbhead. I think I'm not gonna blame the people, but I think things escalated and make things that since they're live made things like completely just getting things crazy. Yeah. People say says you. I mean, I tried to pull out, and people saying, "Oh, so silent now." So I think it was so cooked up. Okay, who am I talking to? I don't know. I think these are watching comments on Reddit. I don't know what you guys are doing. You guys are reading the Bible.
Bro, X. I am. It's inappropriate right now. I'll tell you.
Oh, I'll type it. Yeah. Some girl on Twitter has popped up. She's got massive titties, and you're breaking the fuck up.
No, bro. Listen. No. It's really not. Here, I'll type it in this group DM.
I mean, if you're gonna type it, just at least send the fucking pictures.
You want to send the picture?
Yeah.
Okay, look, just look. Okay.
Come on.
God. Bro, you're gonna
send it. Just send it.
I'm sending it to you right now, bro. You're gonna go nuts.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
No. You're gonna go nuts, bro.
What, this?
No, not that.
No. Just
no.
wait.
That's you looking like a hypocrite. Because
No. Go ahead. No, it's not hypocritical at all. Imagine if your
Oh.
friend who made $75,000 last year gave $33 to a coronavirus charity and then wouldn't shut the fuck up about it. The PR push behind this is the billionaire version. Also, the proportions are the same. No, that's precisely what it is. You think that for my overall generation of revenue, the amount of fucking charitable contributions I do is akin to giving $33 to a charity when I make 75 grand a year? You're in the middle of a conversation and you're still looking for gotchas. Like, that is so fucking wild. Anyway, I gotta go.
That was, bro.
Yeah, I mean, you're demonstrating that you don't give a shit. Like, I know you didn't want to pull it up right now.
That was an hour ago.
I know, but it's an hour ago and he's still looking for fucking gotchas in here, which this isn't even a fucking gotcha. I already described that.
Wait.
Mark Zuckerberg and Priscilla Chan.
You're saying he's as if it's me. Why are you saying he's looking for as if it's me? I didn't send that. The fuck are you talking about? I didn't send that. I'm not looking.
Oh shit, that was xQc.
I'm not looking for gotchas.
I thought that's what you were posting.
My sports bet. I'm literally about to
I thought that's what you were posting.
Oh my God.
Look what I posted.
It's my bad. No, I saw what you posted. I saw what you posted. My bad. I thought that's what you were posting.
Bro, listen, if the
it was xQc. It was xQc that sent this. Mr. Moderator sent this.
Bro, if the Dodgers come back, X, I swear to God, bro, I'll juice you up so fat, bro.
Bro, what the fuck? Wait, hold up. Can they even come back though?
I mean, it's the bottom of the top of the 8th, bottom of the 7th, right? Realistically, Dodgers just need if Dodgers come back, it's over. It's over. Dodgers just have to come back.
Yeah, but then the Kings have to win over the fucking Flames.
All right, listen, guys. This has been a wonderful conversation. I feel like it's going in different directions.
Yeah,
let's get back to where we got. So the Discord stuff I conceded to you, right? I told you, listen, that was inappropriate of me, and I apologize for that. So let's go off of that, right? So let's go off of that. X.
Yeah, but I just think listen. I let you guys get away with it initially. Okay, since you apologize for that, and you guys are making amends, I think overall during the discussion, nobody want to actually take a step back. I do believe that our first discussion, the first topic of the day, right? I believe as I wish Hasan kind of took a step down, and on discussion number 2, I was trying to take a step down. I think that would be fair enough. I mean, if you guys want to do it, it's fair enough. I don't give a fuck. I think the first initial topic, what was it about? Do you guys remember or not? Or
Gambling, Gordon Ramsay, just me being come at by a certain group on Twitch.
That's number 2. What's number 1?
That's number 2? I think it was number 1.
No.
Yeah, because socialism was number 2.
That's 3. Ostenox.
Got 3.
The Ostenox stuff.
Oh, Ostenox is number 1.
I wish.
Well, to be fair,
Hasan,
yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I wish that since he does preach about accountability and moderation and whatnot, I do believe if Hasan saw something that Ostenox went against his beliefs, he would probably find a way to correct it and talk to him.
Yeah.
If it was
no,
bad.
for sure.
But since he sort of agreed with Hasan, he went along with it, which I think Hasan could recognize. And on top of that,
I don't think anything he said was false. That's literally what it is. Like his assertion that it was like done specifically for whitewashing the maybe the bad feelings that he has about gambling. That might have been incorrect if you have proof that the charity operation started in 2016, which is like if you're saying that you started the charity in 2016 before you ever did the gambling stuff.
No. Listen, I didn't start this charity in 2016. I paid for my core community's mental health care out of my pocket since 2016. Then when I got into a position where I had enough money,
from gambling sponsorships,
I took it. Listen, before gambling, I distributed $3.5 million of my wealth before I took a gambling sponsorship. The gambling I didn't take for the bag. I took because I was gambling. It's an exclusivity contract. This idea that I created a mental health care program and that was perpetuated out of guilt is literal disinformation. It's disinformation being pumped to push a narrative. That was my issue with it. Do you understand? because I've made it clear in the program itself, in that TwitLonger, it says I've been running since 2016.
So you started
this exact ideal.
So you started the organization after, like, when you had the financial security to be able to do so with the Gamba, is what you're saying?
No, I had the financial capabilities to do so when I blew up as a streamer. In 2016, I was like a 300 to 500 viewer Andy, still doing it out of my pocket.
What year would you say you like started the organization then?
I didn't start the organization. That's not my charity.
Sorry, what year did you announce the RAD mental health project?
I announced that July 18th, 2022.
It's about a year and a quarter after getting started. If you want to make the equivalency, I think you're capable of making that conclusion, right? And if you want to hold it against them like that, that's fine. I think there's a raw positive here, right? And if you think that there's a massive brain corruption in the way that other piece of content or things do, that I genuinely think there's a positive here. That I genuinely think so. Okay, I think something that he could have not done, that he did. But we won't justify. Oh, dude, it's only gamba shit because of PR. I think that goes in the circle. I think nothing good is achieved from that. I think Osnox is being a dumb fucker.
Yeah, it's inconsistent with what I preach as well. I've been preaching these things for a very long time, right?
Also, Osnox gives me fucking absolute brain GG.
Well, you did,
and he's not paying my medical bills from doing that shit.
To be fair, listen, I don't even think bringing him up on this scale, like what he does, like if we just leave it to the point of, you know, it being an extension of Hasan, that's fine. But this idea that he's upset us to this level, I think is like, that's what it looks like, but it's not the case, right? Like we're just bringing up where we think when Hasan allows him to do these things, why it looks like it's a extension of Hasan's beliefs, right? But this idea that he's like upset us and trigger us, like at the end of the day, bro, there are 30,000 of this kind of kid, right? He's doing it for this exact reason, bro. This attention is what he's doing. Like, who fucking cares? Let him do what he wants to do. What we're talking about is how he's an extension of Hasan in every other category. So it should apply and carry over that for his terrible takes, that he is also an extension. You can't pick and choose when he's representative of you based on when it works for you and when it does not. That's what we're saying. Osnox can do whatever the fuck he wants to do. But for you to pick and choose when it's representational of your views is the problem, because it's not clear to the people on the outside. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand that. I had not even covered Osnox's tweet or anything like that, with the exception of the Gamba one, which I think is a banger.
It is a banger. Nobody
but
cares
also,
about that,
what? I thought it was great.
It
was funny.
That is not the problem.
Always, but regardless, what I was going to say is, as far as his assertion that he thinks it might be for PR, that is up to him to make. If he causes disinformation, if he pushes disinformation, then I would tell him that it's disinformation. That's my point. But if you truly think it's libelous, if you think it's like slander, if you think he's like doing something fucked up by lying about you, I mean, that's something you could take up with him. I think you blocked him, but I would just sue him.
No. Let me reiterate this.
I would sue him for defamation.
I'm gonna make a balls to the fucking walls argument here. It sounds crazy. Let's say I didn't argue with your political views, and I thought everything you do damages the world and hurts people. Let's say, right? And I would say, oh, yo, this entire like a Turkey fundraiser, well, that was just for PR. You don't actually give a fuck, right?
You wouldn't be the first to make that argument. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, do you think I would be wrong in saying that? And if I was an editor, would you let me get away with saying that or not? So why did you let Osnox do that for training?
If one of your editors, if one of your editors was making that assertion, okay, I wouldn't give a shit. That's the main difference. If one of your editors, if Art was literally being like, bro, this fucking guy, socialist piece of shit, you know what I mean? Oh, fuck this guy, whatever. I'd be like, yep, that's a part of the fucking noise. Okay.
Well,
not only that, but like, not only that. No. Hold on. Not only that, but your fucking mods, your community members literally say exactly that every fucking day, Felix. They're saying it right now, motherfucker. With the one instance where they go 2v1, you lost Omega Lol. Half the fucking time, your own community is routinely ripping into my fucking asshole, saying I'm a fake socialist, Andy. Everything is a fucking scam, lol. Oh my God, lol. Wealthy socialist, lol. $5 million house, bozo. They say it all the time, which is fine. It's noise. There's nothing I can do. All I ask
Well, there's
all I ask for from every single person, all I ask for, okay, with the exception of the 2v1 still lost Omega Lol, that was very nice for your juicers to say that about me. Thank you. But all I ask for is charitability when they are analyzing what I'm talking about, when they're listening to what I'm talking about, and not run with preconceived notions of what they have. Impartial referee was a pretty funny one too.
What is it? Say, find a little house. I have 2 of them. I live in none of them. Dumb fuck.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
I got 2, pussy bitch.
I know, but
Holy
you have.
Fuck. Shut the fuck up,
but you have something very important, which is that 1, they love you. Okay, they're your juicers, and 2, okay, you don't say you're a socialist. They don't understand that this is not conflicting with the values of socialism, but it doesn't matter because enough people believe that it is. My main point, my main goal is also regularly trying to address these sorts of things so that there isn't misinformation. It might come across like, a self-serving moment, but ultimately it doesn't matter. It's still the truth. And that's why I advocate for it, even if people fucking lose their shit over the things I say. That's the one thing you can expect from me, no matter what.
Fair juice. All right. Well, so I do think, since there's not enough evidence to support what Train said, maybe his feelings got caught in the wind, and then the juicers, his chatters, your chatters, they made him riled up, and then he was also wrong about carrying that over for that much time. It was and there is enough evidence to support why his upsetment.
No. That was accurate.
I can't. I lost my job today. I can't moderate this shit. If you guys don't want to say, if you guys don't want to take a step down from any of these 2 first points, fuck it.
I don't think there's any point that I can concede on. I don't know what you want me to.
Here's the thing. Listen. I think here's the biggest misconception in the internet world. This idea that in order for Hasan and I to be friends, we have to share political ideologies, we have to share viewpoints on different things. Like, we can agree to disagree and still be friends. This idea where we have to agree and be on the same page for different things in order to sit here and come together is not realistic and is not a representation of normal friendships outside of streaming, right? That's the issue. So I don't even think we need to, right? Like, there's certain things where I think we're going to agree to disagree on, right? But I think we can still come together and say, yo, what's good? Let's grab some dinner. Let's get naked. Let's, show me that cock. I've been curious how big that thing is. Is it thick? Is it long? What's good? Right? Like, I think it's possible to do that without having to say, okay, well, let's, you understand? Like, that's the issue. This idea where we have to both agree, or concede in order to be friends or to be whatever. Like, all we ask of each other is just to be consistent, right? Just to be consistent with what we preach, be consistent with how we treat each other, right? So if you do something that I believe is hypocritical, and let's say my friend does something that's hypocritical, right? And I let him go and I, ostracize you or just demolish you for it, then that's, not fair. Now, if you come at me for gambling, yet, 4 of your friends have fucking gambling sponsorships and you don't say a word or you talk about it here and there, like, then that's an issue, right? But yeah, it's 1 game away, bro. I'm pissed. I'm really angry. Like, it's
sorry.
really,
all right. It's just, look, I came on to this conversation because I think that I have some issues with the way people perceive me. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. No matter what happens, all I ask for is for people to be a little bit more charitable and to stop constantly fucking yelling at me for shit in the same exact way that people on Twitter yell at me. If you want to do so, I can't stop you. But, that's... I think some of those perceptions are shaped by other content creators. Hopefully you can get back to Rocket League now. Your community's been begging for it.
No, they don't. They don't want me to play anymore, but I play off stream.
People are demanding Rocket League.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, like, I think that things, right, as far as what's socialism and what's not, we can have that discussion another day. We can agree to disagree on that regarding, if your actions match your words, blah, 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 blah. But I think on the other things that, created disconnect between us. Can you hear me still?
Yeah.
I think the things that, maybe caused a disconnect between us, whether it be, the targeting that I felt like was happening, right? Or me, me getting a little personal in a situation that was inappropriate for me to get personal in. These kind of things, if we can ensure that they don't happen, and there's more, there's just more of a consistency and a, clear way to handle them, that I think that's where we come together on those things, right? So I've just felt targeted over the years, over the 4 years. I just feel like people just constantly do this, but they don't hold any consistency, right? This gambling thing's the biggest one, which I don't want to get back into it. I'm sure you can agree if you step away and you look, holy shit, things did silence, but nothing's really changed in regards to, sponsorships, the friends you have pushing sponsorships that are gambling, right?
That goes back to my point. That goes back to my point about charitability, as a matter of fact, because that is precisely what I expect from people, because if they were to watch any of my content, they would know that I have talked about exactly what you're saying time and time again, as a matter of fact, on numerous occasions, because no matter how much people
outrage, right?
No matter, but you have to understand that my assessment of the situation is still going to be just one person's assessment. And not only that, but also I personally understand why people take the concessions that they get.
Yo, you know what, motherfuckers? You want some outrage? Here's some outrage. Ban all possible gamba or none of it. You want to know what? Slots and actual pure gamba is nothing compared to garbage pack opening, loot box openings, garbage ass mega gamba gacha dog shit that corrupts and is purely ingrained into children's minds 2 taps away from $100 spent from their dads and moms' credit cards. That shit creates and fosters behavior
not ready for that
will never heal as they grow up, and that is pushed heavily by everybody. Nobody blinks an eye, but some adult plays a slot. Oh my God, it's the end of the world. Such hypocrisy. It's insane.
What he's referring to is, all these video games that have the same psychologist working on them as slot music or slot sounds, right? You have headshot sounds in video games, footstep sounds, gunshot sounds, right? The psychologists who develop both these sounds are one and the same, right? They target the same area of the brain and the same addiction areas. And then when you slide microtransactions into them, that's where things get a little complicated. So that's what xQc is referring to. And that's a truth that I think will come to light in God knows, 5 to 10 years or whatever the fuck that
sure, but in the process, if you understand that it's bad, you'll take the W's where you get them, right? And that's basically the point. I recognize all of it's bad, but in the process of looking to ban as much as you possibly can, people are going to understandably take W's wherever they can.
Yeah, but can you understand why the W seems to conveniently land on what Train is doing?
I agree.
The same way we're
landing. The thing is that there was only 3 or 4 big slot streamers, and then we came late into the meta of Twitch. It was 2021, 2022, right? When in fact people were pushing hardcore mass brain corruption gambling through boxes and pack openings since almost the beginning of Twitch, and nobody has ever said a singular thing about it. And I wish there was any sort of energy that was against that at these times, or even today, about any of this shit. But nobody actually cares. And these are systems that are not only they are targeted on children. They don't target the adult. They target children, and they really make them grow up with the actual root seed thought of gambling. You can't convince me otherwise. That's just the basis of it. The packs, openings, the loot boxes, it's busted. And they see the streamer do it, right? And they don't have to fucking create a depot account on Coinbase and load in crypto and send it over there and sign up over there and make it. They don't have to do all this shit. All they have to do is tab out, open the app, buy points, $100, bing, and they're in. They're 5 taps away from their face streamer to go pure gamba hardcore brain dead mode. And nobody actually cares. So where's the energy against these systems? Where is it?
I think all gambling is bad, right? So the last thing I want to do is justify lesser evils or justify, greater evils and lesser evils, right? All gambling is bad, but what xQc is saying, and I agree with, is just the consistency, right? You guys claim it's not a targeted thing, it's not about me, you take your wins where you get them, but there is no consistency among these arguments. The goalpost keeps getting moved, right? At first, it was all gambling is bad. Then it went to
I don't know why
gambling
we're
in the
having
US.
the conversation with me. I've already talked about my perspective on the matter, and I need to pee really bad, so I'm gonna dip out.
Let's both pee.
Yeah.
I'm gonna dip out. I'm gonna dip out.
Yeah, me too,
I
me too.
have a
Same,
very
same,
cute
same.
vlog from my dog adoption stream that I'm gonna be watching.
What's the consensus? Or what's the results of this conversation? Are we meeting up for a round 2? Are we talking again?
I don't know.
Are we giving each other hand jobs? Are we going to dinner? Are we getting a pizza box? Showing up the door
I don't know.
with a hole cut in it?
You can come on the pod when you're in LA. We can hash it out. And then
train it.
I'll have my producer
What are you laughing at?
March actually describe to you in detail what it means to have workers control the means of production and have more labor power.
Right, I have an idea.
And you can bring the moderator in too. We could talk to him.
Sure, that's fine as well. Yeah, no, we can definitely do that as well.
We make the pod whenever he does it, fly in, and on that night we take a 1-hour flight to Vegas, and we gamble hardcore. And then from Vegas we split. You go north, I go south, and I go back home, and you go to Vancouver.
We'll put our entire Twitch yearlies on it.
Fair enough.
Obviously, both of you have more than me on the Twitch yearlies, so it might be a little skewed there, but
fair enough.
We'll put on 10, 11, 18, 21.
All right, Train. Read the Wikipedia page for socialism before you come on the pod, and then we can have a conversation about it. That's a little bit better than systems surrounding charity.
Jesus, bro, really?
No, that's not even a diss. I'm being serious. It's a definition. It's like not a difference in agreement. Or Lenin, or Marx, Engels.
Well, I think the Marx theory wouldn't help your argument. Would you agree with that? The Marxist theory wouldn't help your argument.
Oh, God. Okay, what is the Okay, I have to pee so bad. Can you describe what you mean by the Marxist theory?
Well, let's look it up as well.
No. No. Don't even look it up.
Yeah,
don't even look it up. I see your eyes trailing away. No. Explain it to me in your terms. I don't even want.
Like you read that.
No, I don't even want to. Okay, we can do that as well. But I just wanted to really hear your genuine your genuine take on what you think Marx is.
Let's read it. Let's read it like we read the other.
Okay, this is some juicy content. I kind of want to save it for the pod, to be honest. I'm gonna piss my pants. That's the.
You
Marxist.
go piss. I'll go piss.
Okay, no googling while you're on the way to the pisser.
We're pulling up to read it.
By the way, guys, you will never convince me or skew me on my basis of Philosophy 101. Okay, I know all the squatty from philosophy, okay? And yeah, I know all of them. I know Plato, Socrates, Descartes, Nietzsche, Marx, motherfucker. I know all the squad. At Plato, yep. I know all of them. These guys don't know. They have to Google of it. I don't have to Google. I don't have to Google. That's not necessarily what you think about loot boxes and gambling in games. See, the thing is that genuinely, the FIFA games and whatnot, I think they're fantastic. I love them. I love packs. Let me know. I love pack openings. I love them. Okay, but they engage in a way that you know for a fact what the packs do because they give you free packs. They make the noises and the visuals addicting, right? And they make the ease of access to the menus to buy into the buying points to buy packs. And these are games that are literally made for adolescents and children, right? And that's what creates the highest density of addiction. Want to know how I got addicted to gambling? Opening Pokemon cards. I got addicted. What can I say? And I'm a fucking gambler at heart. Yes, I was probably genetically more prone to addiction in that regard, and I don't mind fucking saying it. Okay.
Okay.
The reality,
let's get back to socialism.
Oh, yeah, sure. We're going.
Okay. Let's hear. Let's. You think that the I think
the general idea of it
would be not favorable to me.
Well, I think it leans more toward putting what you preach into action instead of just leaving it in.
Wait, but just okay. Let's not dance around it. Just pull it up. Fuck it, YOLO, pull it up.
Okay, Marxism.
Yeah,
no, the Marxist definition
just what socialism is.
No, the Marxist definition of socialism, right?
Okay, Marx's definition of socialism.
Who's reading it? I figured you want me to read it?
The Marxist definition of socialism is that of production for use value. An example, direct satisfactory of human needs or economic demands. Therefore, the law of value no longer directs economic activity.
Yes.
Can I continue?
We'll finish
this is how a system should be designed.
In your perspective. Or in his.
No. His perspective is that okay. In order to describe this, what we need to talk about is the economic organization of economy, or the economic organization of society. Okay. And
Hasan, can I stop you real quick? Can I stop you real quick?
What?
I know you listen, I know you believe in all these things. Do you understand? I know you believe in them. My point is, I would like to see some action behind them so we can enact and start that change.
Okay,
right?
Okay, but,
because it's
one of the most fundamental parts about it is coordinated through conscious economic planning. Marxist production for use is coordinated through conscious economic planning. Conscious economic planning is impossible to conduct.
Law of value no longer directs economic activity.
That is impossible to do as a singular person. There is no such assessment of that because it revolves around commodity production. Now, as far as commodity production goes, or as far as like goods and services, right? Entertainment is what we provide. A lot of people will say, work omega lol, and they're right. We're very fortunate, okay? Work doesn't have to be grueling, but regardless. Now, if that is my output, if that is what I'm producing, okay, the way that I can do that is by multiple different ways, right? The capital owner will produce value, right, or will generate value by hiring wage laborers, other people to basically go out and make content, which he then will take a piece off of the top. Okay, that would be especially when you consider how much money he had invested originally, would be what is known as profits. Okay, like Twitch, for example, when they take a percentage of our subscription revenue that we generate, is taking a percentage of the value that we are generating for the platform. Okay? So xQc and I, for example, and yourself as well, whatever your contract is with Twitch,
I don't have a contract
currently
with Twitch.
Okay, well, regardless,
well, except for the premium.
Well, even if you don't have a contract with Twitch, it doesn't matter. Like if you have subscribers on Twitch,
I have a basic subscriber contract.
Yeah,
I don't have your
okay,
ad
perfect,
deal heavy.
Exactly. So when you are working for Twitch, when you are basically a very, very insanely high paid contracted employee. We are getting 1099 contracts at the end of the year. That's how we pay our taxes. We are contracted employees. We are generating wage. We're generating value for the platform by streaming. Okay? That is the way you do it. That is the way. Right. That is how you would do it.
And what would you say makes up our streams? What's the number one thing that makes up our entire streams? Would you agree it's chat? Would you agree it's the moderation?
Yes,
the
chat is supremely important.
On both ends, incorrect. It's the servers.
What? It's the what?
Without the servers, you can't go live. You can't broadcast.
Yes, that is actually a good point as well.
But
servers are important. The infrastructure is important, which is precisely why, right? The assets that were set in place for us and the logistics that were handled for us beforehand is why we decide that it is adequate for Twitch to take a percentage of this revenue.
No. Wait. It's not adequate to take a percentage of sub revenue at all. The ad revenue, yes, I agree.
That's a great argument, Train. That is actually workers demanding more from the platform that is currently taking their wages.
Who is currently conditioning their workers to believe they're doing us a favor, but in reality,
yes,
sub revenue is not a primary revenue driver in the business model of live streaming. So to take that is complete greed. But how to translate that into the streamer applying those values within their business models is what we're referring to, right? So that action is what I'm asking to see proportionally.
So without me streaming, there is no revenue for the platform. So I am still the primary, I guess, and there's no like socially necessary use value to streaming technically. But like if we are to consider entertainment as like an important good, I guess, or a commodity that we're producing, even though it's not like a chair in the chair factory or whatever, if we were to consider our output as work, without me clicking the start streaming button every day, there is no value generated. Okay. Someone else might take my place, right? Someone else might take my place. Someone could become the person that is at the crosshairs, right?
Yes.
Someone could do that. Someone could easily do what I do. It's easily replicable in my opinion. But if there was more worker power, if there was more worker organizing, okay, if workers had more of a say on the platform that they are generating value for, we could put certain safeguard measures to stop the platform from saying, you're just replaceable. Now, this is called collective action, okay?
Well, that would remove the competition then. And then the content would become worse, and the viewers would get less of what they want.
No, I don't agree with that. I think that no, because the NBA player union exists, and yet I don't think you would say that there are better basketball players out there on the universe. Do you think that there are better basketball players out there that are somehow being stopped from participating in the NBA?
Behind nepotism?
Well,
Absolutely.
possibly.
Absolutely, 100%.
Well, possibly, yes. But that's, you continue your argument. I don't think, like,
the NFL, the NBA, no matter how rigged it is, Omega Lol, degenerate sports gambler Andes, is still one of the most meritocratic processes that you can get to, okay? It's still about skill. It's still to a certain level about how much you put in, how hard you work, and about the skill, okay? Even if it's scripted, like sports gambler Andy's say, okay? It's just
sports
true.
Betting is so rigged. Sports betting is so rigged. Holy
yes, sports betting is so rigged from what I understand, and I talked about this in the video if you watch Train.
That shit's wild, bro.
They will cap you if you are actually fucking like leveraging your bets. If you're actually betting too good, they will literally stop you from betting. They put a limit. They inhibit the amount that you can bet. It's not rigged necessarily, but like it implies that, there are people who could technically win a lot of money. And they still limit it. Okay. Anyway.
I think listen. I think where you and I just disagree, right, is just the action versus the words. That's where we disagree. That's it, right? As far as where we come down that, is that enough to put a wedge between you and I's friendship or possibility of friendship, right?
No, I don't think so. I just don't want you to I just don't want you to keep saying that I'm like a hypocritical piece of shit. If you think that, then why would you want to be friends with me? You know what I mean?
Well, if you genuinely, right, like it comes down to what you're, right, if you know what you're doing and you're purposely intentionally doing it, then that's when I wouldn't be friends with you. But if this is just your belief, right? If this is the socialism you believe in, and you're acting consistently with that, I can be friends with you even if I disagree with that interpretation of socialism, right?
He does. I think he does believe that. That's why I wanted you guys to talk to him.
Like if that's what you believe in,
okay,
you believe in that, right?
Also, we didn't even get to the bottom of the socialism thing and why it conflicts.
That fucking scared the hell out of me, bro. Oh my god.
Socialism sucks. Is that what you said?
I think it sucks. I think people have tried it and they failed.
I think you need in between. That's the problem. Listen,
I think the worker sucks because the worker is stupid because the population is stupid. I think people are dumb as bricks. People shouldn't have a say because the people are fucking dumb.
I think people are dumb. You and I had a conversation a long time ago, Felix, about how you were forklift certified and you worked in fucking janitorial duty.
They sleep in the lockers.
But you figured out a way to min-max your sanitation duties, right? You remember?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you figured out a way to min-max your sanitation duties even though you are Pepega Andy himself. Why? Because through repetition, you figured out the perfect solutions that the manager is never going to know. These are some very meaningful ways in which workers could have a little bit more autonomy in their lives. Now, unfortunately, in a capitalist organization, a corporation decides, oh, you're more efficient. We're just going to fucking now make you do that regardless and pay you the same money.
Okay, yeah, but bro, people would sleep in the lockers, right? On their shifts. And then I would pass nearby, and they were all sleeping in the dark. And they would say, oh, man, why the fuck would I go, man? We're unionized. I can't get fired. And then they gave a fuck. And I thought that fucking bricked my brain forever. When I skimmed the contact with this practice, I thought, holy fuck, this is so brain dead. Now, at that point, I got corrupted. I got to thinking that it doesn't matter how good of a system you could put it in, humans will always find ways to crash it for self-benefit and smoke them out, and they will never act because the humans are inherently a dumb species. I'm dumb. I think we're all dumb. We're all dumb.
Human beings are dumb, yes. You know, here's the thing, though. You worked at a factory or a facility, right?
Guys, this is why we need to.
You want to know who made the most money in that situation? It wasn't the fucking janitor that was sleeping. Every now and then he honks shoes and me's a little bit, okay? Yeah, and that's fine on the job. And that's seen as stealing.
This is why we need to push systems, Hasan.
Okay, but hold on. Let me just say something. So that is seen as stealing from the boss. You're sleeping on the company time. Meanwhile, it is never expected of the boss to even enter the fucking factory floor ever to push a cart or
because
to clean a fucking toilet.
He built it. He deserves it.
Exactly. I don't agree. I don't agree because without someone cleaning the fucking floors, without someone actually pushing the carts, he's not going to make any goddamn money. That is the main point of contention that I have with a lot of people. Personally, believe that that people that build these factories deserve to take everything they can off of their profits, which is why. And by the way, even if you disagree with me, that is socialism. The idea that the surplus labor value that they are extracting from you is something that should at least be democratically organized. As a workforce, you should be able to say, hey, man, the janitorial staff need new mops. You know, our mops are in fucking in a dire state here, you know? Instead of giving that money to faceless shareholders at the tippy top who didn't even build the fucking factory. Also, workers built the factory. Remember that. It's not the fucking bosses. They never put the bricks down to build that goddamn factory. They just had money. They just had capital, upfront money to build the factory. But ultimately,
worst example. What about the people who take a risk, who put in them their money and take a risk? They have an idea. I'm gonna make this for. Even though the carrot on the stick, right? The carrot at the end of the stick is profit and luxury and the good life. They still do things that they can risk, and they balls deep to get there, right? And that's what makes the things that are grandiose. And what about all the countries that have these systems, right? Where nobody's rewarded for going higher? What do? Nothing.
That's really interesting. That's interesting you say that because you're wrong.
They're lazy as fuck.
You're wrong. Literally, fucking a closer system to a social democracy that has like higher levels of socialization and higher tax rates has more billionaires per capita than the United States of America. So you're objectively wrong on that front. Not only that, but also European social democracies routinely lap the United States of America in innovation. So you're wrong on that front as well. The idea that the boss took a risk always forgets that the worker is also taking a risk. And the funniest part about the biggest, as a whisk, like a wabbit, a silly wabbit. You want to know what the fucking biggest risk that the factory owner has, though? Is to be relegated to being a worker again. Because when you lose all your money in a fucking business, they don't put you in jail. They don't fucking kill you. They don't kill your family. They don't do any of those things. You just have to go back to fucking work and be a worker one more time. And the bosses fucking know that they never treat the workers well, which is why that is the major reason as to why they never want to fucking default. And that's why they constantly advocate for the system that they set in place.
Damn. Even though,
by the way,
fair enough. What's up?
On a more joking note, even ChatGPT agrees with me on the Gordon Ramsay event.
I saw that. I asked ChatGPT and I showed Chat the answer. I think actually somebody fed to me.
Continue. Yeah.
Regardless.
Anyway, there's also plenty of safeguards with respect to owners. Whenever they do default, there's, Chapter 11 bankruptcy in numerous ways that capital owners can, at the very least, continue living their lives in a comfortable way. No such safeguard measures, comparable safeguard measures, are ever afforded to the worker. You have to if you get downsized in a company, 400 Twitch employees were laid off today. Some of them don't even fucking know if they've been laid off or not. Okay? They might get a severance package that is entirely up to Amazon.
They shouldn't know. They're garbage.
No, that is entirely dependent on Amazon to make that decision. They suck. They're good. None of that fucking matters. It is outside of their control, and that's the point. Okay?
Okay.
And basically, what happens?
I'm not being an asshole. I generally think that when you know you are creating value, when you know you're doing good and you're rolling. Dude, the company sees your value and you're hard to let go of. If you're fucking useless and you don't do shit, you get clapped. Of course you do.
No, whoever they consider to be replaceable, even though their work is fucking meaningful, but it's menial, will often be the people that they replace. And also, there's so much nepotism that operates within these fields as well. I know it's funny me saying that, but there's usually people that the managers like. Because there are so many different instances where there's so many circumstances where like the best possible person is not put up for the job. Come on, that is absolutely unimaginably false. You've worked in a place, so you know that can't be the truth.
In esport, that's super hardcore true. I don't know. Nepotism is fucking massive. It's
the closest place that you can. Which brings me back to my point about sports. The closest you can get to a truly meritocratic system is sports, organized sports, at the professional level. And even those guys still have unions. And that's part of the reason why they can make such demands. They can have such highly valued contracts. But never forget, if LeBron James is worth $100 million, or if he generated if he has a $100 million wage, right? Let's say he doesn't, but whatever.
Yeah.
His boss, the guy who owns the fucking team, is making billions.
But I mean, of course, yeah. I mean, these guys are valuable in a lot of ways. Not only on the field when they throw the basket into the basketball. Okay, these are valuable in terms of jersey sales, advertising, marketing, brand connection. They're a vehicle for a lot of their fucking sponsors and whatnot. That's how it is. Sometimes even some of these stars,
but the fucking owner's not doing shit. The owner just has money. That's the point. The owner's not doing the marketing. The owner's not doing anything meaningful. Elon Musk is not doing anything fucking meaningful at Twitch. I mean, he's demonstrated that over and over again. All he's doing is tweeting old ass fucking 9gag memes.
All you do, Hasan, is state problems when you fail to state a singular instance of a solution.
That's great.
What is the solution?
Thank you for asking. I think that
socialist system
the solution isn't necessarily enough either, right?
No, do you want me to give you an answer?
Problem.
Do you want me to give you an answer? I have an answer. Thank you so much for asking. Okay. My solution to the current ongoing problems is by starting as small as you possibly can and creating a mechanism of pushback. Because the workplace principle of united you bargain, divided you beg is true across every facet of society. So the only way to do that is by unionizing your workplace and ensuring that you have some level of workplace protections. Now, that might allow you to be able to fucking sleep on the job every now and then. But ultimately, the people that actually fucking generate, zero value and yet take all of the rewards are sleeping every goddamn day, and society expects them to sleep because they're shareholders, and shareholder value is supremely important. So much so that there is literally legal restrictions called the fiduciary responsibility. But you have to care about improving
profit. In a workplace that was unionized or not?
What?
Have you ever worked at a place that was unionized?
I worked at a place that got unionized afterwards. But I work with unions regularly, so I'm very familiar with their
unionized work.
I work with unions regularly, so I am very familiar with how they operate.
Maybe call this a coincidence or an empirical bias or anecdotal.
Anecdotal bias, yes.
Every place that I worked at that was unionized was absolute dog shit. Dog shit. That's what it is.
There are a lot of hidden benefits that you probably did not recognize. According to the NLRB, at least unionization improves wages and benefits at the minimum. 10% increase on your wages and benefits across the board. Unionization not only benefits unionized workplaces, but unionization actually benefits non-unionized workplaces because it's still through competition forces other places to also improve their wages. Now, in countries like France, for example, there are such over-encompassing collective bargaining agreements that encompass the entire fucking sector that it quite literally is the reason why they have all these fucking benefits that they take for granted. Like having a retirement age at 62, which is like laughable if you consider it from, the U.S. perspective.
Can I ask you this?
Go ahead.
Without stirring any, without ruffling any feathers or whatever the fuck, right? So we are in agreement, right? That Twitch's, whether it stems from Amazon, its parent company or not, Twitch's splits regarding sub-revenue for its creators, whether it's the small creators to mid-sized creators, are completely fucking unfair and are disgusting, right?
Absolutely.
So I think this is where our disconnect is, right? What I feel like would be consistent with what you preach, which I agree with.
I know what you're going to say.
Yeah, shouldn't you spearhead at least, right? I'm not saying give up everything you have. You don't need to do that. That's a ridiculous expectation. But at least spearhead and put up, something and kind of spearhead that movement against them. Even though instead you're contracted with them, so you can say nothing because you're in fear of losing the very contract.
That's not true. I'm very openly critical about this, and not only have talked to Dan directly about my criticisms, but also am a firm believer that I shouldn't be the only person that has the capability of talking to Dan.
I'll join you
about these sorts of issues.
Busta, were you there in the meeting with the executives or not?
No, I actually had a one-on-one meeting because I had a one-on-one motherfucking meeting with him.
Something can be done, right? But nothing's being done because
you thought you got me there, didn't you?
I talked to all the executives. Listen.
Yeah,
we were all there. Okay, listen.
No, I wasn't there. I had a I think I had another.
Listen. You know for a fact when they changed the sub revenues back, right? They leveled out the total amount with the you're getting better ad revs and ad incentives.
Yeah.
For your lower sub rate, right? If they said nothing, they could have said nothing about ad revs and put your sub money way up, and you would have your guys, I got my sub rev. You would be at a raw loss compared to right now's equivalency. You would be losing
Twitch streamers now make more.
You got what you wanted.
Twitch streamers now make more money off of ad revenue than they would have if they just had subscribers. I personally still think that they should leave that option.
This idea of a trade-off is ridiculous. That because they gave a little bit more ad revenue, it justifies the taking of the.
I don't think so. Train. I agree with you. I agree with you. You and I are in agreement.
Listen. That's like a platform saying, "Oh, we're gonna give you 20%, right?" Which is unfair, and then saying, "Oh, you know what? We'll give you 30," and everyone goes, "Oh, yes, you gave us more. You didn't have to." No, it is fucking they started at a ripoff rate, and they gave you another rate to make it look like it's better, but that's also a ripoff rate. Do you understand?
Yes,
he's right.
Yes,
it's presented disingenuously. That it's disgusting. It's pure greed and pure.
It's still leveled out though. It ended up being the same thing or better. It'll be
the increased ad should not come at the cost of sub splits being cut. That's ridiculous. The increased ad should come if the site's business model is executed correctly.
Speaking of ads, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free on the Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub. I'm on fire with these motherfucking segues today, boy. God damn.
The problem is servers are incredibly expensive and people don't run ads. So the reason why they didn't, at the time I didn't run it, now they're automatic.
So instead of punishing the creator, they need to find a better system instead of taking from the creator's sub revenue. Do you understand?
Yes,
they need to find a better system to execute the ad.
I want that. I don't think you're gonna have a built-in.
It's not about what I want. It's what's
4-minute ad deal, right? Then Twitch, you know what you do? They should force 3 minutes on all channels to pay for the servers. And then
Okay,
you're
can
gonna
I
have your
explain something to you guys? Can I explain something to you guys? The main point of contention here should be that none of the people that actually provide value to the product, whether it be the people working at Twitch or whether it be the people that are on camera every day, work Omegalol, are having a say in the way that this distribution is done. That is undemocratic. I believe that even if you arrive at the same exact fucking idea at the end of it, where we say, you know what, we like this distribution, I think that people who are playing a role in the creation of this product should have a say. That is my point.
If we listened to streamers on how this shit should be run, this shit would have the lights turned off and Amazon would have pulled out years ago.
That's why
streamers are bricked. They shouldn't.
It's not just streamers.
This idea where it has to be one or the other is the issue. Do you understand? There can be a middle ground. There can be a
Train is right.
Train is
fucking right.
Compromise.
Because why? Because why? When they made that distribution, they wanted to improve their profit margin. Why did they improve their profit margin? Because Amazon wants the profits to go up, because right now Twitch is in the red because web serving is web hosting for live streamed video, an inventory that is untapped basically with so many opportunities to fucking run ads, is currently not running enough ads and giving them enough revenue. That is why they made this change. Now, ultimately, streamers will make more
on their failed system. Do you understand? They need to come together and find a system which doesn't punish the work. Where are they taking the punishment? Do you understand? Aside from these firings, which you'd argue is also another form of the worker taking the hit. They need to better their business model. Do you understand? Everyone that's taking a hit because their shit business model is the worker. That is a mistake. Do you understand? It is wrong. Shit like that should be fought against. We should have voices, whether it's on a panel, whether it's at a round table. We need to have voices to combat that. That's bullshit. You understand? That's greed. That's unfair. It's not right.
Talking to them. You know what? You don't believe me? You don't believe me? Okay, that streamers are fucking dumb. At the meetings, the only feedback we got from fucking big names, like Tele1, is where's the 20-minute ad button? Is the fucking feedback he gave them? We're all
That's insane.
Because the power can't be, right? Like the issue is this, right? For some reason, all of our issues are fought with two polarizing viewpoints, right? We either have all the way over here or all the way over here. We need to have a ground of, right, a place of discourse where we can come in the middle and say, okay, you know what? Let's compromise. Let's grab, the shit that we need to do here. Hey, we'll take that L. We'll take that. But we're going to need this. These guys go, okay, well, we're going to need this, but we're going to take this. We go, okay, we've come to an agreement. That's what needs to happen. But this idea where they take, and it has to be this or this is our issue in everything today. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Everything having to be one side or the other is an issue. It causes so much divide.
And meanwhile, while we're having this back and forth, you know who's not taking a fucking hit, dude? The bosses, the people that have Amazon stock, the fucking wealthy Jeff Bezos. He doesn't give a fuck. He's caked up, okay? It doesn't even matter to him.
Because they make money off the fucking bots at the Amazon fucking delivery service that are working with crazy conditions with profit, and then they acquired Twitch, right? But Twitch, this shit is broke. This shit isn't turning a profit. Well, where do you live in this operation that makes a profit? For them, it's an investment.
Twitch is not turning profit exclusively because Amazon literally treats Twitch as a money-making operation instead of offering it more favorable video hosting fucking server costs.
AWS and IBS, yes.
Yeah. Amazon could internally swap over, if Amazon truly cared about Twitch being a profitable venture, they could literally swap over server costs to offset it off of one of the many other profitable ventures that they have. They're not doing that because they don't want to do that, because they want to increase the pressure on content creators and maybe even possibly take a risk on making the content unwatchable by delivering even more ads to the fucking viewers.
Bro, that's like me saying, yo, I grow my garden green beans and I sell green beans at the market, right? Well, now I hired 20 employees to build houses, right? But we're not doing a profit because I'm feeding them green beans I could be selling. well, in that case, just
wait. That's
don't
precisely.
sell them
Wait.
the green beans then.
That's how all business works.
What?
No, that's how all business works. That's how all business works. What you're describing is quite literally how businesses work, regardless. Now, either it could be funded by this like endless money supply of constantly fucking raising funds with the ultimate goal of like turning profits someday, whether it be by monopolizing a certain sector like Amazon has done in the form of e-commerce, or any other way by making a competitive product that people actually want to fucking buy. That is literally what businesses do. That's why they fucking take an L year over year over year over year. You think Amazon gives a fuck about Twitch ultimately? You think they're in it for like the love of the game? You think they bought Twitch because they think like, oh man, Jeff Bezos just really loves live streaming. That's why he did it.
For Amazon, this whole thing would be over.
What?
This is a money sinkhole. If it wasn't for
It's
Amazon,
not a money sinkhole. It's
Twitch
a
would be
bet.
GG by now.
It's a bet. It's a bet that Amazon has made, thinking, and I think that I agree with their assessment of the situation. It's a bet that they've made. Okay, they think that they can monopolize the live streaming space. Amazon only does vertical and horizontal integration. They only monopolize. They don't do anything else. They don't have any other interest. They don't have any other goals. That's all they want to do. They want to corner the market so they can set the fucking prices, slowly but surely increasing the fucking wages or maybe lowering the quality of the output. Okay, that's how they did it on e-commerce, and that's like they literally drove small business out of work and then bought them for pennies on the dollar. And that's precisely what they're trying to do with the live streaming space, ultimately so they can just eke out more profits when they are the premium live streaming destination.
As much as we should fight to remodel the initial interest, right? And try to make it better, right? I think we can still acknowledge that they bought the thing, right? And overall, what did we get? We got Prime subs and shit, right? We got to keep the lights on and continue this like passion project, right? So yes, we should push, right? But still acknowledge the fact that the lights are still on, that we can still do this shit. When will people understand this?
The idea
Amazon, this will be over by now.
The idea that like there's no other way to do live streaming services, I think without like Big Daddy Amazon is not a correct notion in my opinion.
Oh, who else then? As Zuba tried it. Own 3 tried it. Who else tried it? Hitbox.
YouTube is doing it currently.
Because it's the same thing as Amazon, but they already have the fucking servers because of how much video content that they had and their workload. They already had the servers. That's
you know who's doing it? That motherfucker sitting next to me on my screen. That guy's doing it.
I can't. Yeah, I can't. Fucking.
Wait, I'm doing what? Sorry,
Bro, I'm fucking juicing up Kick so hard. Okay, once you figure out the regulation on the platform, it's over. It's a wrap. I'm ready for that $100 million contract so I can start preaching the laurels of capitalism.
Completely new.
Really?
He's not even listening.
Yeah.
When I was at the club, I heard something else, but maybe.
Yeah. So initially that was the plan, but we decided to completely recreate everything because we thought that platform's brand was just like we thought like that was too far. That was like kind of trash.
What? What are you talking? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Nah. We were talking about the network infrastructure for fucking Kick. So I knew. I
think video xQc is not wrong though. I do think that video service, video hosting is incredibly expensive. They just haven't been able to figure out the best possible product of making it work. Like there's so much inventory that you are literally not monetizing right now. That's why they want.
I wish
ads.
I could tell you our plan regarding certain like sponsors, and everyone keeps thinking, oh, you're gonna do porn or Trojan sponsors. No, those sponsors pay absolute shit rates. So that wouldn't cover anything at all close to what we need it to. Like it's just targeting the correct. Fuck, how can I?
Well, let's end it.
It's targeting the correct sponsors and the correct advertisers, right? So people are gonna jump into gambling. That's not it either. And I think when we get ads, I think you'll understand where we're coming from. Like once that happens in the next 2 to 3 years, that's when people will understand, that business model and that approach. But anyways, I think before you speak, xQc, I think, listen, I think you and I agree on a lot, on a lot of, I think we agree with almost everything as far as like, the politics go. Obviously, I'm a little bit more middle. I believe in the polarizing sides are actually the reason where we are in today's world. I think it's just divide and conquer for each respective side. Obviously, given the left is a lesser evil, but I think once you justify lesser from greater, things can start getting real fucked up. But anyways, to get to my point, I just think that we need to find better ways, right? So for the streaming thing, right? For the smaller to mid-sized creators getting fucked, like I do think that if we came together, or whoever it might be, it's not just on you, right? It could be a multitude of streamers, right, that come together and spearhead something that gives a voice, and not only gives a voice, but actually, right, for me, it's the action over the words. We need to push for ways where we're actually getting shit done, because preaching isn't enough, especially if from the preaching we're gaining, right? It's fine. Like to say that we shouldn't gain from the preaching, I think is an unrealistic standard and unfair. But I think if we're in a position where we're preaching and gaining, we need to take it one step further and try and bring that action into it to see actual change come through. Now, it may seem impossible as individuals, but I do think we're powerful enough to make these things happen. And that's what I like to see. So maybe in the future, you and I will get together and we'll come up with some crazy shit.
Bro,
and we'll get
you're sounding a lot like socialist right now. It's weird, man.
You're gonna have to talk to Mr. Bezos, okay?
Who's
Because
that?
fucking Jeff Bezos, man. You have to talk to him about it, man. Because
listen, we're not talk to him, bro. We have our own leverages. Trust me.
Listen, the thing is though, is that I do agree though. I do agree that there needs to be some change. In my opinion, I don't think a lot of people are evil at the top. Is that monetizing and keeping the lights on for live stream operations and esports operations is incredibly difficult, and we just don't have the answers, and they don't have them either.
They don't have it. Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with you there, and I think that is a literal product problem.
Yes,
what you're describing is one that a more democratized system of governance would genuinely benefit from. More ideas in this regard. More ideas in this regard. And different ways to like incorporate people into whatever kind of like monetizable products that we can put forward is literally the way forward. In my opinion, it's the best way to do it, and that is and that's never going to happen because that's just not how the system is designed.
We can make we can make a parallel with this with esports. I wish people sat down and understood this fucking problem. Okay, esports fucking sucks dick. Okay, why? Because people don't buy shit, and they're not doing a profit because they are having problems monetizing their operations. So we're gonna go at fucking Riot Games. Yo, we bought a spot in the fucking in the franchise of Valorant, and we can't make money, and it's your fault. No, they don't have the answers. Nobody does. They have failed as an entity, as a product, to turn their operations into making money for the people that watch, the fans. It just sucks. They don't have the answers, and there's nobody to blame for that.
It's because the answers don't lie in each respective extreme side. I'm telling you, I know I sound like a fucking crazy centrist, but I'm telling you, we need to get to a place where we abandon these fucking sides and come in the middle and grab the best of both. I know this sounds idealistic, but I do think it's possible. We need to operate from a place of logic and reason. And only then can we reach a point of compromise where the business can make money and not at the cost of the worker. Do you understand? This is achievable. The problem is corporate greed, and the greed of one respective side is outweighing the needs of the other. I'm telling you, the day that we come together and we operate from a more logical, reasonable place instead of a divide and conquer political bullshit place where we're fucking scaring one side from the other through fucking propaganda and bullshit, until that goes away and we come in the middle and we say, okay, you know what? We understand that, maybe these policies and these, whatever are necessary for the country to run, but we shouldn't adopt them at the, cost of the worker. That's what needs to happen. Do you understand? The problem is we're trying to find a solution on one side. Do you understand? It's not going to happen.
True.
In my opinion, that?
Well, I mean, yes, on top of that, I mean, I'm gonna double glaze because listen, the core concept is live streaming is the future. Okay, all of this is the future. There is infinite value in live content. People are starting to realize that, but instead of doubling down on the, let's say, investment or operations, they're doing the opposite. They're trying to make more money out of it and turn a profit in a growing field that's one tested and will continue to grow. And I think that's a problem. Somebody needs to go on the phone with Jeff Bezos, okay, and say, "Yo, motherfucker, how about give it a couple more years, right? Of more productive creators for people to create more, to have more passion and have better job security in their field. To do this, so it grows faster and bigger,
ultimately, yeah, but ultimately, it should not. That decision-making process should not be left up to some motherfucker, in your words, that doesn't know anything about this process, and that's the point. Or like dickheads that are fucking 65 years old and still use like a payphone. You know what I mean? Because those are the guys who are at the tippy top. Those are the guys who are making the decisions on what happens. When Jeff Bezos was in that fucking in that monopoly meeting in front of Congress, they were like, they asked him about Twitch, and he's like, "What's Twitch?" They asked him about DMCA and music and Twitch, and he was like, "Twitch, let me go through my notes."
You're being a hypocrite.
Wait, what?
Why are you making fun of the old fucking bones that are brain dead? Instead, sit down with them and educate them. They would love. Jeff Bezos is getting old. You know that you would love to have.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. But the point is, the only people who can like get access to them and educate them, which is precisely what I said, is someone like myself. And it shouldn't be that way. That our understanding should be dramatically different. That like everyone plays a role and everyone should have a little bit of a say. It doesn't mean that like the janitor is going to do fucking brain surgery in the hospital. It just means that as far as sanitation goes, they have that covered better than the fucking surgeon would know. That's the point. And a part of that is about a fairer distribution of profits after all things are discussed clearly. That's it.
Then how do I make Dan Clancy call up Jeff Bezos and have me, I'm going to go to his yacht and explain to him all these content. And then
I feel like Dan Clancy is probably better off never talking to Jeff Bezos, because if Jeff Bezos even was made aware of Twitch as a platform, I feel like he would just eviscerate us. He would probably laser Dan Clancy off of his fucking yacht in his like little mecca that he has. And then he would just shut down Twitch in its entirety. So it's better. The less he knows about us, the better it is, I think.
Really? Bro, I could have this grandiose speech. Bro, people need to understand that live content is the genuine future of media. It is a dank, has infinite possibilities in all realms that they can even fathom. Live content. So why are they cutting its legs off before we can start running?
By the way, notice how we're talking about Jeff Bezos, even though he's not even the fucking CEO anymore. It's Andy Jassy that's now the CEO. Remember, that's what's important, because you know who's making money off of Twitch? Or if Twitch doesn't really make that much money, but you know who's making money off Amazon? Jeff Bezos. Why? Yeah. That motherfucker hasn't been doing shit since he decided to turn this into like an online library system.
Bro, I thought he gave half of his shit to his wife.
Yeah, well, he did, and then she's now using it on charity overall, which for some reason it still hasn't solved our economic inequality. But again, it doesn't fucking matter. He's still minting. Okay.
I gotta say this real quick on off topic. Fuck you, Los Angeles Dodgers, for losing. I would have won $40 million if you would have won.
Yeah, we won $35 million off of that shit. That's just crazy.
$40 million if Dodgers. How the fuck do you lose to the Rockies? Despicable, disgusting. Like, have some fucking shame. Holy fuck, it's the first game of the spring training goddamn season, and you're fucking losing to the Rockies, the Colorado fucking Rockies. Disgusting.
It's their fault, not you putting down a biblical amount of money on spring training.
I put $500 on like a 300,000.
They're all twisted.
No. Yeah, that's a false reality. But
I don't know enough about betting. But why the fuck are you betting on spring training, dog? What the fuck,
brother? Listen, it's a disease.
That's what the money is at. Okay, listen. So wait. So who's at the top now?
Andy Jassy is now the new CEO of.
Who is that? Amazon. Andy Jassy.
I think he was on a different part. He was working on a different part of Amazon beforehand.
Is he rich?
Yeah, he was the Amazon. He was the SVP, the strategic vice president, and the CEO of AWS before that, from 2003 to 2021, which is like the most important product that they have. So that's why they put him that's why they elevated him to the CEO position.
Bro, he's not even a billionaire. Oh my God. Bro, Jeff Bezos is like a trillionaire. He can literally fucking fix the world, man. It's way more valuable to talk with this guy to fix Twitch than this fucking guy that only has 300 mil. He's broke. How is he gonna fix it?
Jesus, I'm richer than that guy. I'm just kidding. But anyways, realistically speaking, listen. I think at the end of the day, we just need to.
Yeah, I think you guys both have I have a lot of money, okay, in comparison to the average person, but I think like your perception is a little bit warped about wealth overall, okay? Like.
Well, how is it going to fix Twitch, which is the future of the world?
How much money you got? Like 10, 20 mil? You got at least 30 mil in the bank, yeah?
No, dude, you're fucking insane.
I'm fucking with you. I'm totally fucking with you.
Oh.
If I had to put a number on it, I'd say like after taxes, maybe like a cool 6 mil in the bank. There's no shot.
Brother, you are... Yeah, no. Yeah, 6, that's like half of what I have, actually. I've tripled that.
I'm confused.
My man.
Yeah,
bro,
no, man. 6 is so... Bro, people think I own a fucking... Like, people think I bought this house, like, literally cash. Like, like I said, I have a lot more money than the average person.
Well, to be fair...
I've literally put a fucking down payment and bought it with a mortgage. Like, I have a mortgage.
Yeah, well, to be fair, that would be stupid of you to purchase that entire house with full cash, right? Like, if you had that kind of money, it's, there's other ways you would go about that. So technically speaking,
you lose purchasing power and other things. That's not good.
No, I know. I'm saying that people that were chirping at me and still chirp at me all the time, literally are like, why don't you take the $3 million and like, and live in a cardboard and instead like, pay $3 million to me.
I bought the house as cash. It was cheap as fuck. I didn't give a shit.
Those extreme takes are unfortunate and unfair. Realistically, listen, bro. One of these days, you and I will get together. We'll create some sort of system or push for one, right? Not a charity, something where we actually advocate for something and push for something and get it done to match the words. And then the next thing you know, who knows? Maybe we'll be president and vice president. We'll be running the country. God knows.
Yeah,
who knows what happens from this point?
I doubt that anyone's letting me be anywhere near real power. But
brother,
but it's been look. I've been live for 10 hours.
Wait, hold on. If Donald Trump made it, listen. Okay, anything's possible.
Yeah, because Donald Trump is right wing. It's infinitely easier to be a fucking clown ass and be right wing. Like as far as like Joe Biden's criticisms, which he deserves many of, like he also is like kind of fucking conservative, but he still went through the proper fucking ranks in the Democratic Party. He advocated to fucking melt the poor.
I'm gonna get a lot of hate for this.
He was the architect of the crime bill.
I'm gonna get a lot of hate for this, but I really, really I'm telling you. The only future I see where we're actually progressing as a society is the one where a centrist is in charge. And I'm not talking about some spineless centrist. I'm referring to one that's guided by logic and reason. I truly believe it. These political sides are both just fucking... I'm telling you, listen.
Bro.
Y'all can hate me, listen. Just wait, in 20 years there'll be a fucking statue of me.
Bro,
okay?
there's no... Dude,
in my opinion, if you're full left on both economics, politics, socioeconomic, if you're full left or full right,
we have a centrist in charge
on all topics. You know what? I think you are a radicalized moron. No way everybody accepts all the concepts of like being left or right and all of them. No shot. It's a mix of both. People are delusional thinking that people are going to be pure left or pure right. That makes no sense at all. So
we already have a centrist in charge. His name is Joe Biden. He has always consistently been one of the most conservative Democrats, like even keeled in the middle of the fucking political spectrum the entire time. Hillary Clinton was definitely a centrist
but I'm not referring to a centrist in that light. I'm referring to a centrist in the light of like policies and politics, right? Taking from both areas, right?
Like what? What would you like? This is a conversation that I have with people on the right all the time. It's like I would love to know what is a right wing value that you think it should be implemented.
Well, this we can say for the podcast.
Okay.
Or should we,
well, I
give
gotta
us one. Give us a taste, man.
Yeah, I want to hear from xQc too. He's the one who's saying radicalizing dumbass Andy is what he said.
Utopia Andy. People saying, oh.
Okay. No, don't listen to that. Just tell me what you think is a right-wing value that we should implement.
Bro, I don't know what values there are overall. I don't watch the news. I just
Then why are you saying that?
Guns.
You Pepega motherfucker.
Guns, and I think guns.
What about guns? What's it?
People that are right, don't they want like more guns and shit like that?
Yeah, they want everyone to be armed. You want everyone to be armed?
Okay, not everyone.
Okay, that's not a right-wing value then. You want reasonable restrictions on guns, but you want people to be able to shoot guns if they want to?
I think
you're a radical communist now.
Genuinely, people that want, that have the ability and know and want to spend the time knowing how to use a gun should be allowed to have a gun, right? I think they should focus on fixing the people.
Okay. Quick question. It is not a gotcha, okay? Because I think you and I are in agreement on this.
I can answer after, by the way.
Do you think that there should be restrictions akin to a driver's license, like licensing system on the ownership of guns? Like if you want to get a gun, you can be able to get a gun. You should be able to get a gun, but you have to demonstrate that you know how to use it and demonstrate proper safety measures.
Fuck yeah! What the fuck?
Dude, you're a radical. You're a radical psychotic leftist. What the fuck? You are literally Mao and Stalin and Karl Marx together. That's how these dumb motherfuckers in America operate. You just said exactly what I believe with respect to gun control. That is not a right-wing value, motherfucker. That's a left-wing value, technically, with respect to how Americans operate. You're fucking Canadian, dog. What kind of right-wing attitude do you have? Give me another one.
If you don't have gun etiquette, okay, if you purchase a gun and you know nothing about it, it is more of a threat to everybody and yourself than your target. That's just what it is.
You're right, because it's common sense. It should not be a left-right thing. It should be the most understandable thing, and yet it's a left-right equation because people make it into a political issue. You and I are in agreement, and most Americans would agree as well. 90% of Americans believe in universal background checks, but we can't get them. You want to know why? Because there's one thing that's more important than whatever the Democratic Party claims or whatever the Republican Party claims. That's all fucking theater. That's all bullshit. You know what's important? Making money. You know who makes money? Gun manufacturers. You know what they don't want? Any kind of fucking restriction on who can get a gun. Okay? So they literally play this fucking song and dance over and over again after like a bazillion fucking children get slaughtered at schools where they go, the left supposedly goes, oh, fuck, we can't do anything about this. Oh, my God. And then the right goes, what?
Okay.
And then the right goes, nah, fuck that. What we need is more guns. We need to arm the teachers.
Well. In this case, though, let's stop shaving off the responsibility. The person that commits a stupid ass act, it's their fault. Let's.
Wait, what do you think? It's not fucking legally liable? Of course. Yeah, of course they should go to jail. Yeah, like if that's what you think.
No, I said. You're twisting my word.
Wait, what are you saying?
The responsibility is the fucking person that does this dumbass shit, right?
Yes.
I think finding a billion things to blame, it doesn't help anybody. It's the people are brain dead, corrupt, idiotic, fucking psycho Andy. It's the what is it that I'm saying that is wrong?
Okay, you're correct. It is still up to the individual to do like heinous acts, and you're not wrong on that. I agree. Okay, but you understand that like the regulation that we're talking about is a necessity regardless, because no matter what happens, people are always going to do some fuck shit, right? People are always going to be crazy. So what you're supposed to do is at least try to limit the amount of crazy as best as you possibly can. And that's one form of restriction that you could implement that is common sense that a lot of people would agree with. The same thing as like a car, right? A car is a very dangerous thing. Right? Sometimes you can even have like a very expensive car that's cut in half. You know what I mean?
A car's a weapon. A car's a weapon.
Yeah,
that's how it is.
Car's a weapon. Even if it's half of a car, it's still a weapon. You know what I mean?
Yes. Okay. Yes. So that's how is that a leftist ideology to want people to not be a fucking brain dead, psycho, crazy, fucking double twisted brainstem Andy to own a gun? I don't get it.
I think a better.
Look. I like guns. I like shooting guns. We shot guns together. You know, I like shooting guns.
Goddamn right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I just think that.
Give me another one.
No, wait. Listen. Let me, instead of getting into these controversial topics, like.
Okay, give me a right wing policy.
Yeah. I'll give you one, and then we'll save the rest. We'll save this conversation for like a podcast, because obviously you're way more like versed in this information. But I think a good one that could work in conjunction, right, with a compromise of left-wing values such as healthcare and education. If we can find the mixture between the two.
Okay, what's a right-wing value on healthcare or education that you agree with?
No, wait. I'm saying that what I'm about to say, if we find a way to make it work with compromise in conjunction with a healthcare system for the people who can't afford it, that should be a basic right. An education system that pushes for educating the average citizen, right? It's
none of what you described is a right-wing value.
No, I'm telling you, I'm going to tell you the value that should work in conjunction with the left-wing values. So it'd be smaller government and a more efficient government, right? So that would be like a right-wing value. Hello?
You want a smaller government, which
a more efficient government.
You want a more efficient government
in conjunction with leftist programs or leftist policies.
Got it. Love that. Agreed. As far as smaller government goes, okay. None of these right-wing motherfuckers actually give a shit about smaller government other than deregulation. They love saying smaller government because that means lowering taxes and deregulation. Yes. What does deregulation do?
Agree they don't live up to the value of that, but
yes,
that feels more like a red herring. Like what I'm saying is, I feel like we should, if we can have that smaller and more efficient government, right? Like reduce the bloating and all the bullshit, right? If we can have that work in conjunction with the systems of government that help the people,
buzzing,
right? Bro. Am I buzzing? That compromise?
Yeah, you are buzzing.
I'll reset it right here. That compromise would be a good example of taking a right-wing value, taking a left-wing value, and putting them together, finding a compromise that's efficient.
No, what you're describing is like an anarchist formation anyway, but it doesn't even matter, because here's why. Because when you said you want to offer everybody education, that still has to be funded by the government, right? One of the biggest hurdles right now with respect to like educational equality,
a middle ground between the two, I think would be
okay. But like
good, right?
the issue currently with respect to like educational equality or healthcare equality and the outcomes that people have and the disparity that revolves around wealth disparity directly is a consequence of a lack of regulation for the government. If there was more regulation, here's a good example of regulation that you would like.
What we need,
regulation in the form of price controls for things like insulin.
We need the auditing of each branch of government, right? The auditing of each branch of government. Like these kind of things need to be implemented.
Okay, but so the auditors would be more government though. So you have unironically advocated for more government.
That's why in a more efficient government, for a smaller government, those parts of the government can stay while other parts go, right? And what those parts that go are, we can go further into like on another conversation. But I do think that is a good middle ground, right? Taking a more efficient government, right? Keeping the branches and adding branches that audit, that regulate, that make sure there is no bullshit, spending and bloating and all that bullshit that's going on. And then implementing it with leftist values of government, right? If we can find that perfect
where's
middle
the bloat,
ground.
Though? A lot of what you're just basically describing is get rid of the military. Like that's one form of bloat, if that's what you're saying. Right wingers consider a form of bloat to be when you are no longer a productive worker, like when you retire, when you're in retirement age, where you're no longer a productive laborer. You shouldn't be able to get Social Security.
Sir,
like that.
Sir,
what?
I watch the media on Twitter. Okay, this is new. I get my news from Twitter. How come leftist radicalized cockroaches are like spend $0 on military, stop spending on military, lol, stop. And then, so that happens in Ukraine and another country. Please help them fast. Use all the.
It's because of your misunderstanding of what it means to be a leftist or a liberal. These are considered to be like in the same bucket. Okay, that's what it is. That's why. Look, the amount of people that are saying true in your chat is so funny. I know none of these motherfuckers watch me now. This is what I know.
I'm trying to understand.
No, liberal. That's what I'm saying. Because liberals and Republicans ultimately align on certain values, especially when it comes to an inflated military budget. So there is no dissent on America's endless spending on the military. That's it. That's literally
when Sonny pops off. Then what do they send? Some fucking guy on a Vespa with a fucking Glock or some shit? Who's gonna help then?
There are very few people. There are very few people who are in support of like genuinely and and significantly defunding the United States military. There's none. That's not a real thing. Like most of the New York Times readers who are liberals, like they still absolutely are advocating for still spending as many dollars as possible on the U.S. military, including all the money that you send over to Ukraine. Because ultimately, you know who makes money off that? Raytheon. You know who makes money off that? Northrop Grumman. You know who makes money off that? Boeing. Those are the motherfuckers who are actually making money. It's a self-reinforcing cycle that's subsidized by our tax dollars, what we pay for the R&D side, for them to make new weapons, and then we send those weapons into Ukraine. We give money to Ukraine to buy the weapons that we fucking...
You need weapons. They need to have... I mean, isn't it like it's like the Cold War? They need to have the big weapons to flex the big weapons. Otherwise, some actual guy will actually build a big weapon. It'll be like, well, you guys don't have weapons that are as good as mine? Well, I'm about to fuck you guys over. Boom, and then roll them. What do you think the Cold War was? What do you think going to the moon was? They went to the moon. Why? So they can show, yo, we have air superiority. We can go to space. We can fucking yoink this shit, right? That's what the whole Cold War was about. Are you gonna disintegrate the value of the Cold War?
You just described the arms race between fucking, like, you just described all of our dollars basically being dumped into the military-industrial complex.
Well, they have no other choice, I think.
No, they did it.
They let China build a fucking
okay, fun fact. One fun fact I'll give you. One fun fact I'll give you about nuclear proliferation. This is not a conspiracy theory. It's like now declassified and very openly talked about. But the CIA openly lied about how many arms the USSR had, so that they could justify additional spending on, defense strategies and systems like that. So like the nuclear arms race, at least on one front, was built around a lie, like an abject lie. So
why do people want to purposely be on the low ground then? You want to be controlled by the fact that other countries have more arms and they can control you and they control what you do because they're on the high ground. If they have more shit, then what? They GG. Then people that are wrong and have bad ideologies in the world and they have the high ground, then they can do whatever they want, right?
Okay. This is a wonderful question. Here's the answer. Okay. Society is divided along class lines, and that the worker in fucking Russia and the worker in the United States of America have literally the same exact interests from their workplace and the way that they fucking generate value and the relations they have to the means of production, which is precisely the reason why, if there were more worker control over these sorts of things, we would be able to, at the very least, start the process of thinking about the world in a very different way that doesn't revolve around made up fucking national borders and things of that nature. And we would also have a mechanism of pushback towards the powers that be, that those who actually do control everything, every facet of society.
Okay, you know what, Hasan? I think that one of the main problems with your thinking, is you forget to remind yourself that humans are humans and we are just a bad, flawed species. I think you live in a world...
I agree. Wait, what do you mean? No, I completely fucking agree.
Well, it comes that you want to reroute every brain's thinking and their core fundamentals of it, even during survival, during development, so that people think in those ways. That is, people will default back to not thinking these ways.
You remember how you said the boss built the factory? When I corrected you and I said workers built that. When people talk about the iPhone, they're like, oh, you have an iPhone, socialism, Vuvuzela, Venezuela. Workers built that. That is a core principle that has been instilled upon you, when in fact, every single thing that you take advantage of, every single thing that you use has been created through collectivism. Like, many hands have touched every single aspect of your existence, and we don't even take that for granted. We don't even think about that. And that's and the reason why we don't think about it is because capitalism has basically created this social reinforcement that it's actually the capital owners that are the most productive. It's the Jeff Bezos of the world that deserve all the wealth. They're the ones who created everything. That's precisely the reason why you think like everyone is a rugged individualist and out for themselves and really fucking stupid. When in fact, when we get together, even if we have major disagreements on issues, we can still unite on certain values like, offering people health care. I'm not saying we're going to fix society tomorrow. I'm not saying that these are the perfect ways to fix society, but I'm simply stating that there are existing examples right now in the world that we can take from here in the United States of America at the heart of the imperial core and basically moved in that direction. And that would genuinely, truly improve the lives of so many people, poor people, destitute people, people living in fucking poverty, especially immigrants. We could do that. We have the capacity. We're the wealthiest nation on earth, and yet we choose not to. You want to know why? Because someone is always trying to earn a fucking tidy profit.
You know what you do then? They should go to president. Here's the easiest way to do it, man. You go to president, and you make a law. You ban wills for 1 generation. If you die, right, all your money, it just spreads back into the system.
I love that. I love what you're saying.
They cannot give the money to their children, right? Everybody's back. It resets the playing field back to zero. Everybody has nothing. And you know what's weird about that? Everybody has to go back out there in the same rules as everybody else and bust their ass off, man.
No, that's that. You're what you're advocating for is actually a great idea. But again, I think Japan does that after 3 generations, as someone was saying in my chat. But yeah, you're right. You're so right about that. Like a fucking hardcore server reset. You know what I mean? Tarkov style, wipe.
Okay. I let me fight back at you. In my opinion, here's my slogan: bring back good parenting. I think that most of our problems I have these days, motherfucker, okay, with social media, with other things, is that people are bad parents. They suck ass, and they should not have children. There should be a ban on being dumb as fuck and having children. Sorry, I said it, man. I said it.
I think the first
thing
what
you're describing is something that, I don't know if you know the implications of what you're saying. There some other people made that argument as well. I'm sure you didn't mean it in that way, but that is a conservative argument. The ultimate conservative made that argument. It's eugenics. It's eugenics. What you're describing is eugenics. Dumb people shouldn't have children.
Well, no. Because listen. Listen. People said, listen, I agree with this 100%. Okay. Because I was thinking, okay, I saw some sneaker video talking about cuties. It's a fucking disaster. Absolute oversight, despicable, dog shit, trash, deviant, garbanzo. Right? And then it made me think, right? If these is at Netflix, produces shows where children are sexualized and they're greenlit by these guys for it to be published, right? What are we to say about parents that let their children, because children cannot make decisions, right? Only their guardian or legal guardian, right? How come a lot of videos don't fucking say no about this? There's a crazy amount, insane, very angry in our culture, for people that are under 18 to sexualize themselves on the internet via social media and their posts on TikTok and other platforms. If their parents are their legal guardians and they greenlight and allow them to post such things, what is the difference between cuties and that as a parent? What's the difference?
I don't disagree with you. I think it's like I do think it's fucked up. I think both are fucked up, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know where you want to go with that. I think that children do spend a lot of. I do think that children do spend a lot of time on social media, which is weird for us to be having this conversation, especially you. You're like advocating to eliminate half the fucking juicers from their juice time. You know what I mean? How the fuck are they gonna sit there and watch? But
yo, I don't make people fucking go out there and sexualize themselves as fucking.
No. That's not what I'm saying. But I do think that like it rots people's brains the amount of time that they spend on the internet.
Yeah, but in my opinion, running your brain, right, is fine. In ways that are deviant and also fuel and empower weirdos and deviants themselves is a massive problem. Also, I asked earlier, what are some concepts?
I have to pee. You're cooking though. You're fucking cooking right now. I gotta pee. I'll be back in a second. I want to hear more right-wing takes from you guys.
I have some topics lined up for things for my takes. Okay, I don't even know about it. I have a two-party system, freedom of speech, taxing the poor, voter registration, immigration. You know what? Without even knowing what the left and the right is about both of it, I'm going to ask them to run me through them, right? And have my opinion about it straight up. No filter, no reading the chat, live freestyle. And whether that makes me a right or wing, so be it then. I don't give a fuck. Yo, and then you're thinking that I give a fuck. I'm not going to be your bot that has all the good takes. I'm going to give you my take. And you know what it is? It's either going to be a good take or are you too stupid to understand it? Also, about children being weird on TikTok and posting weird shit, Kanye was right. You hate to fucking hear it. Because of all the bad things that he had over the past months, you hate to hear something like Kanye was right. Fuck it, dude. I said it, man. Get schmolled. Get schmolled. Kanye was right. Plus. Kim Kardashian was wrong. Plus L. Plus ratio. About the social media thing. Okay, with like his children like posting on TikTok, it should be monitored or not. You shouldn't be able to do it. Yep, that is what I think. Add context. I already said that. I already said this. I already said it was about the fucking children and the fucking parenting over social media. I genuinely think Kanye was right. That's what I think.
Well, he asked me for a core right-wing value, and I think that the small, more efficient government, right, in conjunction with leftist policies, could work. Right. The problem is that's the middle ground that would have to be found. Right. The good of both sides.
What kind of insane takes did I miss while I was pissing? That was a long one. I've drank more water than I have in so long during this entire thing.
I said Kanye was right about the fucking social media posting of his children or whatever compared to Kim Kardashian, even though but people are so ingrained in society and to their fucking phone screens and they're so terminated online, they forgot what is social media decency and we should be posting at certain ages. And they just completely sidetracked.
I think hot take. I agree with what you're saying. I mean, obviously, you didn't just say Kanye was right, but I do think that like parents should be a little bit more responsible about like what their children are posting on the internet.
He did say that.
I give context, but I did say that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Last one. We can have this conversation again at a later date because like I am so tired. It's 10. I've been live for 11 hours.
Yeah.
You accept the right-wing core value that I gave, though? Instead of arguing into it.
Smaller government? No, I think that...
In conjunction with...
no, I mean, I believe in efficiency for sure, but like...
if we can combine the two, right? If we can bring the leftist, more left policies into play into the government, right? And reduce the bloating, the corruption through audited systems and shit like that, regulations, right? I think that's the compromise we'd make for those two values, right? Does that make any sense? I mean, obviously it is more idealistic.
No, we need more. I personally think we need more regulation, what we would consider to be bloat and government interference.
Corruption, all that bullshit.
I think that it would be better. It would be more beneficial if the government had more bloat and more people and more funding to basically deliver the needs necessary, because small government means corporate control.
Huh?
That's how it works.
That's the part where we make the compromise, right? So
but I do believe in making the government more
good
efficient.
From both. Yeah. So if we take the good from both of those values, no. I know he's referring to something else. If we can take the good of both of these values of government, right? I
Bro,
think
your mic is going crazy.
Jesus, this fucking cocksucking mic. Is it better? Hello?
Yeah, it's better that way. There was a guy who believed that the ultimate need for governance could eventually wither away once a transitional socialist state had come to its, I guess, it had eradicated the contradictions. Don't fucking sleeper me, dude. Okay, I'm the one who's supposed to be sleepering. I'm about to go to sleep.
Socialism, brain rot. I'm telling you, bro.
Yeah. It's brain rot. You're right.
Well, in theory, this works, and then in practice.
Am I in the middle?
No. Socialism is so demonstrably unsuccessful that America had to fucking basically intervene in every country that even wanted to socialize their natural resources. That's how demonstrable of a failure it was.
Wait, real quick. Can you unzoom out the call real quick? Like unzoom out X. Like press the press on full screen. So exit full screen. Press it real quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't click on a single thing. Just let it be out.
Yeah.
Like don't click on your screen. Just let it be out. Just let it be 3 cameras.
Oh.
What?
I'm just doing what he tells me to do.
Yeah. Now exit the full screen. Show the chat shows.
Show the chat shows?
Yeah, show the chat shows. Like, that's irrelevant. That part of the chat's irrelevant. I just want to... Fuck it. You know what? The point is, I'm...
What?
Ignore it. I was going to say, I'm in the middle of the both of you, right? So it was just a cute
Oh my
little...
god.
No,
Oh my god. Okay, dude.
No, he's not. Not on my screen.
Yeah, not on mine either.
Oh,
You're not in the middle of any of our screens.
Fuck, I'm in the middle on my screen. God damn it.
Nah,
Dude,
Sanchez,
holy
Andy.
shit.
Oh,
Okay.
wait. I asked what are okay. Yeah, ask me what is my general take about shit like because I don't know what is left or right. Give me a topic and ask me what's my take about this. Like what are random topics like taxing the poor, voter registration, immigration, two-party system, freedom of speech.
Taxing
What
the poor?
Tax the poor. Yeah, fuck it, bro. I don't give a shit. I'm just kidding. Relax. Ask me. Go ahead. Ask me a question.
What's your opinion on taxing the poor? There you go.
Me?
No, not you, brother. This X guy.
Well, I mean, I think the tax system is pretty good right now, right? The problem is the fucking tax loopholes, and also, I mean, the tax should be way higher for the way richer, right? But I think that the tax brackets right now are pretty decent. I do think, though, that the taxes are a little bit crazy.
It's where the money is going. That's the issue.
Early brackets, I think people should be given a chance a little bit. Also, I know this is impossible to enforce, I assume, but I think when people are starting up, right, and they're starting to like go into they come out of school, right? I don't know why they are taxed the same, right, at age 25 than at age 50. The same percentages if they make the same income. How does that make sense? When you're young, you're expanding, you're coming, debt from college. You're just starting to fucking boom, and you're gonna pay the same amount of taxes as somebody who has the same income, but that's like older, bro. Come on, man. You're just expanding. Why cut the legs of somebody who's trying to fucking jump like a fucking grasshopper?
If you want to know the real base take, bro, listen. Here's all we need. Okay, we need a socialist that's a capitalist in power. Do you understand that preaches both sides, both the good that can come from both, right? And that's that. So all we need, listen. All we need is. We all come together and we start, practicing what we preach. And hey, we start the changes. That's it.
Yeah, we just got make systems.
That's right. Yeah. I know you're memeing it and you're trolling. I'm telling you, bro, if we start, I'm telling you, you're laughing. But if we actually get the action.
Yeah, 501 Systems 3. That's how we rebrand.
Yo. Ask me, okay, one last thing. Ask me give me any topic that's like not even controversial, right? Like you could be right or left. Ask about it. I'll give you my take. Without even looking at chat or anything. Go on, say it.
Before we do that,
do it. I'm not even canceled.
Before we do that,
bro, I'm trying to go to sleep, dog. It's literally 10 p.m.
I'm out.
Before we do that, let's listen. Do you agree at the very least? Like you're memeing the systems thing. Do you agree at the very least that if you preach what you preach, right?
Oh no.
No, I'm not doing anything. This is coming to an end. I'm just saying, if we listen, hopefully the goal will be we'll come together, we'll start implementing some of the things he preaches, right? Whether it could be us two, it could be him and 3 other streamers, it could be whatever the case. I believe that's what it takes to lead the charge. We just need more action to follow the words, and I think big things come, right?
I agree. That's I agree with that. I try my very best all the time. People still yell at me nonstop.
So then this leads to this. Okay, we'll find, to make it a cute little meme to wrap it up, we'll find some systems in which we believe, right, can lead the charge in some of the ideals that we believe in.
How about strike funds for the LAUSD? They're striking right now in Los Angeles, advocating
let's get together and create a system that will, give them...
Currently, there's an ongoing strike that's happening in Los Angeles where the LAUSD has united alongside another union that actually pertains to special needs staff, I believe janitors as well, in the school's cafeteria staff as well, that are also united, are advocating for a strike. They're possibly trying to put together a strike so they can demand higher wages, not for the teachers themselves, as a matter of fact, but for the staff that also work at the schools. And I think that they will need some strike funds. They will need to get the word out.
How come teachers aren't paid more when they're literally shaping the future of everything. How does
That's
it
a
make
great
question.
fucking sense?
That's a big issue.
That's a great question. I agree. That's incredible.
That's a big issue. Yes.
Yeah. Well, it's because
Education in America, period, is an issue.
Yeah, education is severely underfunded. The Democratic Party, alongside the Republican Party, has done everything to undermine public education every step of the fucking way. It's underfunded in most places, with the exception of European social democracies, as a matter of fact. And an advocacy surrounding that is almost impossible because, like I said, even the Democrats want charter schools. Republicans just want private schools with like religious exemptions where they can just like do whatever the fuck they want. And Democrats also advocate for charter schools as well. And it's really awful. It literally takes funds from the already crippling funds that public schools have, and feed them into this unaccountable third-party organization that can just shutter schools at any given basis.
Damn! Every time I hear about these, bro, as soon as things get like a lot of heavy, I'm going to. We can end the call here. This was kind of productive, to be honest, on certain grounds. Also,
it was counterproductive or productive?
It was productive. It was productive, bro. Every time that we go deep in some topic and the big words come out, I just go.
Okay, I'll describe it with simpler terms next time. I gotta ask ChatGPT to help me.
Yeah, I mean, this ChatGPT opinion that I got right here is just on point already. That you saw. Wow, just on point.
All right. Well, thank you guys, and I will see you tomorrow at a later date. And Train, you can come on the pod. We can talk about it.
All right.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Okay. I'll go fuck myself.